Section 1 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Preface. This book is specially dedicated to the boys of the elementary schools between the ages of 9 and 13 years, and might be entitled The Story of a Scholastic Year written by a pupil of the 3rd class of an Italian municipal school. In saying, written by a pupil of the 3rd class, I do not mean to say that it was written by him exactly as it is printed. He noted day by day in a copybook as well as he knew how, what he had seen, felt, thought, in the school and outside the school. His father at the end of the year wrote these pages on those notes, taking care not to alter the thought, and preserving, when possible, the words of his son. 4 years later the boy, being then in the Lyceum, read over the MSS, and added something of his own, drawing on his memory, still fresh, of persons and of things. Now read this book, boys. I hope that you will be pleased with it, and that it may do you good. Edmondo de Amicis. End of section 1. Section 2 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. October, Part 1. The First Day of School. Monday, 17th. Today is the first day of school. The 3 months of vacation in the country have passed like a dream. This morning my mother took me to the Baretti schoolhouse to have me enter for the 3rd elementary grade. I was thinking of the country and went unwillingly. The streets were swarming with boys. The 2 bookshops were thronged with fathers and mothers who were purchasing bags, portfolios, and copybooks, and in front of the school so many people had collected that the beadle and the policeman found it hard to keep the entrance clear. Near the door I felt myself touched on the shoulder. It was my master of the 2nd grade, cheerful as usual, and with his red hair ruffled. He said to me, "So we are to part forever, Enrico?" I knew it well, yet the words pained me. We made our way in with difficulty. Ladies, gentlemen, women of the people, workmen, officials, nuns, and servants, all leading boys with one hand and holding the promotion books in the other, filled the anteroom and the stairs, making such a buzzing that it seemed like entering a theatre. I was glad to see once more that large room on the ground floor, with the doors leading to the 7 classes, where I had passed nearly every day for 3 years. There was a throng of teachers going and coming. My schoolmistress of the 1st upper class greeted me from the door of the classroom and said, "Enrico, you're going to the floor above this year. I shall not even see you pass by any more." And she gazed sadly at me. The principal was surrounded by women who were much worried because there was no room for their sons, and it struck me that his beard was a little whiter than it had been last year. I found the boys had grown taller and stouter. On the ground floor, where the divisions had already been made, there were little children of the 1st and lowest sections who did not want to enter the classrooms and who pulled back like donkeys. They had to be dragged in by force, and some ran away from the benches. Others, when they saw their parents leave, began to cry, and the parents had to go back and comfort them or take them away, while the teachers were in despair. My little brother was placed in the class of Mistress Delcati. I was put with Master Perboni, upstairs on the 1st floor. At 10 o'clock we were all in our classes, 54 of us, only 15 or 16 of my companions of the 2nd class among them, De Rossi, the one who always gets the first prize. The school seemed so small and gloomy to me when I thought of the woods and the mountains where I had passed the summer. I thought again, too, of my master in the 2nd class, who was so good, and who always smiled at us, and who was so small that he seemed to be one of us, and I grieved that I should no longer see him with his tumbled red hair. Our present teacher is tall, he has no beard, his hair is grey and long, and he has a straight line running crosswise on his forehead. He has a big voice, and he looks at us fixedly, one after the other, as though he were reading our very thoughts, and he never smiles. I said to myself, this is my first day. There are 9 months more. What work, what monthly examinations, what weariness. I wanted to see my mother when I came out, and I ran to kiss her hand. She said to me, "Courage, Enrico, we will study together." And I returned home content. But I no longer have my master with his kind, merry smile, and school does not seem so nice to me as it did before. Our master, Tuesday, 18th. I like my new teacher too, since this morning. While we were coming in, and when he was already seated, some of his scholars of last year every now and then peeped in the door to salute him. They would present themselves and greet him. "Good morning, Senor Teacher." "Good morning, Senor Perboni." Some came in, touched his hand, and ran away. It was plain that they liked him, and would have been glad to return to him. He responded, "Good morning," and shook the hands which were held out to him, but he looked at no one. At every greeting his smile remained serious, with that deep wrinkle on his brow, with his face turned towards the window, and staring at the roof of the house opposite, and instead of being cheered by these greetings, he seemed to suffer from them. Then he looked at us closely, one after the other. While he was dictating, he got down and walked among the benches. Catching sight of a boy whose face was all red with little pimples, he stopped dictating, took the lad's face between his hands and examined it. Then he asked him what was the matter with him, and laid his hand on his forehead to feel if it were hot. Meanwhile, a boy behind him got up on the bench and began to play the marionette. The teacher turned around suddenly. The boy sat down at one dash and remained there with head hanging in dread of being punished. The master placed one hand on his head and said to him, "Don't do so again." Nothing more. Then he returned to his table and finished the dictation. When he was done, he looked at us a moment in silence. Then he said very, very slowly, with his big but kind voice, "Listen, we have a year to pass together. Let us see that we pass it well. Study and be good. I have no family. You are my family. Last year I had a mother. She is dead. I am left alone. I have no one but you in all the world. I have no other affection, no other thought than you. You must be my sons. I wish you well, and you must like me too. I do not wish to be obliged to punish anyone. Show me that you are boys of heart. Our school shall be a family, and you shall be my comfort and my pride. I do not ask you to give me a promise. I am sure that in your hearts you have already answered yes, and I thank you." Just then the beadle came in to announce the close of school. We all left our seats as quietly as could be. The boy who had stood up on the bench went up to the master and said to him in a trembling voice, "Forgive me, Signor Master." The master kissed him on the brow and said, "Go, my son." An accident. Friday, 21st. The year has begun with an accident. On my way to school this morning I was repeating to my father the words of our teacher, when we noticed that the street was full of people who were pressing close to the door of the schoolhouse. Suddenly my father said, "An accident! The year is beginning badly." We passed through with some difficulty. The big hall was crowded with parents and children, whom the teachers had not succeeded in placing in the classrooms, and all were turning towards the principal's room, and we heard the voice, "Poor boy! Poor Robetti!" Over their heads at the end of the room we could see the helmet of a policeman and the bald head of the principal. Then a gentleman with a tall hat entered, and all said, "That is the doctor." My father inquired of a master, "What has happened?" "A wheel has passed over his foot," replied the latter. "His foot has been crushed," said another. He was a boy belonging to the second class, who, on his way to school through the Dora Grossa street, seeing a little child of the lowest class who had run away from its mother fall down in the middle of the street a few paces from an omnibus which was bearing down upon it, had hastened forward boldly, caught up the child, and placed it in safety. But, as he had not withdrawn his own foot quickly enough, the wheel of the omnibus had passed over it. He was the son of a captain of artillery. While we were being told this, a woman entered the big hall, like mad, and forced her way through the crowd. She was Robetti's mother, who had been sent for. Another woman hastened towards her and flung her arms about her neck with sobs. It was the mother of the baby who had been saved. Both flew into the room, and a desperate cry made itself heard. "Oh, my Giulio! My child!" At that moment a carriage stopped before the door, and a little later the director made his appearance, with the boy in his arms. The latter leaned his head on his shoulder, with pallid face and closed eyes. Everyone stood very still. The sobs of the mother were audible. The director paused a moment, quite pale, and raised the boy up a little in his arms, in order to show him to the people. And then the masters, mistresses, parents, and boys all murmured together, "Bravo, Robetti! Bravo, poor child!" And they threw kisses to him. The mistresses and boys who were near him kissed his arms and hands. He opened his eyes and said, "My satchel!" The mother of the little boy whom he had saved showed it to him, and said amid her tears, "I will carry it for you, my dear little angel. I will carry it for you." And in the meantime she bore up the mother of the wounded boy, who covered her face with her hands. They went out, placed the lad comfortably in the carriage, and the carriage drove away. Then we all entered school in silence. The Calabrian Boy. Saturday, 22nd. Yesterday afternoon, while the master was telling us the news of poor Robetti, who will have to go on crutches, the director entered with a new pupil, a lad with a very brown face, black hair, large black eyes, and thick eyebrows which met on his forehead. He was dressed entirely in dark clothes, with a black morocco belt round his waist. The director went away, after speaking a few words in the master's ear, leaving beside the latter the boy, who glanced about with his big black eyes as though frightened. The master took him by the hand and said to the class, "You ought to be glad. Today there enters our school a little Italian born in Reggio, in Calabria, more than 500 miles from here. Love your brother who has come from so far away. He was born in a glorious land, which has given illustrious men to Italy, and which now furnishes her with stout labourers and brave soldiers, in one of the most beautiful lands of our country, where there are great forests and great mountains, inhabited by people full of talent and courage. Treat him well, so that he shall not feel that he is far away from the city in which he was born. Make him see that an Italian boy, in whatever Italian school he sets his foot, will find brothers there." So saying, he rose, and pointed out on the wall map of Italy the spot where lay Reggio, in Calabria. Then he called, "Ernesto de Rossi!" The boy who always gets the first prize. De Rossi rose. "Come here," said the master. De Rossi left his bench and stepped up to the little table, facing the Calabrian. "As the head of the class," said the master to him, "give a welcome to this new companion, in the name of the whole school, the embrace of the sons of Piedmont to the son of Calabria." De Rossi embraced the Calabrian, saying in his clear voice, "Welcome," and the other kissed him impetuously on the cheeks. All clapped their hands. "Silence!" cried the master. "We don't clap hands in school." But it was clear that he was pleased, and the Calabrian was pleased also. The master gave him a place and went with him to the bench, and then he said again, "Bear well in mind what I have said to you. In order that this case might occur, that a Calabrian boy should be as though in his own house at Turin, and that a boy from Turin should be at home in Calabria, our country fought for 50 years, and 30,000 Italians died. You must all respect and love each other, but any one of you who should give offence to this comrade, because he was not born in our province, would render himself unworthy of ever again raising his eyes from the earth when he passes the tricoloured flag." Hardly was the Calabrian seated in his place when his neighbours presented him with pens and a picture, and another boy from the last bench sent him a Swiss postage stamp. My schoolmates, Tuesday 25th. The boy who sent the postage stamp to the Calabrian is the one I like best of all. His name is Garrone. He is the biggest boy in the class. He is about 14 years old. His head is large, his shoulders broad. He is good, as one can see when he smiles, but it seems as though he always thought like a man. I already know several of my classmates. Another one I am taken with is named Coretti, and he wears chocolate-coloured trousers and a catskin cap. He is always jolly. He is the son of a huckster of wood, who was a soldier in the War of 1866, in the squadron of Prince Umberto, and they say that he has 3 medals. There is little Nelly, a poor hunchback, a weak boy, with a thin face. There is one who is very well dressed, who always wears fine Florentine plush, and is named Bottini. On the bench in front of me there is a boy who is called Muratorino, the little mason, because his father is a mason. His face is as round as an apple, with a nose like a small ball. He possesses a special talent. He knows how to make a hare's face, and they all get him to do it, and then they laugh. He wears a little ragged cap, which he carries rolled up in his pocket like a handkerchief. Beside Muratorino sits Garoffi, a thin, long, silly fellow with the nose and beak of a screech owl and very small eyes, who is always trading in little pens and images and matchboxes, and who writes the lesson on his nails in order that he may read it on the sly. Then there is a young gentleman, Carlo Nobis, who seems very haughty. He is between 2 boys I like, one the son of a blacksmith, clad in a jacket which reaches to his knees, who is pale, as though from illness, who always has a frightened air and who never laughs. The other with red hair, who has a withered arm and carries it hung in a sling from his neck. His father has gone away to America, and his mother goes about peddling potherbs. And there is another curious fellow, my neighbour on the left, Stardi, small and thick-set, with no neck, a gruff fellow who speaks to no one, and doesn't seem to understand much, but stands watching the master without winking, his brow lined with wrinkles and his teeth set, and if he is questioned when the master is speaking, he makes no reply the first and second times, and the third time he gives a kick. And beside him there is a bold, cunning face belonging to a boy named Franti, who has already been expelled from another district. There are in addition 2 brothers who are dressed exactly alike, who resemble each other to a hair, and both of whom wear caps of Calabrian cut, with a peasant's plume. But handsomer than all the rest, the one who has the most talent, who will surely be the head this year also, is De Rossi, and the master, who has already perceived this, always questions him. But I like Precossi, the son of the blacksmith, the one with the long jacket, who seems sickly. They say that his father beats him. He is very timid, and every time that he addresses or touches anyone, he says, "Excuse me," and gazes at them with his kind, sad eyes. But Garrone is the biggest and the best. A generous deed. Wednesday 26th. It was this very morning that Garrone let us know what he is like. When I entered the school a little late, because the mistress of the upper first had stopped me to inquire at what hour she could find me at home, the master had not yet come, and 3 or 4 boys were teasing poor Crossi, the one with the red hair, who has a dead arm and whose mother sells vegetables. They were poking him with rulers, hitting him in the face with chestnut shells, and making him out to be a cripple and a monster by mimicking him with his arm hanging in the sling. And he, alone on the end of the bench and quite pale, was gazing now at one and now at another with beseeching eyes, that they might leave him in peace. But the others mocked him worse than ever, and he began to tremble and to turn red with rage. All at once, Franti, the boy with the bad face, sprang upon a bench, and pretending that he was carrying a basket on each arm, he aped the mother of Crossi when she used to come to wait for her son at the door, for she's ill now. Many began to laugh loudly. Then Crossi lost his head, and seizing an inkstand, he hurled it at the other's head with all his strength, but Franti dodged, and the inkstand struck the master, who entered at the moment, full in the breast. All flew to their places, and became silent with terror. The master, quite pale, went to his table, and said in a stern voice, "Who did it?" No one replied. The master raised his voice and said again, "Who was it?" Then Garrone, moved to pity for poor Crossi, rose abruptly and said resolutely, "It was I." The master looked at him and at the stupefied scholars, then said in a quiet voice, "It was not you." And after a moment, "The guilty one shall not be punished. Let him rise." Crossi rose and said, weeping, "They were striking me and insulting me, and I lost my head and threw—" "Sit down," said the master. "Let those who provoked him rise." 4 rose and hung their heads. "You," said the master, "have insulted a companion who have given you no provocation. You have scoffed at an unfortunate lad. You have struck a weak person who could not defend himself. You have committed one of the basest, the most shameful acts with which a human creature can stain himself. Cowards!" Having said this, he came down among the benches, put his hand under Garrone's chin, as the latter stood with a drooping head, and having made him raise it, he looked him straight in the eye and said, "You are a noble soul." Garrone profited by the occasion to murmur something in the ear of the master, and he, turning towards the 4 culprits, said abruptly, "I forgive you." End of section 2. Section 3 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. October, Part 2. My Schoolmistress of the Upper First, Thursday 27th. My schoolmistress kept her promise, and came today, as I was on the point of going out with my mother to carry some linen to a poor woman recommended by the Gazette. It was a year since I had seen her in our house. We all made a great deal of her. She is just the same as ever, a little thing, with a green veil wound about her bonnet, carelessly dressed, and with untidy hair because she has not the time to adorn herself, but with a little less colour than last year, with some white hairs, and a constant cough. My mother said to her, "And your health, my dear mistress? You do not take sufficient care of yourself." "It doesn't matter," the other replied with her smile, at once bright and sad. "You speak too loud," my mother added. "You exert yourself too much with your boys." That is true. Her voice is always to be heard. I remember how it was when I went to school to her. She talked and talked all the time so that the boys might not lose their attention, and she did not remain seated a moment. I felt quite sure that she would come because she never forgets her pupils. She remembers their names for years. On the days of the monthly examinations, she runs to ask the director what marks they have won. She waits for them at the entrance and makes them show her their compositions in order that she may see what progress they have made, and many who are now in the grammar school and wear long trousers and a watch still come to see her. Today she had come back in a great state of excitement from the picture gallery, whither she had taken her boys, just as she had conducted them all to museum every Thursday in years gone by, and explained everything to them. The poor mistress has grown still thinner than of old, but she is always brisk, and always becomes animated when she speaks of her school. She wanted to have a peep at the bed on which she had seen me lying very ill 2 years ago, and which is now occupied by my brother.
She gazed at it for a long while and couldn't speak. She was obliged to go away soon to visit a boy belonging to her class, the son of a saddler, who is ill with the measles, and she had besides a package of sheets to correct, a whole evening's work, and she had still a private lesson in arithmetic to give to the mistress of a shop before nightfall. "Well, Enrico," she said to me as she was going, "are you still fond of your schoolmistress now that you do hard sums and write long compositions?" She kissed me and called up once more from the foot of the stairs, "You are not to forget me, you know, Enrico." Oh, my kind teacher, never, never shall I forget you. Even when I grow up I shall remember you and shall go to seek you among your boys, and every time I pass near a school and hear the voice of a schoolmistress, I shall think that I hear your voice, and I shall recall the 2 years I passed in your school, where I learned so many things, where I so often saw you ill and weary, but always earnest, always indulgent, in despair when anyone was clumsy with his pen, trembling when the examiners asked us questions, happy when we made a good showing, always kind and loving as a mother. Never, never shall I forget you, my teacher. In an attic. Friday, 28th. Yesterday evening I went with my mother and my sister Sylvia to carry the linen to the poor woman recommended by the newspaper. I carried the bundle. Sylvia had the paper with the initials of the name and the address. We went up to the very roof of a tall house and through a long corridor with many doors. My mother knocked at the last. It was opened by a thin, fair woman who was still young, and it instantly struck me that I had seen her many times before, with that very same blue kerchief that she wore on her head. "Are you the person of whom the newspaper says so and so?" asked my mother. "Yes, signora, I am." "Well, we have brought you a little linen." The woman began to thank us and bless us, and could not make enough of it. Just then I noticed in one corner of the bare, dark room a boy kneeling in front of a chair, with his back turned towards us, who appeared to be writing, and he really was writing with his paper on the chair and his inkstand on the floor. How did he manage to write in the dark? While I was saying this to myself, I suddenly recognized the red hair and the coarse jacket of Crossi, the son of the vegetable peddler, the boy with the useless arm. I told this to my mother softly, while the woman was putting away the things. "Hush," replied my mother, "perhaps he will feel ashamed to see you giving alms to his mother. Don't speak to him." But at that moment Crossi turned around. I was embarrassed. He smiled, and then my mother gave me a push, so that I should run to him and embrace him. I did so. He rose and took me by the hand. "Here I am," his mother was saying in the meantime to my mother, "alone with this boy, my husband in America these 7 years, and I sick in addition, so that I can no longer make my rounds with my vegetables and earn a few cents. We have not even a table left for my poor Luigino to do his work on. When there was a bench down at the door, he could at least write on the bench, but that has been taken away. He has not even light enough to study without ruining his eyes, and it is a mercy that I can send him to school, since the city provides him with books and copybooks. Poor Luigino, who would be so glad to study. Unhappy woman that I am." My mother gave her all that she had in her purse, kissed the boy, and almost wept as we went out. And she had good cause to say to me, "Look at that poor boy. See how he is forced to work when you have every comfort, and yet study seems hard to you. Ah, Enrico, there is more merit in the work which he does in 1 day than in your work for a year. It is to such that the first prizes should be given." The School. Friday, 28th. Yes, study comes hard to you, my dear Enrico, as your mother says. I do not yet see you set out for school with that resolute mind and that smiling face which I should like. You are still unwilling. But listen, reflect a little. How poor and pitiable your day would be if you didn't go to school. At the end of a week you would beg with clasped hands that you might return there, for you would be eaten up with weariness and shame, disgusted with your sports and with your existence. Everybody studies now, my child. Think of the workmen who go to school in the evening after having toiled all the day. Think of the women, of the girls, of the people who go to school on Sunday after having worked all the week. Of the soldiers who turn to their books and copybooks when they return exhausted from their drill. Think of the dumb and the blind who study nevertheless, and last of all think of the prisoners who also learn to read and write. Reflect in the morning when you set out, that at that very moment in your own city 30,000 other boys are going like yourself, to shut themselves up in a room for 3 hours of study. Think of the army of boys who, at nearly this precise hour, are going to school in all countries. Behold them with your imagination, going through the lanes of quiet villages, through the streets of the noisy towns, along the shores of rivers and lakes, here beneath a burning sun, there amid fogs, in boats, in countries which are cut with canals, on horseback on the far-reaching plains, in sledges over the snow, through valleys and over hills, across forests and torrents, over the solitary paths of mountains, alone, in couplets, in groups, in long files, all with their books under their arms, clad in 1,000 ways, speaking 1,000 tongues, from the most remote schools in Russia, almost lost in the ice, to the furthermost schools of Arabia, shaded by palm trees, millions and millions, all going to learn the same things in 100 varied forms. Imagine this vast throng of boys of 100 races, this immense movement of which you form a part. And remember, if this movement were to cease, humanity would fall back into barbarism. This movement is the progress, the hope, the glory of the world. Courage, then, little soldier of the immense army. Your books are your arms. Your class is your squadron. The field of battle is the whole earth, and the victory is human civilization. Be not a cowardly soldier, my Enrico.
Your father.
The Little Patriot of Padua. The Monthly Story. Saturday, 29th. I will not be a cowardly soldier, no, but I should be much more willing to go to school if the master would tell us a story every day, like the one he told us this morning. "Every month," said he, "I shall tell you one. I shall give it to you in writing, and it will always be the tale of a fine and noble deed performed by a boy. This one is called The Little Patriot of Padua. Here it is. A French steamer set out from Barcelona, a city in Spain, for Genoa. There were on board Frenchmen, Italians, Spaniards, and Swiss. Among the rest was a lad of 11, poorly clad and alone, who always held himself aloof, like a wild animal, and stared at all with gloomy eyes. He had good reasons for looking at everyone with forbidding eyes. 2 years previous to this time, his parents, peasants in the neighborhood of Padua, had sold him to a company of mountebanks who, after they had taught him how to perform tricks by dint of blows and kicks and starving, had carried him all over France and Spain, beating him continually and never giving him enough to eat. On his arrival in Barcelona, being no longer able to endure ill treatment and hunger, and being reduced to a pitiable condition, he fled from his slave-master and had betaken himself for protection to the Italian council, who, moved with compassion, had placed him on board of this steamer, and had given him a letter to the guardsman of Genoa, who was to send the boy back to the parents who had sold him like a beast. The poor boy was weak and ragged. He had been put in the second-class cabin. Everyone stared at him. Some questioned him, but he made no reply, and seemed to hate and despise everyone, to such an extent had privation and suffering borne him down and saddened him. Nevertheless, 3 travellers, persisting in their questioning, succeeded in making him unloosen his tongue, and in a few rough words, a mixture of Venetian, French, and Spanish, he related his story. These 3 travellers were not Italian, but they understood him, and partly out of compassion, partly because they were excited with wine, they gave him a few coins, jesting with him and urging him on to tell them other things, and as several ladies entered the salon at the moment, they gave him some more money for the purpose of making a show, and cried, take this too, as they made the money rattle on the table. The boy pocketed it all, thanking them with a low voice and with his sad face, but with a look that was for the first time smiling and affectionate. Then he climbed into his berth, drew the curtain, and lay quiet, thinking over his affairs. With this money he would be able to purchase some good food on board, after having suffered for lack of bread for 2 years. He could buy a jacket as soon as he landed in Genoa, after having gone about clad in rags for 2 years, and he could also, by carrying it home, ensure for himself from his father and mother a kinder greeting than would fall to his lot if he arrived with empty pockets. This money was a little fortune for him, and he was taking comfort out of the thought behind the curtain of his berth, while the 3 travellers chatted away, as they sat around the dining table in the second-class salon. They were drinking and discussing their travels and the countries which they had seen, and from one topic to another they began to discuss Italy. One of them began to complain of the inns, another of the railways, and then, growing warmer, they all began to speak evil of everything. One would have preferred a trip to Lapland, another declared that he had found nothing but robbers and brigands in Italy. The third said that Italian officials do not know how to read. "It's an ignorant nation," continued the first. "A filthy nation," added the second. Exclaimed the third, meaning to say robbers, but he was not allowed to finish the word. A tempest of small coin came down upon their heads and shoulders, fell over the table and the floor with a great clatter. All 3 sprang up in a rage, looked up, and received another handful of coppers in their faces. "Take back your money," said the lad disdainfully, thrusting his head between the curtains of his berth. "I do not accept alms from those who insult my country." The Chimney Sweep, November 1st. Yesterday afternoon I went to the girls' school building near ours to give the story of the boy from Padua to Sylvia's teacher, who wished to read it. There are 700 girls there. Just as I arrived, they began to come out, all greatly rejoiced at the holiday of All Saints and All Souls, and here is a fine thing that I saw. Opposite the door of the school, on the other side of the street, with his sack and scraper, stood a very small chimney sweep, his face entirely black, with one arm resting against the wall, and his head supported on his arm, weeping and sobbing. 2 or 3 of the girls of the 2nd grade approached him and said, "What is the matter, that you weep like this?" But he made no reply and went on crying. "Come, tell us what is the matter with you, and why you're crying," the girls repeated. And then he raised his face from his arm, a baby face, and said through his tears that he had been to several houses to sweep their chimneys and had earned 30 soldi, and that he had lost them, that they had slipped through a hole in his pocket. And he showed the hole, and he did not dare to return home without the money. "The master will beat me," he said, sobbing, and again dropped his head upon his arm, like one in despair. The children stood and stared at him very seriously. In the meantime, other girls, large and small, poor girls and girls in the upper classes, with their satchels under their arms, had come up, and one large girl, who had a blue feather in her hat, pulled 2 soldi from her pocket, and said, "I have only 2 soldi, let us make a collection." "I have 2 soldi also," said another girl, dressed in red. "We shall certainly find 30 soldi among us all." And they began to call out, "Amalia, Luigia, Annina, a soldo, who has any soldi? Bring your soldi here." Several had soldi to buy flowers or copybooks, and they brought them. Some of the smaller girls gave centesimi, and the one with the blue feather collected all and counted them in a loud voice, 8, 10, 15. But more was needed. Then one larger than any of them, who seemed to be an assistant mistress, appeared, and gave half a lira, and all made much of her. 5 soldi were still lacking. "The girls in the 4th class are coming. They will have it," said one girl. The members of the 4th class came, and the soldiers showered down. All hurried forward eagerly, and it was beautiful to see that poor chimney sweep in the middle of all those many-colored dresses, of all that whirl of feathers, ribbons, and curls. The 30 soldi were already obtained, but more kept pouring in, and the very smallest who had no money made their way among the big girls and offered their bunches of flowers for the sake of giving something. All at once the portress came out and called, "The Signora Directress!" The girls fled in all directions like a flock of sparrows, and then the little chimney sweep was visible, alone, in the middle of the street, wiping his eyes in perfect content, with his hands full of money, and the buttonholes of his jacket, his pockets, his hat full of flowers, and there were blossoms on the ground at his feet. The Day of the Dead, All Souls' Day, November 2nd. This day is sacred to the memory of the dead. Do you know, Enrico, that all you boys should on this day devote a thought to those who are dead? To those who have died for you, for boys and little children. How many have died, and how many are dying continually? Have you ever reflected how many fathers have worn out their lives in toil? How many mothers have descended to the grave before their time, worn out by the privations to which they have condemned themselves for the sake of sustaining their children? Do you know how many men have planted a knife in their hearts in despair at beholding their children in misery? How many women have drowned themselves, or have died of sorrow, or have gone mad through having lost a child? Think of all these dead on this day, Enrico. Think of how many schoolmistresses have died young, have pined away through the fatigues of the school, through love of the children, for whom they had not the heart to tear themselves away. Think of the doctors who have perished of contagious diseases, having bravely sacrificed themselves to cure the children. Think of all those who in shipwrecks, in fires, in famines, in moments of supreme danger, have yielded to infants the last morsel of bread, the last place of safety, the last rope of escape from the flames, to expire content with their sacrifice, since they preserved the life of a little innocent. Such dead as these are countless, Enrico. Every graveyard contains hundreds of these sainted beings who, if they could rise for a moment from their graves, would cry the name of a child for whom they gave up the joys of youth, the peace of old age, their affections, their learning, their life, wives of 20, men in the flower of their strength, octogenarians, youths, heroic and obscure martyrs from infancy, so grand and so noble that the earth does not produce as many flowers as should strew their graves. To such a degree are ye loved, O children. Think today on those dead with gratitude, and you will be kinder and more affectionate to all those who love you, and who toil for you, my dear, fortunate son, who on the day of the dead have as yet no one to grieve for. Your Mother. End of section 3.
Section number 4 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de AMICIS. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. November, Part 1. My Friend Garone. Friday, November 4th. There were but 2 days of vacation, yet it seemed a long time without seeing Garone. The more I know him, the better I like him, and so it is with all the rest, except with the overbearing who have nothing to say to him, because he does not permit them to bully. Every time a big boy raises his hands against a little one, the little one shouts, "Garone!" and the big one stops striking him. His father is an engine driver on the railway. Garone began school late, because he was ill for 2 years. He is the tallest and the strongest of the class. He lifts a bench with one hand. He is always eating, and he is good. Whatever he is asked for, a pencil, rubber, paper, or penknife, he lends or gives it, and he neither talks nor laughs in school. He always sits perfectly still on a bench that is too narrow for him, with his spine curved forward, and his big head between his shoulders. And when I look at him, he smiles at me with his eyes half closed, as much to say, "Well, Enrico, are we friends?" He makes me laugh, because tall and broad as he is, he has a jacket, trousers, and sleeves which are too small for him, and too short, a cap which will not stay on his head, a threadbare cloak, coarse shoes, and a necktie which is always twisted into a cord. Dear Garrone! It needs but one glance in his face to inspire love for him. All the little boys like to be near his bench. He knows arithmetic well. He carries his books bound together with a strap of red leather. He has a knife with a mother-of-pearl handle, which he found in the field for military maneuvers last year. And one day he cut his finger to the bone, but no one in school knew about it, and he did not breathe a word about it at home for fear of alarming his parents. He lets us say anything to him in jest, and he never takes it ill, but woe to anyone who says to him that is not true when he states a thing. Then fire flashes from his eyes, and he hammers down blows enough to split the bench. Saturday morning he gave a soldo to one of the upper first class, who was crying in the middle of the street because his own had been taken from him, and he could not buy his copybook. For the last 3 days he has been working over a letter of 8 pages with pen ornaments on the margins, for the saint's day of his mother, who often comes to get him, and who, like himself, is tall and large and sympathetic. The master is always glancing at him, and every time that he passes near him, he taps him on the neck with his hand, as though he were a good, peaceable young bull. I am very fond of him. I am happy when I press his big hand, which seems like a man's in mine. I am sure he would risk his life to save that of a comrade, that he would allow himself to be killed in his defense. So clearly can I read his eyes. And although he always seems to be grumbling with that big voice of his, one feels that it is a voice that comes from a gentle heart. The Charcoal Man and the Gentleman. Monday, November 7th. Garrone would certainly never have said the words that Carlo Nobis spoke yesterday morning to Betty. Carlo Nobis is proud, because his father is a great gentleman, a tall gentleman, with a black beard, who is very serious, and who accompanies his son to school nearly every day. Yesterday morning, Nobis quarreled with Betty, one of the smallest boys, and the son of a charcoal man, and not knowing what retort to make because he was in the wrong, said to him loudly, "Your father is a tattered beggar." Betty reddened up to his very hair and said nothing, but the tears came to his eyes, and when he went home he repeated the words to his father. So the charcoal dealer, a little man who was black all over, made his appearance at the afternoon session, leading his boy by the hand in order to complain to the master. While he was making his complaint, and everyone was silent, the father of Nobis, who was taking off his son's coat at the entrance, as usual, entered on hearing his name pronounced, and asked an explanation. "This workman has come," said the master, "to complain that your son Carlo said this boy, your father, is a tattered beggar." Nobis's father frowned and colored slightly. Then he asked his son, Did you say that?" His son, who was standing in the middle of the school, with his head hanging in front of little Betty, made no reply. Then his father grasped him by one arm and pushed him forward, facing Betty, so that they nearly touched, and said to him, "Beg his pardon." The charcoal man tried to interpose, saying, "No, no." But the gentleman paid no heed to him, and repeated to his son, "Beg his pardon. Repeat my words. I beg your pardon for the insulting, foolish, ignoble words of which I uttered your father, whose hand my father would feel honored to grasp." The charcoal man made a gesture as to say, "I will not allow it." The gentleman did not heed him, and his son said slowly, in a very thread of a voice, without raising his eyes from the ground, "I beg your pardon for the insulting, foolish, ignoble words which I uttered against your father, whose hand my father would feel honored to grasp." Then the gentleman offered his hand to the charcoal man, who shook it vigorously. And then, with a sudden push, he thrust his son into the arms of Carlo Nobis. "Do me a favor to place them next to each other," said the gentleman to the master. The master put Betty on Nobis's bench. When they were seated, the father of Nobis bowed and went away. The charcoal man remained standing there and thought for several moments, gazing at the two boys side by side. Then he approached the bench and fixed upon Nobis a look expressive of affection and regret, as though he were desirous of saying something to him. But he did not. He stretched out his hand to bestow a caress upon him, but he did not dare, and merely stroked his brow with his large fingers. Then he made his way to the door, and turning round for one last look, he disappeared. "Fix what you have just seen firmly in your minds, boys," said the master. "This is the finest lesson of the year." My brother's schoolmistress, Thursday, November 10th. The son of the charcoal man had been a pupil of the schoolmistress Delcati, who had come to see my brother when he was ill, and who had made us laugh by telling us how 2 years ago the mother of his boy had brought to her house a big apronful of charcoal. Out of gratitude to her for having given the medal to her son, and the poor woman had persisted and had not been willing to carry the coal home again, and had wept when she was obliged to go away with her apron quite full. And she told us, also, of another good woman who had brought her a very heavy bunch of flowers, inside of which there was a little hoard of soldi. We had been greatly diverted in listening to her, and so my brother had swallowed his medicine, which he had not been willing to do before. How much patience is necessary with those boys of the lower first, all toothless like old men, who cannot pronounce their R's and S's, and one coughs, and another has the nosebleed, and another loses his shoes under the bench, and another bellows because he has pricked himself with his pen, and another one cries because he has bought copybook number 2 instead of number 1. 50 in a class who know nothing, and all of them with those flabby little hands, must be taught to write. They carry in their pockets bits of licorice, buttons, file corks, pounded bricks, all sorts of little things, and the teacher has to search them. But they hide these things even in their shoes, and they are not attentive. A fly enters through a window and throws them all into confusion. And in summer they bring grass into school, and hornbugs, which fly around in circles, or fall into the inkstand, and then streak the copybooks all over with ink. The schoolmistress has to play mother to all of them, to help them dress themselves, tie up their pricked fingers, pick up their caps when they drop them, watch to see that they do not exchange coats, and that they do not indulge in catcalls and shrieks. Poor schoolmistress! And then the mothers come to complain, "How come it, Signora, that my boy has lost his pen? How does it happen that mine learns nothing? Why is not my boy put on the roll of honor when he knows so much? Why don't you have that nail that has torn my perro's trousers taken out of the bench?" Sometimes my brother's teacher gets out of patience with the boys, and when she can resist no longer, she bites her finger to keep herself from dealing a blow. She loses temper, and then she repents and pets the child whom she has scolded. She sends a little rogue out of school, and then swallows her tears and flies into a rage with parents who make the little ones fast by way of punishment. Schoolmistress Delcati is young and tall, well-dressed, brown of complexion, and restless. She does everything as though on springs, is affected by a mere trifle, and at such times speaks with great tenderness. "But the children become attached to you, surely?" my mother said to her. "Many do," she replied, "but at the end of the year the majority of them pay no further heed to us. When they are with the masters, they are almost ashamed of having been with a woman teacher. After 2 years of cares, after having loved the child so much, it makes us feel sad to part from him. But we say to ourselves, 'Oh, I am sure of that one. He is fond of me.' But the vacation over, he comes back to school. I run to meet him. 'Oh, my child, my child!' And he turns his head away." Here the teacher interrupted herself. "But you will not do that, little one," she said, raising her humid eyes and kissing my brother. "You will not turn aside your head, will you? You will not deny your poor friend." My mother. Thursday, November 10th. In the presence of your brother's teacher, you failed to respect your mother. Let this never happen again, my Enrico. Never again. Your irreverent word pierced my heart like a point of steel. I thought of your mother when, years ago, she bent the whole of one night over your little bed, watching your breathing, weeping in her anguish, and with her teeth chattering with terror, because she thought she had lost you, and I feared that she would lose her reason. And at this thought, I felt a sentiment of horror at you. You to offend your mother who would give a year of happiness to spare you 1 hour of pain, who would beg for you, who would allow herself to be killed to save your life. Listen, Enrico. Fix this thought well in your mind. Reflect that you are destined to experience many terrible days in the course of your life. The most terrible will be that in which you lose your mother. 1,000 times, Enrico, after you are a man strong and inured in all fates, you will invoke her, oppressed with an intense desire to hear her voice, if but not for a moment, and to see once more her open arms, into which you can throw yourself, sobbing like a poor child, bereft of comfort and protection. How you will then recall every bitterness that you have caused her, and with what remorse will you pay for all, unhappy being? Hope for no peace in your life if you have caused your mother grief. You will repent. You will beg for her forgiveness. You will venerate her memory in vain. Conscience will give you no rest. That sweet and gentle image will always wear for you an expression of sadness and of reproach which will put your soul to torture. Oh, Enrico, beware. This is the most sacred of human affections. Unhappy he who tramples it underfoot. The assassin who respects his mother has still something honest and noble in his heart. The most glorious of men who grieves and offends her is but a vile creature. Never again let a harsh word issue from your lips for the being who gave you life. And if one should ever escape you, let it not be the fear of your father, but let it be the impulse of your soul which casts you at her feet, to beseech her that she will blot from your brow with the kiss of forgiveness the stain of ingratitude. I love you, my son. You are the dearest hope of my life. But I would rather see you dead than ungrateful to your mother. Go away for a little space. Offer me no more of your caresses. I should not be able to return them from my heart. Signed, your father. My friend Coretti, Sunday, November 13th. My father forgave me, but I was somewhat downcast. So my mother sent me with the porter's largest son to take a walk on the Corso. Halfway down the Corso, as we were passing a cart which was standing in front of a shop, I heard someone call my name. I turned around. It was Coretti, my schoolmate, with his chocolate-colored clothes and a cat-skin cap, all in perspiration, but merry, with a big load of wood on his shoulders. A man who was standing in the cart was handing him an armful of wood at a time, which he took and carried into his father's shop, where he piled it up in the greatest haste. "What are you doing, Coretti?" I asked him. "Don't you see?" he answered, reaching out his arms to receive the load. "I am reviewing my lessons." I laughed, but he seemed to be serious, and having grasped that armful of wood, he began to repeat as he ran. The conjunction of the verb consists in its variations according to number and person. And then throwing down the wood and piling it, according to the time to which the action refers, and turning to the cart for another armful, according to the mode in which the action is enunciated. It was our grammar lesson for the following day. "Isn't this a good scheme?" he said. "I am putting my time to use. My father has gone off on business. My mother is ill. It falls on me to do the unloading. In the meantime, I'm going over my grammar lesson. It is a hard lesson today. I could not succeed in getting it into my head. My father said he'd be here at 7 o'clock to give you your money," he said to the man with the cart. The cart drove off. "Come into the shop for a minute," Coretti said to me. I went in. It was a large room full of piles of wood and faggots, with a steel yard on one side. "This is a busy day, I can assure you," resumed Coretti. "I have to do my work by fits and starts. I was writing my phrases when some customers came in. I went to writing again, and behold, that cart arrived. I have already made 2 trips to the wood market and the Piazza Vienzia this morning. My legs are so tired that I can hardly stand, and my hands are all swollen. I should be in a pretty pickle if I had to draw." And as he spoke, he set about sweeping up the dry leaves and the straw which covered the brick-paved floor. "But where do you do your work, Coretti?" I inquired. "Not here, certainly," he replied. "Come and see." And he led me into a little room behind the shop, which served as a kitchen and dining room, with a table in one corner, on which there were books and copybooks, and work which had been begun. "Here it is," he said. "I left the second answer unfinished. Leather is used for shoes and belts, and, oh yes, and valises." And taking his pen, he began to write in his fine hand. "Is there anyone here?" came a call from the shop at that moment. It was a woman who had come to buy some little faggots. "Here I am," replied Coretti, and he sprang out, weighed the faggots, took the money, ran to a corner to enter the sale into a shabby old account book, and returned to his work, saying, "Let's see if I can finish that sentence." And he wrote traveling bags and knapsacks for soldiers. "Oh, my poor coffee is boiling over," he exclaimed, and ran to the stove to take the coffee pot from the fire. "It is coffee for my mama," he said. "I had to learn how to make it. Wait a while, and we will carry it to her. She will be glad to see you. She has been in bed a whole week." Conjunction of the verb. I always scald my fingers with this coffee pot. What is there that I can add after the soldiers' knapsacks? Something more is needed, and I can think of nothing. Come to Mama. He opened a door, and we entered another small room. There, Coretti's mother lay in a big bed with a white kerchief wound round her head. "Here is your coffee, Mama," he said, "and this is one of my schoolmates." "Ah, brave little master," the woman said to me. "You have come to visit the sick, have you?" Meanwhile, Coretti was arranging the pillows behind his mother's back, straightening the bedclothes, brightening up the fire, and driving the cat off the chest of drawers. "Do you want anything else, Mama?" he asked, as he took the cup from her. "Have you taken the 2 spoonfuls of syrup? When it is all gone, I will make a trip to the apothecary's. The wood is unloaded. At 4 o'clock I will put the meat on the stove, as you told me, and when the butter woman passes, I will give her those 8 soldi. Everything will go on well, so don't give it a thought." "Thank you, my son," replied the woman. "That will do. Poor boy, he thinks of everything." She insisted that I take a lump of sugar, and then Coretti showed me a little picture, the photograph of his father dressed as a soldier, with the Medal for Bravery which he had won in 1866 in the troop of Prince Umberto. He had the same face as his son, with the same vivacious eyes and merry smile. We went back to the kitchen. "I have found the last answer," said Coretti, and he added on his copybook, "Harness is also made of it. The rest I will do this evening. I shall sit up later. How happy you are to have time to study and to go to walk, too." And still gay and active, he re-entered the shop and began to place pieces of wood on the horse and to saw them, saying, "This is gymnastics. It is quite different from the throw your arms forward. I want my father to find all this wood sawed when he gets home. How glad he will be. The worst part of it is that after sawing, I make T's and L's look like snakes, so the teacher says. What am I to do? I shall tell him that I have to move my arms about. The important thing is to have Mama get well quickly. She is better today, thank heaven. I will study my grammar tomorrow morning at cockcrow. Oh, here's the cart with the logs. To work! A small cart laden with logs halted in front of the shop. Coretti ran out to speak to the man, then returned. "I cannot keep your company any longer now," he said. "Farewell until tomorrow. You did right to come and hunt me up. A pleasant walk to you, lucky fellow." And pressing my hand, he ran to take the first log, and began once more to trot back and forth between the cart and the shop, with a face as fresh as a rose beneath the catskin cap, and so alert that it was a pleasure to see him. "Lucky fellow," he had said to me. "Ah, no, Coretti, no. You are the more fortunate, because you study and work too, because you are of use to your father and mother, because you are better, 100 times better, and braver than I, my dear schoolmate." The Principal, Friday, November 18th. Coretti was pleased this morning because his master of the 2nd class, Coatti, a big man with a huge head of curly hair, a great black beard, big dark eyes, and a voice like a cannon, had come to assist in the work of the monthly examination. He is always threatening the boys that he will break them in pieces and carry them by the nape of the neck to the police station. And he makes all sorts of frightful faces, though he never punishes anyone, but always smiles the while behind his beard so that no one can see it. There are 8 masters in all, including Coati, and a little beardless assistant who looks like a boy. There is one master of the 4th class who is lame and goes wrapped up in a big woolen scarf, and who is always suffering from pains which he contracted when he was a teacher in the country, in a damp school where the walls were dripping with moisture. Another of the teachers of the 4th is old and perfectly white-haired, and has been a teacher of the blind. There is one well-dressed master, with eyeglasses and a blonde mustache, who is called Little Lawyer, because while he was teaching he studied law and took his diploma. And he also got up a book to teach how to write letters. The one who teaches gymnastics is of a soldierly type, and was with Garibaldi, and has on his neck a scar from a saber wound received at the Battle of Milazzo. Then there is the principal, who is tall and bald, and wears gold spectacles, and has a gray beard that flows down upon his breast. He dresses entirely in black, and is always buttoned up to the chin. He is so kind to the boys that when they enter his office, all in a tremble, because they have been summoned to receive a reproof, he does not scold them, but takes them by the hand, and tells them so many reasons why they ought not to behave so, and why they should be sorry, and promise to be good. And he speaks in such a kind manner, and in so gentle a voice, that they all come out with red eyes, more confused than if they'd been punished. Poor headmaster! He is always the first at his post in the morning, waiting for the scholars and lending an ear to the parents. And when the other masters are ready on their way home, he is still hovering about the school, and looking out that the boys do not get under the carriage wheels, or hang about the streets to stand on their heads, or fill their bags with sand or shoes. And the moment he appears at the corner, so tall and black, flocks of boys scamper off in all directions, leaving their games of copper and marbles, and he threatens them from afar with his forefinger, with his sad and loving air. No one has ever seen him smile, my mother says, since the death of his son, who was a volunteer in the army. He always keeps the latter's portrait before his eyes, on a little table in his room. He wanted to go away after this misfortune. He wrote his resignation to the municipal council, and kept it always on his table, putting off sending it from day to day, because it grieved him to leave the boys. The other day he seemed undecided, and my father, who was in the director's room with him, was just saying him, "What a shame it is that you are going away, Signor Director." When a man came in to put down the name of a boy who was to be transferred from another schoolhouse to ours, because he had changed his residence. At the sight of this boy, the principal made a gesture of astonishment, gazed at him for a while, looked at the portrait that he keeps on his little table, and then stared at the boy again as he drew him between his knees and made him hold up his head. The boy resembled his dead son. The principal said, "It is all right," wrote down his name, dismissed the father and son, and remained lost in thought. "What a pity you are going away," repeated my father. The headmaster took up his resignation, tore it in two, and said, "I shall remain." End of section 4. Recorded by Julena Goodell, Fairfax, Virginia. Section number 5 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. November, Part 2. The Soldiers. Tuesday, November 22nd. His son had been a volunteer in the army when he died. This is the reason why the principal always goes to the corso to see the soldiers pass when we come out of school. Yesterday, a regiment of infantry was passing, and 50 boys began to dance around the band, singing and beating time with their rulers on their bags and satchels. We were standing in a group on the sidewalk watching them. Garrone, squeezed into his clothes, which were too tight for him, was biting at a large piece of bread. Bottini, the well-dressed boy, who always wears Florentine plush. Preface, the son of the blacksmith with his father's jacket, the Calabrian Muratorino. Crossi, with his red head. Franti, with his bold face. And Robetti, the son of the artillery captain, the boy who saved the child from the omnibus, and who now walks on crutches. Franti burst into a derisive laugh in the face of a soldier who was limping. But all at once he felt a man's hand on his shoulder. He turned around. It was the principal. "Take care," said the master to him. Jeering at a soldier when he is in the ranks, when he can neither avenge himself nor reply, is like insulting a man whose hands are tied. It is cowardly. Franti disappeared. The soldiers were marching by fours, all perspiring and covered with dust, and their guns were gleaming in the sun. The principal said, "You ought to wish the soldiers well, boys. They are our defenders, who would go to be killed for our sakes. If a foreign army were to menace our country tomorrow, they are boys too. They are not many years older than you, and they too go to school. And they are poor and rich among them, just as there are among you. And they come from every part of Italy. See if you can recognize them by their faces. Sicilians are passing, and Sardinians, and Neapolitans, and Lombards. This is an old regiment, one of those who fought in 1848. They are not the same soldiers, but the flag is still the same. How many died for our country around the banner 20 years before you were born?" "Here it is," said Garrone. And in fact, not far off, the flag was visible, advancing above the heads of the soldiers. "Do one thing, my sons," said the headmaster. "Make your scholars salute, with your hand to your brow, when the tricolor passes." The flag borne by an officer passed before us, all tattered and faded, and with the medals attached to the staff. We put our hands to our foreheads, all together. The officer looked at us with a smile, and returned our salute with his hand. "Bravo, boys," said someone behind us. We turned to look. It was an old man who wore in his buttonhole the blue ribbon of the Crimean campaign. A pensioned officer. "Bravo! You have done a noble deed." In the meantime, the band of the regiment had made a turn at the end of the corso. Surrounded by a throng of boys, and 100 merry shouts accompanied the blasts of the trumpets like a war song. "Bravo!" repeated the old officer, as he gazed upon us. "He who respects the flag when he is little will know how to defend it when he is grown up." Nellie's Protector, Wednesday, November 23rd. Nelly, too, poor little hunchback, was looking at the soldiers yesterday, but with an air as though he was thinking, I could never be a soldier. He is good, and he studies, but he is so puny and wan, and he breathes with difficulty. He always wears a long apron of shining black cloth. His mother is a little blonde woman who dresses in black. She always comes to get him at the end of school, so that he may not come out in the crowd with the others, and she pets him. At first, many of the boys ridiculed him and thumped him on the back with their bags, because he is so unfortunate as to be a hunchback. But he never offered any resistance, nor said anything to his mother, in order not to give her the pain of knowing that her son was the laughing-stock of his companions. They jeered at him, and he cried quietly, with his head laid against the bench. But one morning, Garrone jumped up and said, "The first person who touches Nelly will get such a lick from me that he will spin round 3 times. Franti paid no attention to him. The blow was given, and from that time forth no one ever touched Nelly again. The master placed Garrone near him on the same bench. They have become friends. Nelly has grown very fond of Garrone. As soon as he enters the schoolroom, he looks to see if Garrone is there. He never goes away without saying, "Goodbye, Garrone," and Garrone does the same with him. When Nelly drops a pen or book under the bench, Garrone stoops quickly to prevent his stooping and tiring himself, and picks it up for him. Then he helps him to put his things in his bag and to twist himself into his coat. For this Nelly loves him and gazes at him constantly, and when the master praises Garrone, he is as pleased as though he had been praised himself. Nelly must at last have told his mother all about the ridicule of the early days, and what they made him suffer, and about the comrade who defended him, and how he had grown fond of the latter. For this is what happened this morning. The master had sent me to carry to the director, half an hour before the close of school, a program of the lesson. And while I was in the office, a small blonde woman dressed in black came in. It was Nelly's mother. She asked, "Signor Director, is there a boy named Garrone in the class with my son?" "Yes," replied the headmaster. "Will you have the goodness to let him come here for a moment? I have a word to say to him." The principal called the porter and sent him to the school, and after a minute Garrone appeared in the threshold with his big, close-cropped head in perfect amazement. No sooner did she catch sight of him than the woman flew to meet him, threw her arms around him, and kissed him on the head, saying, "You are Garrone, the friend of my little son, the protector of my poor child. It is you, my dear, brave boy. It is you." Then she searched hastily in all her pockets and in her purse, and finding nothing, she detached a chain with a small cross from her neck, and put it on Garrone's neck under his necktie, and said to him, "Take it. Wear it in memory of me, my dear boy, in memory of Nelly's mother, who thanks and blesses you." The head of the class, Friday, November 25th. Garrone attracts the love of all. Derossi, the admiration. Derossi has taken the first medal. He will always be the first. This year, also no one can compete with him. All recognize his superiority in all points. He is first in arithmetic, in grammar, in composition, in drawing. He understands everything at a glance. He has a marvelous memory. He succeeds in everything without effort. It seems as though study were play to him. The teacher said to him yesterday, "You have received great gifts from God. Be careful not to squander them." And besides, he is tall and handsome, a great crown of golden curls. He is so nimble he can leap over a bench by resting one hand on it. And he already understands fencing. He is 12 years old and the son of a merchant. He is always dressed in blue, with gilt buttons. He is always lively, merry, gracious to all, and helps us as much as he can in examinations. No one has ever dared to play a trick on him or call him names. Nobis and Franti alone took askance at him, and Bottini darts envy from his eyes. But he does not even perceive it. All smile at him and take his hand or his arm when he goes about in his graceful way to collect the work. He gives away illustrated papers, drawings, everything that is given to him at home. He has made a little geographical chart of Calabria for the Calabrian lad. And he gives everything with a smile without paying any heed to it, like a grand gentleman. And without favorism for anyone. It is impossible not to envy him, not to feel smaller than he in everything. Ah, I too envy him, like Bottini, and I feel a bitterness, almost a certain scorn for him, sometimes when I am striving to do my work at home and think that he has already finished his correctly, at the same moment and without fatigue. But then when I return to school and behold him so handsome, so smiling and triumphant, and how frankly and confidently he replies to the master's questions, and how courteous he is, and how the others all like him, then all the bitterness, all scorn, departs from my heart. And I am ashamed of having felt that way. I should like to be always near him at such times. I should like to be able to do all of my school tasks with him, for his presence, his voice, inspire me with courage, with a will to work, with cheerfulness and pleasure. The teacher has given him the monthly story to copy, which will be read tomorrow. The Little Vedette of Lombardy. He copied it this morning and was so much affected by that heroic deed that his face was all aflame, his eyes moist, and his lips trembling. I gazed at him. How handsome and noble he was! With what pleasure would I not have said frankly to his face, "Dear Rossi, you are worth more than I in everything. You are a man in comparison with me. I respect you and admire you." The Little Vedette of Lombardy. Monthly Story. Saturday, November 26th. In the year 1859, during the war for the liberation of Lombardy, a few days after the battle of Sofranino and San Martino, won by the French and Italians over Austrians. On a beautiful morning in the month of June, a little band of cavalry of Saluzzo was proceeding at a slow pace along the retired path in the direction of the enemy, and exploring the country attentively. The troop was commanded by an officer and a sergeant, and all were gazing into the distance ahead of them with eyes fixed, and prepared at any moment to see the uniforms of the enemy's advance posts gleam white before them through the trees. In this order they arrived at a rustic cabin, surrounded by ash trees, in front of which stood a solitary boy, about 12 years old, who was removing the bark from a small branch with a knife in order to make himself a stick. From one window of the little house floated a large tri-colored flag. There was no one inside. The peasants had fled after hanging out the flag for fear of the Austrians. As soon as the lad saw the cavalry, he flung aside his stick and raised his cap. He was a handsome boy with a bold face, large blue eyes, and long golden hair. He was in his shirt sleeves, and his breast was bare. "What are you doing here?" the officer asked him, reining in his horse. "Why did you not flee with your family?" "I have no family," replied the boy. "I am a foundling. I do a little work for everybody. I stayed here to see the war." "Have you seen any Austrians pass?" "No, not for these 3 days." The officer paused a while in thought. Then he leaped from his horse, leaving his soldiers there, with their faces turned towards the foe. He entered the house and mounted to the roof. The house was low. From the roof only a small tract of country was visible. "It will be necessary to climb the trees," said the officer, and descended. Just in front of the garden plot rose a very lofty and slender ash tree, which was rocking its crest in the sky. The officer stood thinking a moment, gazing now at the tree, and again at the soldiers. Then all of a sudden he asked the lad, "Is your sight good, you monkey?" "Mine," replied the boy. "I can spy a sparrow a mile away." "Are you good for a climb to the top of this tree?" "To the top of this tree? I'll be up there in half a minute." "And will you be able to tell me what you see up there? If there are Austrian soldiers in that direction, clouds of dust, gleaming guns, horses?" "Certainly, I shall." "What do you ask for this service?" "What do I ask?" said the lad, smiling. "Nothing." "A fine thing indeed. Now, if it were for the Germans, I wouldn't do it on any terms. But for our men, I am a Lombard." "Good. Then up with you." "Wait a minute, until I take off my shoes." He pulled off his shoes, tightened the girth of his trousers, flung his cap on the grass, and clasped the trunk of the ash. "Take care now," exclaimed the officer, making a movement to hold him back, as though seized with a sudden terror. The boy turned to look at him, with his handsome blue eyes, as though to question him. "No matter," said the officer. "Up with you." Up went the lad like a cat. "Keep watch ahead," shouted the officer to the soldiers. In a few moments the boy was at the top of the tree, twined around the trunk, with his legs among the leaves, but his body displayed to view, and the sun beating down on his blonde head, which seemed like gold. The officer could hardly see him, so small did he seem. "Look straight ahead and far away," shouted the officer. The lad, in order to see better, removed his right hand from the tree and shaded his eyes with it. "What do you see?" asked the officer. The boy bent his head toward him, and making a speaking trumpet of his hand, replied, "2 men, on horseback, on the white road." "At what distance from here?"
"Half a mile."
"Are they moving?"
"They are standing still."
"What else do you see?" asked the officer, after a momentary silence. "Look to the right." The boy looked to the right. Then he said,
"Near the cemetery, among the trees, there is something glittering. It seems to be bayonets."
"Do you see men?"
"No, they must be hidden in the grain."
At that moment, the sharp whiz of a bullet passed high up in the air and died away in the distance behind the house. "Come down, my lad," shouted the officer. "They have seen you. I don't want anything more. Come down."
"I am not afraid,"
replied the boy. "Come down," repeated the officer. "What else do you see to the left?"
"To the left?"
"Yes, to the left." The lad turned his head to the left. At that moment, another whistle, more acute and lower than the first, cut the air. The boy was startled. "Deuce take them!" he exclaimed. "They actually are aiming at me!" The bullet had passed a short distance from him. "Down!" shouted the officer, angrily and commandingly. "I'll come down presently," replied the boy. "But the tree shelters me. Don't fear. You want to know what there is on the left?" "Yes, on the left," answered the officer. "But come down." "On the left," shouted the lad, turning his body in that direction. "Yonder, where there is a chapel, I think I see." A third fierce whistle passed through the air, and almost at the same instant the boy was seen to descend, catching for a moment at the trunk and branches, and then falling headlong with arms outspread. "Curse them!" exclaimed the officer, running up. The boy landed on the ground, upon his back, and lay there with arms open and motionless. A stream of blood flowed from his left side. The sergeant and 2 soldiers leapt from their horses. The officer bent over and opened his shirt. The ball had entered his left lung. "He is dead," exclaimed the officer. "No, he still lives," replied the sergeant. "Ah, poor boy, brave boy," cried the officer. "Courage, courage." But while he was saying courage, he was pressing his handkerchief on the wound. The boy rolled his eyes wildly and dropped his head back. He was dead. The officer turned pale and stood for a moment gazing at him. He laid him down carefully on his cloak upon the grass, then rose and stood looking at him. The sergeant and 2 soldiers also stood motionless, gazing upon him. The rest were facing the direction of the enemy. "Poor boy," repeated the officer. "Poor, brave boy." He approached the house, removed the tricolor from the window, and spread it like a shroud over the little dead boy, leaving his face uncovered. The sergeant collected the dead boy's shoes, his cap, his little stick, and his knife, and placed them beside him. They stood for a few moments longer in silence. Then the officer turned to the sergeant and said to him, "We will send the ambulance for him. He died as a soldier. The soldiers shall bury him." Having said this, he threw a kiss to the dead boy and shouted, "To horse!" All sprang into the saddle. The troop drew together and resumed its road. And a few hours later, the little dead boy received the honors of war. At sunset, the whole line of the Italian advance posts marched forward toward the foe, and along the same road which had been traversed in the morning by the detachment of cavalry. There, processed in 2 files, a heavy battalion of sharpshooters, who a few days before had valiantly watered the hill of San Martino with blood. The news of the boy's death had already spread along the soldiers before they had left the encampment. The path, flanked by a rivulet, ran a few paces distant from the house. When the first officers of the battalion caught sight of the little boy stretched at the foot of the ash tree and covered with the tricolor banner, they made the salute to it with their swords, and one of them bent over the bank of the streamlet, which was covered with flowers at that spot, and plucked a couple of blossoms and threw them on it. Then all the sharpshooters, as they passed, plucked flowers and threw them on the body. In a few minutes the boy was covered with flowers, and officers and soldiers all saluted him as they passed by. "Bravo, little Lombard! Farewell, my lad! I salute thee, Goldlocks! Hurrah! Glory! Farewell!" One officer tossed him his medal for valor. Another went and kissed his brow. and flowers continued to rain down on his bare feet, on his blood-stained breast, on his golden head. And there he lay asleep on the grass, enveloped in his flag, with a white and almost smiling face, as though he heard the salutes and was glad that he had given his life for his Lombardy. The Poor. Tuesday, November 29th. To give one's life for one's country, as the Lombard boy did, is a great virtue. But you must not neglect the lesser virtues, my son. This morning as you walked in front of me, when we were returning from school, you passed near a poor woman who was holding between her knees a thin, pale child, and who asked alms of you. You looked at her and gave her nothing, and yet you had some coppers in your pocket. Listen, my son. Do not accustom yourself to pass carelessly by poverty, which stretches out its hand to you, and far less before a mother who asks a copper for her child. Reflect that the child may be hungry. Think of the agony of that poor woman. Picture to yourself the sob of despair of your mother. If she were someday forced to say, Enrico, I cannot give you even bread today. When I give a soldo to a beggar, and he says to me, God preserve your health, and the health of all belonging to you. You cannot understand the sweetness which these words produce in my heart, the gratitude that I feel for that poor man. It seems to me that such a good wish must surely keep one in good health for a long time. And I return home content, and think, oh, that poor man has returned to me very much more than I gave him. Well, cause me sometimes to hear that good wish merited by you. Draw a soldo from your little purse now and then, and let it fall into the hand of a blind man without means of subsistence, of a mother without bread, of a child without a mother. The poor love the alms of boys, because it does not humiliate them, and because boys, who stand in need of everything, resemble themselves. You see that there are always poor people around the schoolhouses. The alms of a man is an act of charity, but that of a child is at one and the same time an act of charity and a caress. Do you understand? It is as though a soldo and a flower fell from your hand together. Reflect that you lack nothing and that they lack everything, that while you aspire to be happy, they are content simply with not dying. Reflect that it is a horror, in the midst of so many palaces, among the streets thronged with carriages, and children clad in velvet, that there should be women and children who have nothing to eat. To have nothing to eat! Oh God! Boys like you, as good as you, as intelligent as you, who, in the midst of a great city, have nothing to eat, like wild beasts lost in a desert. Oh, never again, Enrico, pass a mother who is begging without placing a soldo in her hand. Signed, your mother. End of section 5. Read by Julena Goodell, Fairfax, Virginia.
Section 6 of Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. December. The Trader. Thursday the 1st. My father wishes me to have some one of my schoolmates come to our house every holiday, or that I should go to see one of them, in order that I may gradually become friends with all of them. Sunday, I shall go to walk with Bottini, the well-dressed boy who is always brushing himself up, and who is so envious of Derossi. In the meantime, Garoffi came to the house to-day, that long, lank boy with the nose like an owl's beak, and small knavish eyes, which seem to be ferreting everywhere. He is the son of a grocer, and is a queer fellow. He is always counting the soldi in his pocket. He reckons them on his fingers very, very rapidly, and goes through some process of multiplication without any tables. And he hoards his money, and already has a book in the scholars' savings bank. He never spends a soldo, I am positive, and if he drops a centesimo under the benches he is likely to hunt for it a week. He does as magpies do, so Derossi says. Everything that he finds, worn-out pens, postage stamps that have been used, pins, candle ends, he picks up. He has been collecting postage stamps for more than 2 years now, and he already has hundreds of them from every country in a large album, which he will sell to a bookseller later on when he has got it quite full. Meanwhile, the bookseller gives him his copybooks because he takes a great many boys to the shop. In school he is always bartering. He effects sales of little articles every day, and gets up lotteries and exchanges. Then he regrets the trade and wants his stuff back again. He buys for 2 and sells for 4. He plays at pitchpenny and never loses. He sells old newspapers over again to the tobacconist, and he keeps a little blank book full of figures in which he sets down his transactions. At school he studies nothing but arithmetic, and if he desires the medal, it is only that he may have free entrance into the puppet show. But he pleases me. He amuses me. We played at keeping a market with weights and scales. He knows the exact price of everything. He understands weighing, and quickly makes handsome paper horns like shopkeepers. He declares that as soon as he has finished school he shall set up in business, in a new business which he has invented himself. He was very much pleased when I gave him some foreign postage stamps, and he informed me exactly how each one sold for collections. My father pretended to be reading the newspaper, but he listened to him, and was greatly diverted. His pockets are bulging, full of little wares, and he covers them up with a long black cloak, and always appears thoughtful and preoccupied with business, like a merchant. But the thing that has nearest his heart is his collection of postage stamps. This is his treasure, and he always speaks of it as though he were going to get a fortune out of it. The boys accuse him of miserliness and usury. I do not know. I like him. He teaches me a great many things. He seems a man to me. Coretti, the son of the wood merchant, said that Garoffi would not give him his postage stamps to save his mother's life. My father does not believe it. Wait a little before you condemn him, he said to me. He has this passion, but he has heart as well. Vanity, Monday the 5th. Yesterday I went for a walk along the Rivoli road with Bottini and his father. As we were passing through the Dora Grossa street, we saw Stardi, the boy who kicks at those who bother him, standing stiffly in front of the window of a bookshop, with his eyes fixed on a map, and no one knows how long he had been there, because he studies even in the street. He barely returned our salute, the rude fellow. Bottini was well dressed, even too much so. He had on morocco boots embroidered in red, an embroidered coat, small silken tassels, a white beaver hat, and a watch, and he strutted. But his vanity was to come to a bad end this time. After having gone a tolerably long distance up the Rivoli road, leaving his father, who was walking slowly, a long way in the rear, we halted at a stone seat beside a modestly clad boy who appeared to be weary and moody, and who sat with a drooping head. A man who must have been his father was walking to and fro under the trees reading the newspaper. We sat down. Bottini placed himself between me and the boy. All at once he recollected that he was well dressed, and wanted to make his neighbor admire and envy him. He lifted one foot and said to me, "Have you seen my officer's boots?" He said this in order to make the other boy look at them, but the latter paid no attention. Then he dropped his foot and showed me his silk tassels, glancing slyly at the boy the while, and said that these tassels did not please him, and that he wanted to have them changed to silver buttons. But the boy did not look at the tassels either. Then Bottini fell to twirling his handsome white hat on the tip of his forefinger, but the boy, and it seemed as though he did it on purpose, did not deign even a glance at the hat. Bottini, who began to be irritated, drew out his watch, opened it, and showed me the wheels, but the boy did not turn his head. "Is it of silver gilt?" I asked him. "No," he replied, "it is gold." "But not merely of gold," I said. "There must be some silver with it." "Why, no," he retorted, and in order to compel the boy to look, he held the watch before his face and said to him, "Say, look here, isn't it true that it is entirely of gold?" The boy replied briefly, "I don't know." "Oh, oh!" exclaimed Votini, full of wrath. "What pride!" As he was saying this, his father came up and heard him. He looked steadily at the lad for a moment, then said sharply to his son, "Hold your tongue!" And bending down to his ear, he added, "He is blind." Votini sprang to his feet with a shudder, and stared the boy in the face. The latter's eyeballs were glassy, without expression, without sight. Votini stood humbled, speechless, with his eyes fixed on the ground. At length he stammered, "I'm sorry, I did not know." But the blind boy, who had understood it all, said, with a kind, sad smile, "Oh, it's no matter." Well, Votini is vain, but his heart is not bad. He never laughed again during the whole of the walk. The first snowstorm, Saturday the 10th. Farewell walks to Rivoli. Here is the beautiful friend of the boys. Here is the first snow. Ever since yesterday evening it has been falling in thick flakes as large as gillyflowers. It was a pleasure this morning at school to see it beat against the panes and pile up on the window sills. Even the master watched it and rubbed his hands, and all were glad when they thought of making snowballs, and of the ice which will come later, and of the hearth at home. Stardi, entirely absorbed in his lessons, and with his fists pressed to his temples, was the only one who paid no attention to it. What beauty! What a celebration there was when we left school! All danced down the streets, shouting and tossing their arms, catching up handfuls of snow and dashing about in it, like poodles in water. The umbrellas of the parents who were waiting outside were all white. The policeman's helmet was white. All our satchels were white in a few moments. Everyone appeared to be beside himself with joy, even Precossi, the son of the blacksmith, that pale boy who never laughs. And Robetti, the lad who saved the little child from the omnibus, poor fellow, jumped about on his crutches. The Calabrian, who had never touched snow, made himself a little ball of it and began to eat it as though it had been a peach. Crossi, the son of the vegetable vendor, filled his satchel with it. And Muratorino made us burst with laughter when my father invited him to come to our house tomorrow. He had his mouth full of snow, and not daring either to spit it out or to swallow it, he stood there choking and staring at us, and made no answer. Even the schoolmistress came out of school on a run, laughing. But my mistress of the upper first, poor little thing, ran through the drizzling snow, covering her face with her green veil, and coughing. Meanwhile, hundreds of girls from the neighboring schoolhouse passed by, screaming and frolicking on that white carpet, and the masters and the beadles and the policemen shouted, "Home! Home!" swallowing flakes of snow and whitening their mustaches and beards. But they too laughed at this wild romp of the scholars as they celebrated the winter. You hail the arrival of winter, but there are boys who have neither clothes, nor shoes, nor fire. There are thousands of them, who descend to their villages over a long road, carrying in hands, bleeding from chilblains, a bit of wood to warm the schoolroom. There are hundreds of schools almost buried in the snow, bare and dismal as caves, where the boys suffocate with smoke, or chatter their teeth with cold, as they gaze in terror at the white flakes which descend unceasingly, which pile up constantly on their distant cabins threatened by avalanches. You rejoice in the winter, boys. Think of the thousands of creatures to whom winter brings misery and death. Your father. Muratorino, the little mason. The little mason came to-day in a hunting jacket, entirely dressed in the cast-off clothes of his father, which were still white with lime and plaster. My father was even more anxious than I that he should come. How much pleasure he gives us! No sooner had he entered than he pulled off his ragged cap, which was all soaked with snow, and thrust it into one of his pockets. He came forward with his listless gait, like a weary workman, turning his face, as smooth as an apple, with its ball-like nose from side to side, and when he entered the dining-room he cast a glance round at the furniture, and fixed his eyes on a small picture of Rigoletto, a hunchbacked jester, and made a hare's face. It is impossible to keep from laughing when he makes that hare's face. We went to playing with bits of wood. He is good at making towers and bridges, which seem to stand as though by miracle, and he works at it quite seriously, with the patience of a man. Between one tower and another he told me about his family. They live in a garret. His father goes to the evening school to learn to read, and his mother is a washerwoman. And they must love him, of course, for he is clad like a poor boy, but he is well protected from the cold, with neatly mended clothes, and with his necktie nicely tied by his mother. His father, he told me, is a fine man, a giant, who has trouble in getting through doors, but he is kind, and always calls his son's Hairface. The son, on the contrary, is rather small. At 4 o'clock we lunched on bread and goat's milk cheese, as we sat on the sofa. And when we rose, I do not know why, but my father did not wish me to brush off the back, which the little mason had spotted with white, from his jacket. He held my hand, and then rubbed it off himself on the sly. While we were playing, the little mason lost a button from his hunting jacket, and my mother sewed it on, and he grew quite red, and began to watch her sew, in perfect amazement and confusion, holding his breath the while. Then we gave him some albums of caricatures to look at, and he, without being aware of it himself, imitated the grimaces of the faces there so well that even my father laughed. He was so much pleased when he went away that he forgot to put on his tattered cap, and when we reached the landing, he made a hare's face at me once more in sign of his gratitude. His name is Antonio Rabuco, and he is 8 years and 8 months old. Do you know, my son, why I did not wish you to wipe off the sofa? Because to wipe it while your friend was looking on would have been almost the same as reproving him for having soiled it. And this was not well, in the first place, because he did not do it intentionally, and in the next, because he did it with the clothes of his father, who had covered them with plaster while at work. And what comes from work is not dirt. It is dust, lime, varnish, whatever you like, but it is not dirt. Labor does not soil one. Never say of a laborer coming from his work, he is filthy. You should say, he has on his clothes the signs, the traces of his toil. Remember this. And you must love the little mason first because he is your comrade, and next because he is the son of a working man. Your father. A snowball, Friday the 16th. And still it snows. A bad accident happened because of the snow this morning when we came out of school. A crowd of boys had no sooner got into the corso than they began to throw balls of wet snow, which make missiles as solid and heavy as stones. Many persons were passing along the sidewalks. A gentleman called out, "Stop that, you little rascals!" And just then a sharp cry arose from another part of the street, and we saw an old man who had lost his hat and was staggering about, covering his face with his hands, and beside him a boy who was shouting, "Help! Help!" People instantly ran from all directions. He had been struck in the eye with a ball. All the boys dispersed, fleeing like arrows. I was standing in front of the bookseller's shop, into which my father had gone, and I saw several of my schoolmates coming at a run, mingling with others near me, and pretending to be engaged in staring at the windows. There was Garrone, with his penny roll in his pocket, as usual, Coretti, Muratorino, and Garoffi, the boy with the postage stamps. In the meantime a crowd had formed around the old man, and a policeman and others were running to and fro, threatening and demanding, "Who was it? Who did it? Was it you? Tell me who did it!" And they looked at the boys' hands to see whether they were wet with snow. Garoffi was standing beside me. I noticed that he was trembling all over, and that his face was as white as that of a corpse. "Who was it? Who did it?" the crowd continued to cry. Then I overheard Garrone say in a low voice to Garoffi, "Come, give yourself up. It would be cowardly to allow anyone else to be arrested." "But I did not do it on purpose," replied Garoffi, trembling like a leaf. "No matter. Do your duty," repeated Garrone. "But I have not the courage." "Take courage, then. I will accompany you." And the policemen and the other people were crying more loudly than ever, "Who was it? Who did it? One of his glasses had been driven into his eye. He has been blinded. The ruffians!" I thought that Garoffi would fall to the earth. "Come," said Garrone resolutely, "I will defend you." And grasping him by the arm, he thrust him forward, supporting him as though he had been a sick man. The people saw and instantly understood, and several persons ran up with their fists raised, but Garrone thrust himself between, crying, "Do 10 men of you set on one boy?" Then they ceased, and a policeman seized Garoffi by the hand and led him, pushing aside the crowd as he went, to a pastry-cook's shop, where the wounded man had been carried. On catching sight of him, I suddenly recognized him as the old employee who lives on the 4th floor of our house with his grandnephew. He was stretched out on a chair with a handkerchief over his eyes. "I did not do it on purpose," sobbed Garoffi, half dead with terror. "I did not do it on purpose." 2 or 3 persons thrust him violently into the shop, crying, "Down to the earth! Beg his pardon!" and they threw him to the ground. But all at once 2 vigorous arms set him on his feet again, and a resolute voice said, "No, gentlemen!" It was our principal, who had seen it all. "Since he has had the courage to give himself up," he added, "no one has the right to humiliate him." All stood silent. "Ask his forgiveness," said the principal to Garoffi. Garoffi, bursting into tears, embraced the old man's knees, and the latter, having felt for the boy's head with his hand, caressed his hair. Then all said, "Go, boy, go return home." And my father drew me out of the crowd, and said as we passed along the street, "Enrico, would you have had the courage, under similar circumstances, to do your duty, to go and confess your fault?" I told him that I should. And he said, "Give me your word, as a lad of heart and honour, that you would do it." "I give you my word, father." The Schoolmistresses. Saturday the 17th. Today, Garoffi stood in fear and dread of a severe punishment from the teacher, but the master did not appear, and as the assistant was also missing, Signora Cromi, the oldest of the schoolmistresses, came to teach the school. She has 2 grown-up children, and she has taught several women to read and write, who now come with their sons to the Baretti schoolhouse. She was sad today, because one of her sons is ill. No sooner had the boys caught sight of her than they began to make an uproar, but she said in a slow and calm tone, "Respect my white hair. I am not only a school-teacher, I am also a mother." And then no one dared to speak again, in spite of that brazen face of Franti, who contented himself with jeering at her on the sly. Signora Delcati, my brother's teacher, was sent to take charge of Signora Cromi's class, and to Signora Delcati's was sent the teacher who is called the little nun, because she always dresses in dark colours with a black apron, and has a small white face, hair that is always smooth, very bright eyes, and a delicate voice that seems to be for ever murmuring prayers. It is hard to understand, my mother says, she is so gentle and timid, with that thread of a voice which is always even, which is hardly audible, and she never speaks loud, nor flies into a passion, but nevertheless she keeps the boys so quiet that you cannot hear them, and the most roguish bow their heads when she merely admonishes them with her finger, so that her school seems like a church, and it is for this reason also that she is called the little nun. But there is another one I like, the young mistress of the lower first, the girl with the rosy face, who has 2 pretty dimples in her cheeks, and who wears a large red feather on her little bonnet, and a small cross of yellow glass on her neck. She is always cheerful, and keeps her class cheerful. She is always calling out with that silvery voice of hers, which makes her seem to be singing, and tapping her little rod on the table, and clapping her hands to impose silence. When they come out of school, she runs after one and another like a child, to bring them back into line. She pulls up the cape of one, and buttons the coat of another, so they may not take cold. She follows them even into the street, in order that they may not fall to quarrelling. She begs the parents not to whip them at home. She brings lozenges to those who have coughs. She lends her muff to those who are cold. And she is continually tormented by the smallest children, who caress her and demand kisses, and pull at her veil and mantle, but she lets them do it, and kisses them all with a smile, and returns home all rumpled, and with her throat all bare, panting and happy, with her beautiful dimples and her red feather. She is also the girls' drawing teacher, and she supports her mother and her brother by her earnings. End of section 6. Section 7 of Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. December, Part 2. The Wounded Man. Sunday the 18th. The grand-nephew of the old employee, who was struck in the eye by Garoffi's snowball, is in the room of the schoolmistress who has the red feather. We saw him today with his uncle, who treats him like a son. I had finished writing out the monthly story for the coming week, The Little Florentine Scribe, which the master had given me to copy, and my father said to me, "Let us go up to the 4th floor and see how that old gentleman's eye is." We entered a room which was almost dark, where the old man was sitting up in bed with a great many pillows behind his shoulders. By the bedside sat his wife, and in one corner his nephew was amusing himself. The old man's eye was bandaged. He was very glad to see my father. He made us sit down, and said that he was better, that his eye was not only not ruined, but that he should be quite well again in a few days. It was an accident, he added. I regret the terror which it must have caused that poor boy. Then he talked to us about the doctor, whom he expected every moment to attend him. Just then the door-bell rang. "There is the doctor," said his wife. The door opened, and whom did I see? Garoffi, in his long cloak, standing with bowed head on the threshold, and without the courage to enter. "Who is it?" asked the sick man. "It is the boy who threw the snowball," said my father. And then the old man said, "Oh, my poor boy, come here. You have come to inquire after the wounded man, have you not? But he is better, be at ease. He is better and almost well. Come here." Garoffi, who did not see us in his confusion, approached the bed, forcing himself not to cry, and the old man caressed him, but could not speak. "Thank you," said the old man. "Go and tell your father and mother that all is going well, and that they are not to think any more about it." But Garoffi did not move, and seemed to have something to say which he dared not utter. "What have you to say to me? What do you want?" Nothing." "Well, good-bye, until we meet again, my boy. Go with your heart in peace." Garoffi went as far as the door, but there he halted, turned to the nephew who was following him, and who gazed curiously at him. All at once he pulled some object from beneath his cloak, put it in the boy's hand, and whispered hastily to him, "It is for you," and away he went like a flash. The boy carried the object to his uncle. He saw that on it was written, "I give you this." He looked inside, and uttered an exclamation of surprise. It was the famous album, with his collection of postage stamps, which poor Garoffi had brought, the collection about which he was always talking, upon which he had founded so many hopes, and which had cost him so much trouble. It was his treasure, poor boy. It was the half of his very blood, which he had given in exchange for his pardon. The Little Florentine Scribe. Monthly Story. He was in the 4th elementary class. He was a graceful Florentine lad of 12, with black hair and a pale face, the eldest son of an employee on the railway, who, having a large family and but small pay, lived in straitened circumstances. His father loved him, and was kind and indulgent to him, indulgent in everything except in what concerned school. On this point he required a great deal, and was severe, because his son was obliged to obtain such a rank as would enable him to obtain a place and help his family, and in order to accomplish anything quickly, it was necessary that he should work a great deal in a very short time. So although the lad studied, his father was always exhorting him to study more. His father was advanced in years, and too much toil had aged him before his time. Nevertheless, in order to provide for the necessities of his family, in addition to the toil which his occupation imposed upon him, he obtained special work here and there as a copyist, and passed a good part of the night at his writing-table. Lately he had undertaken, in behalf of a house which published journals and books in parts, to write upon the parcels the names and addresses of their subscribers, and he earned 3 lire for every 500 of these paper wrappers written in large and regular characters. But this work wearied him, and he often complained of it to his family at dinner. "My eyes are giving out," he said. "This night work is killing me." One day his son said to him, "Let me work instead of you, papa. You know that I can write like you, and fairly well." But the father answered, "No, my son, you must study. Your school is a much more important thing than my wrappers. I would hate to rob you of a single hour. I thank you, but I will not have it. Do not mention it to me again." The son knew that it was useless to insist on such a matter with his father, and he did not persist, but this is what he did. He knew that exactly at midnight his father stopped writing, and quitted his workroom to go to his bedroom. He had heard him several times. So soon as the 12 strokes of the clock had sounded, he had heard the sound of a chair drawn back and the slow step of his father. One night he waited until the latter was in bed. then dressed himself very, very softly, and felt his way to the little workroom, lighted the petroleum lamp again, seated himself at the writing table where lay a pile of white wrappers and the list of addresses, and began to write, imitating exactly his father's handwriting. And he wrote with a will, gladly, a little in fear, and the wrappers piled up. From time to time he dropped a pen to rub his hands, and then began again with increased alacrity, listening and smiling. He wrote 160, 1 lira. Then he stopped, placed the pen where he had found it, put out the light, and went back to bed on tiptoe. At noon the next day his father sat down to the table in a good humour. He had noticed nothing. He did the work mechanically, measuring it by the hour, and thinking of something else, and only counted the wrappers he had written on the following day. Slapping his son on one shoulder, he said to him, "Eh, Giulio, your father is even a better workman than you thought. In 2 hours I did a good third more work than usual last night. My hand is still nimble, and my eyes still do their duty." And Giulio, silent but content, said to himself, "Poor daddy, besides the money, I am giving him much satisfaction in the thought that he has grown young again. Well, courage!" Encouraged by these good results, when night came and 12 o'clock struck, he rose once more and set to work, and this he did for several nights. And his father noticed nothing. Only once at supper he remarked, "It is strange how much oil has been used in this house lately." This was a shock to Giulio, but the conversation ceased there, and the nightly labour went on. However, on account of breaking his sleep every night, Giulio did not get sufficient rest. He rose in the morning fatigued, and when he was doing his schoolwork in the evening, he had difficulty in keeping his eyes open. One evening, for the first time in his life, he fell asleep over his copy-book. "Courage, courage!" cried his father, clapping his hands. "To work!" He shook himself and set to work again, but the next evening and on the days following the same thing occurred, and worse. He dozed over his books, he rose later than usual, he studied his lessons in a languid way, he seemed disgusted with study. His father began to observe him, then to reflect seriously, and at last to reprove him. He should never have done it. "Giulio," he said to him one morning, "you put me out of patience. You are no longer as you used to be. I don't like it. Take care, all the hopes of your family rest on you. I am dissatisfied, do you understand?" At this reproof, the first severe one, in truth, which he had ever received, the boy grew troubled. "Yes," he said to himself, "it is true. It cannot go on so. This deceit must come to an end." But at dinner, on the evening of that very same day, his father said with much cheerfulness, "Do you know that this month I have earned 32 lire more at addressing those wrappers than last month?" And so saying, he drew from under the table a paper package of sweets which he had bought, that he might celebrate with his children this unusual profit, and they all hailed it with clapping of hands. Giulio took courage again, and said in his heart, "No, poor papa, I shall not cease to deceive you. I shall make greater efforts to work during the day, but I shall continue to work at night for you and for the rest." And his father added, 32 lire more! I am satisfied. But that boy there," pointing at Giulio, "is the one who displeases me." And Giulio received the reprimand in silence, forcing back 2 tears which tried to flow, but at the same time he felt a great pleasure in his heart. And he continued to work by main force, but fatigue added to fatigue rendered it ever more difficult for him to resist. Thus things went on for 2 months. The father continued to reproach his son, and to gaze at him with eyes which grew constantly more wrathful. One day he went to make inquiries of the teacher, and the teacher said to him, "Yes, he gets along because he is intelligent, but he no longer has the good will which he had at first. He is drowsy, he yawns, his mind is distracted. He writes short compositions, scribbled down in all haste, and badly. Oh, he could do a great deal more." That evening the father took the son aside, and spoke to him words which were graver than any the latter had ever heard. "Giulio, you see how I toil, how I am wearing out my life for the family. You do not second my efforts. You have no heart for me, nor for your brothers, nor for your mother." "Ah, no, don't say that, father," cried the son, bursting into tears, and opening his mouth to confess all. But his father interrupted him, saying, "You are aware of the condition of the family. You know that good will and sacrifices on the part of all are necessary. I myself, as you see, have had to double my work. I counted on a gift of 100 lire from the railway company this month, and this morning I have learned that I shall receive nothing." At the news, Giulio repressed the confession which was on the point of escaping from his soul, and repeated resolutely to himself, "No, papa, I shall tell you nothing. I shall guard my secret for the sake of being able to work for you. I shall recompense you in another way for the sorrow I am causing you. I shall study enough at school to win promotion. The important point is to help you to earn our living, and to relieve you of the fatigue which is killing you." And so he went on, and 2 months more passed, of labour by night and weakness by day, of desperate efforts on the part of the son, and of bitter reproaches on the part of the father. But the worst of it was that the latter grew gradually colder towards the boy, only spoke to him rarely, as though he had been a recreant son, of whom there was nothing any longer to be expected, and almost avoided meeting his glance. And Giulio perceived this and suffered from it, and when his father's back was turned, he threw him a furtive kiss, stretching forth his face with a sentiment of sad and dutiful tenderness, and between sorrow and fatigue he grew thin and pale, and he was forced to neglect his studies still further. He knew full well that there must be an end to it some day, and every evening he said to himself, "I will not get up to-night." But when the clock struck 12, at the moment when he should vigorously have reaffirmed this resolution, he felt remorse. It seemed to him that by remaining in bed he should be failing in a duty, and robbing his father and the family of a lira. He would rise, thinking that some night his father would wake up and discover him, or that he would find the deception by accident, by counting the wrappers twice, and then all would come to a natural end without any act of his will, which he did not feel the courage to exert. And thus he went on. But one evening, at dinner, his father spoke a word which was decisive so far as he was concerned. His mother looked at him, and it seemed to her that he was more ill and weak than usual. She said to him, "Giulio, you are ill." And then, turning to his father with anxiety, "Giulio is ill. See how pale he is. Giulio, my dear, how do you feel?" His father gave a hasty glance and said, "It is his bad conscience that produces his bad health. He was not thus when he was a studious scholar and a loving son." "But he is ill!" exclaimed the mother. "I don't care anything about him any longer," replied the father. This remark was like a stab in the heart to the poor boy. Oh, he cared nothing any more. His father, who once had trembled at the mere sound of a cough from him, he no longer loved him. There was no more doubt about it. He was dead in his father's heart. "Ah, no, my father," said the boy to himself, his heart oppressed with anguish. "Now all is over indeed. I cannot live without your affection. I must have it all back. I will tell you all. I will deceive you no longer. I will study as of old, come what may. If you will only love me once more, my poor father. Oh, this time I am quite sure of my resolution." Nevertheless, he rose that night again, by force of habit more than anything else, and when he was once up, he wanted to go and greet and see once more for the last time in the quiet of the night that little chamber where he had toiled so much in secret, with his heart full of satisfaction and tenderness. And when he beheld again that little table with the lamp lighted, and those white wrappers on which he was never more to write those names of towns and persons, which he had come to know by heart, he was seized with a great sadness, and with an impetuous movement he grasped the pen to recommence his accustomed toil. But in reaching out his hand he struck a book, and the book fell. The blood rushed to his heart. What if his father had waked? Certainly he would not have discovered him in the commission of a bad deed. He had himself decided to tell him all, and yet the sound of that step approaching in the darkness, the discovery at that hour, in that silence, his mother who would be awakened and alarmed, and the thought which had occurred to him for the first time, that his father might feel humiliated in his presence on thus discovering all this terrified him almost. He bent his ear with suspended breath. He heard no sound. He laid his ear to the lock of the door behind him. Nothing. The whole house was asleep. His father had not heard. He recovered his composure and set himself again to his writing, and wrapper was piled on wrapper. He heard the regular tread of the policeman below in the deserted street, then the rumble of a carriage which gradually died away. Then, after an interval, the rattle of a file of carts which passed slowly by. Then a profound silence, broken from time to time by the distant barking of a dog. And he wrote on, and meanwhile his father was behind him. He had risen on hearing the fall of the book, and had remained waiting for a long time. The rattle of the carts had drowned the noise of his footsteps and the creaking of the door casing. And he was there with his white head bent over Giulio's little black head, and he had seen the pen flying over the wrappers, and in an instant he had divined all, remembered all, understood all, and a despairing penitence, but at the same time an immense tenderness, had taken possession of his mind, and had held him nailed to the spot, and choking behind his child. Suddenly Giulio uttered a piercing shriek. 2 arms had pressed his head convulsively. "Oh, papa, papa, forgive me, he cried, recognizing his parent by his weeping. "Do you forgive me?" replied his father, sobbing, and covering his brow with kisses. "I have understood all, I know all. It is I who asked your pardon, my blessed child. Come with me." And he pushed, or rather carried him to the bedside of his mother, who was awake, and throwing him into her arms, he said, "Kiss this little angel of a son, who has not slept for 3 months, but has been toiling for me while I was saddening his heart, and he was earning our bread." The mother pressed him to her breast and held him there, without the power to speak. At last she said, "Go to sleep at once, my baby. Go to sleep and rest. Carry him to bed." The father took him from her arms, carried him to his room, and laid him in his bed, still breathing hard and caressing him, and arranged his pillows and coverlets for him. "Thanks, papa," the child kept repeating. "Thanks, but go to bed yourself now. I am content. Go to bed, papa." But his father wanted to see him fall asleep, so he sat down beside the bed, took his hand, and said to him, "Sleep, sleep, my little son." And Giulio, being weak, fell asleep at last, and slumbered many hours, enjoying for the first time in months a tranquil sleep, enlivened by pleasant dreams. And as he opened his eyes, when the sun had already been shining for some time, he first felt and then saw, close to his breast and resting upon the edge of the little bed, the white head of his father, who had passed the night thus, and who was still asleep, with his brow against his son's heart. Will, Wednesday, the 28th. None but Stardi in my school would have had the force to do what the little Florentine did. This morning 2 events occurred at the school. Garoffi became wild with delight, because his album had been returned to him with the addition of 3 postage stamps of the Republic of Guatemala, which he had been seeking for 3 months. And Stardi took the 2nd medal. Stardi the next in the class after Derossi. All were amazed at it. Who could ever have foretold it, when in October his father brought him to school bundled up in that big green coat, and said to the master, in the presence of everyone, "You must have a great deal of patience with him, because he is very hard of understanding." Everyone credited him with a wooden head from the very beginning, but he said, "I will burst or I will succeed," and he set to work doggedly, while walking with set teeth and clenched fists, patient as an ox, obstinate as a mule. And thus, by dint of trampling on everyone, disregarding mockery, and dealing kicks to disturbers, this big thick head passed in advance of the rest. He did not understand the first thing of arithmetic, he filled his compositions with absurdities, he never succeeded in holding a phrase in his mind, and now he solves problems, writes correctly, and sings his lesson like a song. And his iron will can be guessed when one sees how he is made, so very thick set and squat, with a square head and no neck, with short, thick hands and a coarse voice. He studies even on scraps of newspaper and on theatre bills, and every time that he has 10 soldi he buys a book. He has already collected a little library, and in a moment of good humour he allowed the promise to slip from his mouth that he would take me home and show it to me. He speaks to no one, he plays with no one, he is always on hand, on his bench, with his fists pressed to his temples, firm as a rock, listening to the teacher. How he must have toiled, poor Stardi! The master said to him this morning, although he was impatient and in a bad humour, when he bestowed the medals, "Bravo, Stardi! He who endures conquers." But Stardi did not appear in the least puffed with pride. He did not smile, and no sooner had he returned to his seat with the medal than he planted his fists on his temples again, and became more motionless and more attentive than before. But the finest thing happened when he went out of school, for his father, who is as big and squat as himself, with a huge face and a huge voice, was there waiting for him. He had not expected this medal, and he was not willing to believe it, so that it was necessary for the master to reassure him, and then He began to laugh heartily, and tapped his son on the back of the neck, saying energetically, "Bravo! Good! My dear pumpkin, you'll do!" And he stared at him, astonished and smiling. And all the boys around him smiled too, except Stardi. He was already running over the lesson for tomorrow morning in that huge head of his. Gratitude. Saturday the 31st. Your schoolmate Stardi never complains of his teacher, I am sure of that. The master was in a bad humour, was impatient. You say it in a tone of resentment. Think an instant how often you give way to acts of impatience, and towards whom? Towards your father and your mother, where your impatience is a crime. Your master has very good cause to be impatient at times. Reflect that he has been labouring for boys these many years, and that if he has found many affectionate and noble individuals among them, he has also found many ungrateful ones, who have abused his kindness and ignored his toils, and that among you all you cause him far more bitterness than satisfaction. Reflect that the most holy man on earth, if placed in his position, would allow himself to be conquered by wrath now and then. And then, if you only knew how often the teacher is feeling ill, but teaches nevertheless, because he is not ill enough to be excused from school, and is impatient on account of his suffering, and is pained to see that the rest of you do not notice it or abuse it. Respect, love your master, my son. Love him also, because your father loves and respects him, because he consecrates his life to the welfare of so many boys who will forget him. Love him because he opens and enlightens your intelligence and educates your mind. Because one of these days, when you have become a man, and when neither I nor he shall be in the world, his image will often present itself to your mind, side by side with mine, and then you will see certain expressions of sorrow and weariness in his honest countenance, to which you now pay no heed. You will recall them, and they will pain you, even after the lapse of 30 years, and you will feel ashamed, you will feel sad at not having loved him, at having behaved badly towards him. Love your master, for he belongs to that vast family of 50,000 elementary instructors scattered throughout all Italy, who are the intellectual fathers of the millions of boys who are growing up with you, the labourers, hardly recognized and poorly paid, who are preparing in our country a people superior to those of the present. I am not content with the affection which you have for me, if you have it not also for all those who are doing you good, and among those your master stands first after your parents. Love him as you would love a brother of mine. Love him when he caresses and when he reproves you, when he is just and when he appears to you to be unjust. Love him when he is amiable and gracious, and love him even more when you see him sad. Love him always, and always pronounce with reverence that name of teacher, which after that of father is the noblest, the sweetest name which one man can apply to another man. Your father. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Clayton. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de AMICIS, translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. January, Part 1. The Assistant Master, Wednesday the 4th. My father was right. The master was in a bad humour because he was not well. For the past 3 days, in fact, the assistant had been coming in his stead, that little man without a beard who looks like a boy. A shameful thing happened this morning. There had been an uproar on the first and second days in the school because the assistant is very patient and does nothing but say, be quiet, I beg of you." But this morning they passed all bounds. Such a noise arose that his words were no longer audible, and he admonished and besought, but it was a mere waste of breath. Twice the principal appeared at the door and looked in, but the moment he went away, the murmur increased as in a market. It was in vain that De Rossi and Garon turned round and made signs to the fellows to be good, that it was a shame. No one paid any heed to them. Stardi alone remained quiet, with his elbows on the bench and his fists to his temples, thinking perhaps about his famous library. And Garoffi, he of the hooked nose and postage stamps, who was wholly occupied in making a catalogue of subscribers at 2 centesimi each for a lottery for a pocket inkstand. The rest chattered and laughed, pounded on the points of pens fixed in the benches, and snapped pellets of paper at each other with the elastics of their garters. The assistant grasped now one, now another, by the arm, and shook him, and he placed one of them against the wall. Time wasted. He no longer knew what to do, and he entreated them, "Why do you behave like this? Do you wish to make me punish you?" And then he thumped the little table with his fist and shouted in a voice, angry but tearful, "Silence! Silence! Silence!" It was hard to hear him, but the noise kept getting louder. Franti threw a paper dart at him. Some gave catcalls, others thumped each other on the head. The hurly-burly was indescribable, when all of a sudden the beadle entered and said, "Senior Master, the principal has sent for you." The teacher rose and went out in haste, with a gesture of despair. And then the tumult began more vigorously than ever, but suddenly Carolin sprang up, his face all flaming, his fists clenched, and shouted in a voice choked with rage, "Stop this! You are brutes! You take advantage of him because he's kind. If he were to bruise your bones for you, you'd be as humble as dogs. You're a pack of cowards. The first one of you that jeers at him again, I shall wait for outside, and I shall break his teeth for him, I swear it, even under his father's very eyes." All grew silent. Ah, what a fine thing it was to see Carolin with his eyes darting flames. He seemed to be a furious young lion. He stared at the most daring, one after the other, and all hung their heads. When the assistant came back with red eyes, not a breath was to be heard. He stood in amazement, and then, catching sight of Carolin, who was still all fiery and trembling, he understood it all, and he said to him, with accents of great affection as to a brother, "I thank you, Carolin." Stadi's library. I've been home with Stadi, who lives opposite the schoolhouse, and I really felt some envy at the sight of his library. He's not at all rich, and he cannot buy many books, but he preserves his school books with great care, as well as those which his relatives give him, and he lays aside every soldo he is given to him, and spends it at the booksellers. In this way he's collected quite a little library, and when his father saw that he had this passion, he bought him a handsome bookcase of walnut wood with a green curtain, and he's had most of his volumes bound for him in the colours that he likes. When he draws a little cord, the green curtain runs back, and 3 rows of books of every colour are seen, all ranged in order and shining with gilt titles on their backs. Books of tales, of travels, and of poetry, and some illustrated ones. He understands how to combine colours well. He places the white volumes next to the red ones, and the yellow next to the black, the blue beside the white, so that, viewed from a distance, they make a very fine show, and he amuses himself by varying the combinations. He's made himself a catalogue. He's like a librarian. He's always standing near his books, dusting them, turning over the leaves, looking at the bindings. It's something to see the care with which he opens them, with his big stubby hands, and blows between the pages. And then they seem perfectly new again. I've worn out all of mine. It's a delight for him to polish off every new book that he buys, to put it in its place, and to pick it up again to take another look at it from all sides, and to brood over it as a treasure. He showed me nothing else for a whole hour. His eyes were troubling him because he'd read too much. His father, who is large and thick-set like himself, with a big head like his, and who happened to come in the room, gave him 2 or 3 taps on the nape of his neck, saying with that huge voice of his, "What do you think of him, eh? Of this head of bronze? It's a stout head that will succeed in anything, I assure you." And Stadi half closed his eyes under those rough caresses like a big hunting dog. I do not know why, but I did not dare to jest with him. I could not realize that he was only a year older than myself. And when he said to me, "Farewell until we meet again," at the door, with that funny face of his, I came very near to replying, "I salute you, sir," as to a man. I told my father afterwards at home, "I don't understand it. Stadi has no natural talent, he lacks fine manners, and his face is almost ridiculous, and yet he inspires me with respect." "It is because he has character," replied my father. And I added, "During the hour that I spent with him, he didn't utter 50 words, he didn't show me a single plaything, he didn't laugh once, and yet I'd liked to go there." And my father answered, "That's because you value his society." The blacksmith's son. Yes, but I also value Precosi's society. Indeed, it is a stronger feeling. Precosi, the son of the blacksmith, that thin little fellow who has kind, sad eyes and a frightened air, who is so timid that he says to everyone, "Excuse me," who is always sickly, and who nevertheless studies so much. His father goes home drunk and beats him without the slightest reason in the world, and tosses his books and his copybooks in every direction. And Precosi comes to school with the black and blue marks on his face, and sometimes with his face all swollen and his eyes red with weeping. But never, never can he be made to acknowledge that his father beats him. "Your father's been beating you," the boys say to him. "That's not true, that's not true," he cries, to avoid shaming his father. "You did not burn this leaf," the teacher says to him, showing him his work, half burned. "Yes," he replies in a trembling voice, "I let it fall on the fire." But we know very well, nevertheless, that his drunken father overturned the table and the light with a kick while the boy was doing his work. He lives in a garret of our house, reached by another staircase. The janitress tells my mother everything. My sister Sylvia heard him screaming from the terrace one day when his father had thrown him headlong downstairs because he'd asked for a few soldi to buy a grammar. His father drinks but does not work, and his family suffers from hunger. Often Precosi comes to school with an empty stomach and nibbles in secret at a roll which Carolin had given him, or at an apple brought to him by the schoolmistress with the red feather, who was his teacher at the first lower class. But he never says, "I'm hungry, my father doesn't give me anything to eat." His father sometimes comes for him when he chances to be passing the schoolhouse, pale, unsteady on his legs, with a fierce face, his hair over his eyes and his cap awry, and the poor boy trembles all over when he catches sight of him in the street. But he immediately runs to meet him with a smile, and his father doesn't appear to see him, but seems to be thinking of something else. Poor Precosi. He mends his torn copybooks, borrows books to study his lessons, fastens the fragments of his shirt together with pins. It is pathetic to see him going through his gymnastics with those huge shoes in which he is fairly lost, in those trousers which drag on the ground, and that jacket which is too long, and those huge sleeves turned back to the very elbows. And he studies. He does his best. He would be one of the best if he were able to work at home in peace. This morning he came to school with the marks of fingernails on one cheek, and they all began to say to him, "It was your father, and you cannot deny it this time. It was your father who did that to you. Tell the principal about it, and he will have him arrested for it." But he sprang up all flushed, with his voice trembling with indignation. "It's not true, it's not true. My father never beats me." But afterwards, during lesson time, his tears fell upon the bench, and when anyone looked at him, he tried to smile in order that he might not show it. Poor Precosi. Tomorrow, Derossi, Coretti, and Nelli are coming to my house. I want to tell him to come also. I want to have him take luncheon with me. I want to treat him to books, and turn the house upside down to amuse him, and to fill his pockets with fruit for the sake of seeing him happy for once. Poor Precosi, who is so good and so brave. A fine visit, Thursday the 12th. This has been one of the finest Thursdays of the year for me. At 2 o'clock precisely, Derossi and Coretti came to the house with Nelli, the hunchback. Precosi's father did not let him come. Derossi and Coretti were still laughing at their encounter with Crossi, the son of the vegetable seller in the street, the boy with the useless arm and the red hair, who was carrying a large cabbage for sale. With the soldo which he was to receive for the cabbage, he was to go and buy a pen. He was perfectly happy because his father had written from America that they might expect him any day. Oh, the 2 delightful hours that we passed together. Derossi and Coretti are the 2 jolliest boys in the school. My father fell in love with them. Coretti had on his chocolate-coloured jacket and his catskin cap. He's a lively imp, who always wants to be doing something, stirring up something, setting something to going. He'd already carried on his shoulders half a cartload of wood early that morning. Nevertheless, he pranced all over the house, taking note of everything and talking incessantly, as sprightly and nimble as a squirrel. Going into the kitchen, he asked the cook how much we had to pay a myriagram for wood, because his father sells it at 45 centesimi. He's always talking of his father, of the time when he was a soldier in the 49th Regiment, at the Battle of Custoza, where he served in the squadron of Prince Umberto. He is so gentle in his manners, it makes no difference that he was born and brought up surrounded by wood. He has nobility in his blood, in his heart, so my father says. And Derossi amused us greatly. He knows geography like a teacher. He shut his eyes and said, "There I see the whole of Italy, the Apennines which extend to the Ionian Sea, the rivers flowing here and there, the white cities, the gulfs, the blue bays, the green islands." And he repeated the names correctly in their order and very rapidly, as though he were reading them on the map. And at the sight of him standing thus, with his head held high, with all his golden curls, with his closed eyes, and all dressed in bright blue with gilt buttons, as straight and handsome as a statue, we could not help admiring him. In 1 hour he had learnt by heart nearly 3 pages, which he is to recite the day after tomorrow for the anniversary of the funeral of King Vittorio. Nelly also gazed at him in wonder and affection, smoothing the folds of his black cloth apron and smiling with his clear and mournful eyes. This visit gave me a great deal of pleasure. It left something like sparks in my mind and my heart. And it pleased me too when they went away to see poor Nelly between the other 2 tall, strong fellows who carried him home on their arms and made him laugh as I've never seen him laugh before. On going back into the dining room, I noticed that the picture of Rigoletto, the hunchback jester, was no longer there. My father had taken it away in order that Nelly might not see it. The funeral of Victor Emmanuel, Tuesday the 17th. Today at 2 o'clock, as soon as we had entered the schoolroom, the master called up Derossi, who went and took his place in front of the little table facing us, and began to recite in his vibrating tones, gradually raising his limpid voice and growing flushed in the face. 4 years ago, on this day, at this hour, there arrived in front of the Pantheon at Rome the funeral car which bore the body of Victor Emmanuel, the first king of Italy, dead after a reign of 29 years, during which the great Italian fatherland, broken up into 7 states and oppressed by strangers and by tyrants, had been brought back to life in one single state, free and independent. After a reign of 29 years, which he had made illustrious and beneficent with his valour, with loyalty, with boldness amid perils, with wisdom amid triumphs, with constancy amid fortune. The funeral car arrived, laden with wreaths, after having traversed Rome under a rain of flowers, amid the silence of an immense and sorrowing multitude, which had assembled from every part of Italy. Preceded by a legion of generals and by a throng of ministers and princes, followed by a retinue of corporal veterans, by a forest of banners, by the envoys of 300 towns, by everything which represents the power and glory of a people, it arrived before the august temple where the tomb awaited it. At that moment, 12 cuirassiers removed the coffin from the car. At that moment, Italy bade her last farewell to her dead king, to her old monarch whom she had loved so dearly, the last farewell to her soldier, to her father, to the 29 most fortunate and most blessed years in her history. It was a grand and solemn moment. The eyes, the souls of all were quivering at the sight of that coffin, and the darkened banners of the 80 regiments of the army of Italy, borne by 80 officers drawn up in line on its passage. For Italy was there in those 80 tokens, which recalled the thousands of dead, the torrents of blood, our most sacred glories, our most holy sacrifices, our most tremendous griefs. The coffin, borne by the cuirassiers, passed, and then the banners bent forward, and all together in salute. The banners of the new regiments, the old tattered banners of Giotto and Pastrengo, of Santa Lucia, of Novara, of Crimea, of Palstro, of San Martino, of Calais, of Castelfidardo. 80 black veils fell, 100 medals clashed against the staves, and that sonorous and confused uproar which stirred the blood of all was like the sound of 1,000 human voices saying together, "Farewell, good king, gallant king, loyal king. You will live in the hearts of your people as long as the sun shall shine over Italy." After this the banners rose heavenward once more, and King Victor entered into the immortal glory of the tomb. Franti expelled from school, Saturday 21st. Only one boy was capable of laughing while Derossi was declaiming the funeral oration of the king. It was Franti. I detest that fellow. He's wicked. When a father comes to the school to reprove his son, he enjoys it. When anyone cries, he laughs. He cowers before Garon, and he strikes the little mason because he is small. He torments Grossi because he has a helpless arm. He ridicules Precoci, whom everyone respects. He even jeers at Robetti, that boy in the 2nd grade who walks on crutches through having saved a child. He provokes those who are weaker than himself, and when it comes to blows, he grows savage and tries to do harm. There is something beneath that low forehead, in those turbid eyes, kept nearly concealed under the visor of his small cap of waxed cloth, which inspires a shudder. He fears no one. He laughs in the master's face. He steals when he gets a chance and denies it brazenly. He's always in a quarrel with someone. He brings big pins to school to prick his neighbours with. He tears the buttons from his own jackets and from those of others and plays with them. His paper, books and copybooks are all crushed, torn, dirty. His ruler is jagged, his pens gnawed, his nails bitten, his clothes covered with stains and rents which he's got in his brawls. They say that his mother has fallen ill from the trouble that he causes her, and that his father has driven him from the house 3 times. His mother comes every now and then to make inquiries, and she always goes away in tears. He hates the school, he hates his companions, he hates the teacher. The master sometimes pretends not to see his rascalities, and he behaves all the worse. The master tried to get hold of him by kind treatment, and the boy ridiculed him for it. The master said terrible things to him, and the boy covered his face with his hands as though he were crying, but he was laughing. He was suspended from school for 3 days, and he came back more perverse and insolent than before. Derossi said to him one day, "Stop it! Don't you see how much the teacher suffers?" And the other threatened to stick a nail into his stomach. But this morning at last he got himself driven out like a dog. While the master was giving to Garon the rough draft of the Sardinian Drummer Boy, the monthly story for January, to copy, Franti threw a petard on the floor, which exploded, making the schoolroom resound as from a discharge of musketry. The whole class was startled by it. The master sprang to his feet and cried, "Franti, leave the school!" Franti retorted, "It wasn't I," but he laughed. The master repeated, "Go." "I won't stir," he answered. And then the master lost his temper and flung himself upon him, seized him by the arms, and tore him from his seat. He resisted, ground his teeth, and made him carry him out by main force. The master bore him, thus heavy as he was, to the principal, and then came back alone and seated himself at his little table, with his head clutched in his hands, out of breath, and with a look of such weariness and trouble that it was painful to see him. "After teaching school for 30 years, he exclaimed sadly, shaking his head. No one breathed. His hands were shaking with fury, and the crosswise wrinkle in the middle of his forehead was so deep that it seemed like a wound. Poor master! All felt sorry for him. The Rossi rose and said, "Signor Master, do not grieve, we love you." And then he grew calmer, and he said, "We will go on with the lesson, boys." End of section 8. Recording by Gray Clayton. Section 9 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gray Clayton. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de AMICIS. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. January, Part 2. The Sardinian Drummer Boy, Monthly Story. On the first day of the Battle of Custoza, the 24th of July, 1848, about 60 soldiers belonging to an infantry regiment of our army, who had been sent to a hill to occupy a lonely house, suddenly found themselves attacked by 2 companies of Austrian soldiers, who, showering them with bullets from various quarters, hardly gave them time to take refuge in the house and to barricade the doors, after leaving several dead and wounded in the field. Having barred the doors, our men ran in haste to the windows of the ground floor and the first story, and began to fire brisk discharges at their assailants, who, approaching gradually, ranged in a semicircle, made vigorous reply. These 60 Italian soldiers were commanded by 2 non-commissioned officers and a captain, a tall, thin, austere old man with white hair and a moustache. And with them was a Sardinian drummer boy, a lad of little over 14, who did not look 12, small, with an olive-brown complexion and small, deep-set, sparkling eyes. The captain directed the defence from a room on the first floor, hurling commands like pistol shots, and no sign of emotion was visible on his iron countenance. The drummer boy, a little pale but firm on his legs, had jumped upon a table and was holding fast to the wall and stretching out his neck in order to gaze out of the windows. Through the smoke on the fields he saw the white uniforms of the Austrians, who were slowly advancing. The house was situated at the summit of a steep declivity, and on the side of a slope it had one high window, corresponding to a chamber on the roof. Therefore the Austrians did not threaten the house from that quarter, and the slope was free. The fire beat only on the front and the 2 ends. But it was a fearful fire. The hailstorm of leaden bullets which split the walls on the outside, ground the tiles to powder, and in the interior cracked ceilings, furniture, window frames, and door frames, sending splinters of wood flying through the air, and clouds of plaster and fragments of kitchen utensils and glass whizzing and rebounding and breaking everything with noise enough to smash one's skull. From time to time one of the soldiers who were firing from the windows fell crashing back to the floor and was dragged to one side. Some staggered from room to room, pressing their hands on their wounds. There was already one dead body in the kitchen, with his forehead cleft. The semicircle of the enemy was drawing together. At a certain point, the captain, hitherto impassive, was seen to make a gesture of uneasiness and to leave the room with huge strides, followed by a sergeant. 3 minutes later, the sergeant returned on a run and summoned the drummer boy, making him a sign to follow. The lad followed him at a quick pace up the wooden staircase and entered with him into a bare garret where he saw the captain writing with a pencil on a sheet of paper as he leaned against the little window, and on the floor at his feet lay the well rope. The captain folded the sheet of paper and said sharply, as he fixed his cold grey eyes, before which all the soldiers trembled, on the boy, "Drummer." The drummer boy put his hand to his cap. "You have courage?" asked the captain. The boy's eyes flashed. "Yes, captain," he replied. "Look down there," said the captain, pushing him to the window, "on the plain near the houses of Villafranca, where there is a gleam of bayonets. There stand our troops, motionless. You are to take this message, tie yourself to the rope, descend from the window, get down that slope in an instant, make your way across the fields, reach our men, and give the note to the first officer you see. Throw off your belt and knapsack." The drummer boy took off his belt and his knapsack and thrust the note into his breast pocket. The sergeant flung the rope out of the window and held one end of it clutched fast in his hands. The captain helped the lad to clamber out of the small window with his back turned to the field. "Now look out," he said. "The salvation of this detachment lies in your courage and in your legs." "Trust to me, Signor Captain," replied the drummer boy as he let himself down. "Bend over on the slope," said the captain, grasping the rope with the sergeant. "Never fear. God aid you." In a few moments the drummer boy was on the ground. The sergeant drew in the rope and disappeared. The captain stepped boldly in front of the window and saw the boy flying down the slope. He was already hoping that the boy had succeeded in escaping unobserved, when 5 or 6 little puffs of dust, which rose from the earth in front of and behind the lad, warned him that he had been espied by the Austrians, who were firing down on him from the top of the hill. These little clouds were thrown into the air by the bullets. But the drummer boy continued to run at a headlong speed. All at once he fell. "Killed!" roared the captain, clenching his fists. But before he had uttered the word, he saw the drummer spring up again. "Ah, only a fall," the captain said to himself, and drew a long breath. The drummer, in fact, set out again at full speed, but he limped. "He's turned his ankle," thought the captain. Again several cloudlets of dust rose here and there about the lad, but ever more distant. He was safe. The captain gave a shout of triumph, but he continued to follow him with his eyes, trembling because it was an affair of minutes. If he didn't arrive yonder in the shortest possible time with the note which called for instant succour, either all his soldiers would be killed, or he should be obliged to surrender himself a prisoner with them. The boy ran rapidly for a space, and then relaxed his pace and limped, and then resumed his course, but grew constantly more wearied, and every little while he stumbled and paused. "Perhaps a bullet has grazed him," thought the captain, and he noted all his movements, quivering with excitement, and he encouraged him. He spoke to him as though the boy could hear him. He measured constantly with flashing eye the space intervening between the fleeing figure and the gleam of arms which he could see in the distance amid the fields of grain gilded by the sun. And meanwhile he heard beneath the imperious and angry shouts of the sergeants and the officers, the piercing groans of the wounded, the ruin of furniture, and the fall of rubbish. "On! Courage!" he shouted, following the far-off drummer with a glance. "Forward! Run! He halts, that cursed boy. Ah, he resumes his course." An officer came panting to tell him that the enemy, without slackening their fire, were flinging out a white flag to hint at a surrender. "Don't reply to them," he cried, without taking his eyes from the boy, who was already on the plain, but who was no longer running, and who seemed to be dragging himself along with difficulty. "Go! Run!" said the captain, clenching his teeth and his fists. "Let them kill you! Die, you rascal, but go!" And then he uttered a horrible oath. "Ah, the infamous poltroon! He is sat down!" In fact, the boy whose head he had hitherto been able to see above a field of grain had disappeared, as though he had fallen. But after the lapse of a minute, it came into sight again. Finally it was lost behind the hedges, and the captain saw it no more. And then the captain came down resolutely. The bullets were coming in at a tempest. The rooms were encumbered with the wounded, some of whom were whirling around like drunken men and clutching at the furniture. The walls and the floor were bespattered with blood. Corpses lay across the doorways. The lieutenant had his arm shattered by a ball. Smoke and clouds of dust enveloped everything. "Courage!" shouted the captain. "Stand firm at your post. Relief is on the way. Courage for a little while longer." The Austrians had approached still nearer. Their contorted faces were already visible through the smoke. And amid the crash of the firing, their furious shouts were heard, uttering insults, suggesting a surrender, and threatening slaughter. Some of the soldiers were terrified and withdrew from the windows. The sergeants drove them forward again. But the fire of the defence weakened. Discouragement was seen on all faces. It was not possible to resist much longer. And then the fire of the Austrians slackened, and a thundering voice shouted, first in German and then in Italian, "Surrender!" "No!" shouted the captain from the window, and the firing recommenced, more fast and furious on both sides. More soldiers fell. Already more than one window was without defenders. The fatal moment was near at hand. The captain muttered through his teeth in a strangled voice, "They're not coming, they're not coming," and he rushed wildly about, twisting his sword in his convulsively clenched hand, and resolved to die, when a sergeant, descending from the garret, uttered a piercing shout. "They are coming!" "They are coming!" repeated the captain with a cry of joy. And that cry, all, well and wounded, sergeants and officers, rushed to the windows, and the resistance became fierce once more. A few moments later, a sort of uncertainty was noticeable, a beginning of disorder among the foe. The captain hastily collected a little troop in the room on the ground floor in order to make a sortie with fixed bayonets, and then he flew upstairs. Scarcely had he arrived there when they heard a hasty trampling of feet, accompanied by a formidable hurrah, and saw from the windows the two pointed hats of the Italian Carabineers advancing through the smoke. A squadron rushing forward at great speed, and a lightning flash of blades whirling in the air as they fell on the heads, shoulders, and on backs. And then the troop darted out of the door, with bayonets presented. The enemy wavered, were thrown into disorder, and turned in flight. The field was cleared, the house was free, and a little later 2 battalions of Italian infantry and 2 cannon occupied the height. The captains, with the soldiers that remained to him, rejoined his regiment, went on fighting, and was slightly wounded in the left hand by a spent ball in the final assault with bayonets. The day ended with the victory on our side. But on the following day, the conflict having begun again, the Italians were defeated by the overwhelming numbers of the Austrians, in spite of a valorous resistance, and on the morning of the 27th they sadly retreated towards Mincio. The captain, although wounded, made the march on foot with his soldiers, weary and silent, and arrived at the close of the day at Goito on the Mincio. He at once sought out his lieutenants, who had been picked up by the ambulance with his arm shattered, and who must have arrived before him. He was directed to a church where the field hospital had been installed in haste. He went there. The church was full of wounded men ranged in 2 lines of beds and on mattresses spread on the floor. 2 doctors and numerous assistants were going and coming, busily occupied, and suppressed cries and groans could be heard. No sooner had the captain entered than he halted and cast a glance around in search of his officer. At that moment he heard himself called in a weak voice, "Signor Captain!" He turned around. It was his drummer boy. He was lying on a cot bed, covered to the breast with a coarse window curtain in red and white squares, with his arms on the outside, pale and thin, but his eyes still sparkled like black gems. "Are you here?" asked the captain, amazed, but still sharply. "Bravo! You did your duty." "I did all I could," replied the drummer boy. "Were you wounded?" said the captain, seeking with his eyes for his officer in the neighbouring beds. "What could one expect?" said the lad, who gained courage by speaking, expressing the lofty satisfaction of having been wounded for the first time, without which he would not have dared to open his mouth in the presence of his captain. "I had a fine run, all bent over, but suddenly they caught sight of me. I should have arrived 20 minutes earlier if they had not hit me. Luckily, I soon came across a captain of the staff, to whom I gave the note. But it was hard work to get down after that little pat. I was dying of thirst. I was afraid that I should not get there at all. I wept with rage at the thought that at every moment of delay another man was setting out yonder for the other world. But enough. I did what I could. I am content. But with your permission, Captain, you should look to yourself. You are losing blood." Several drops of blood had in fact trickled down on the captain's fingers from his imperfectly bandaged palm. "Would you like to have me give the bandage a turn, Captain? Hold it here a minute." The captain held out his left hand, and stretched out his right to help the lad to loosen the knot and to tie it again. But no sooner had the boy raised himself from his pillow than he turned pale and was obliged to fall back once more. That will do," said the captain, looking at him and withdrawing his bandaged hand, which the other tried to retain. "Attend to your own affairs instead of thinking of others, for things that are not severe may become serious if they are neglected." The drummer boy shook his head. "But you," said the captain, observing him attentively, "must have lost a great deal of blood to be as weak as this." "Lost blood," replied the boy with a smile. "Something else beside blood. Look." He drew aside the coverlet. The captain started back in horror. The lad had but one leg. His left leg had been cut off above the knee. The stump was wrapped in blood-stained cloths. At that moment a small, fat military surgeon passed in his shirt-sleeves. "Ah, Captain," he said, rapidly nodding towards the drummer, "this is a sad case. There is a leg that might have been saved if he had not exerted himself in such a crazy manner. That cursed inflammation. It had to be cut off away up here. Oh, but he's a brave lad, I can assure you. He never shed a tear nor uttered a cry. He was proud of being an Italian boy while I was performing the operation, upon my word of honour. He comes of a good race, by heavens!" And he went away on a run. The captain wrinkled his heavy white brows, gazed fixedly at the drummer boy, and spread the coverlet over him again, and slowly, almost unconsciously, and still gazing intently at him, he raised his hands to his head and lifted his cap. "Signor Captain!" exclaimed the boy in amazement. "What are you doing, Signor Captain? To me!" And then that rough soldier, who had never before said a gentle word to an inferior, replied in an indescribably sweet and tender voice, "I am only a captain. You are a hero." He bent over with widespread arms upon the drummer boy and pressed him 3 times to his heart. The Love of Country, Tuesday 24th. Since the tale of the drummer boy has touched your heart, it should be easy for you this morning to write your composition for examination, Why You Love Italy, well. Why do I love Italy? Do not 100 answers present themselves to you on the instant? I love Italy because my mother is an Italian, because the blood that flows in my veins is Italian, because the soil in which I bury the dead whom my mother mourns and whom my father venerates is Italian, because the town in which I was born, the language that I speak, the books that educate me, because my brother, my sister, my comrades, the great people among whom I live, and the beautiful nature which surrounds me, and all that I see, that I love, that I study, that I admire, is Italian. Oh, you cannot feel that affection to the full. You will feel it when you become a man, when, returning from a long journey, after a prolonged absence, you step up in the morning to the bulwarks of the vessel and see, on the distant horizon, the lofty blue mountains of your country. You will feel it then in the impetuous flood of tenderness which will fill your eyes with tears and will wrest a cry from your heart. You will feel it in some great and distant city, in that impulse of the soul which will draw you from the strange throng towards a working man from whom you have heard in passing a word in your own tongue. You will feel it in that sad, haughty anger which will drive the blood in your brow when you hear insults to your country from the mouth of a stranger. You will feel it in more proud and vigorous measure on the day when the menace of a hostile race shall call forth a tempest of fire upon your country, and when you shall behold arms raging on every side, youths thronged in legions, fathers kissing their children and saying, "Courage!" mothers bidding adieu to their young sons and crying, "Conquer!" You will feel it like a joy divine if you have the good fortune to behold the re-entrance to your town of the regiments, weary, ragged, with thinned ranks, yet terrible, with the splendour of victor in their eyes, and their banners torn by bullets, followed by a vast convoy of brave fellows, bearing their bandaged heads and their stumps of arms loftily, amid a wild throng which covers them with flowers, with blessings, and with kisses. Then you will comprehend the love of country. Then you will feel your country, Enrico. It is a grand and sacred thing. May I one day see you return in safety from a battle fought for her. Safe, you who are my flesh and soul. But if I should learn that you had preserved your life because you were concealed from death, your father, who now welcomes you with a cry of joy when you return from school, would then receive you with a sob of anguish. I should never be able to love you again. I should die with that dagger in my heart. Your father. Envy, Wednesday 25th. The boy who wrote the best composition on the love of country was De Rossi, as usual, and Bottini thought himself sure of the first medal. I like Bottini well enough, though he is rather vain and does dress up a trifle too much, but it makes me scorn him, now that I am his neighbour on the bench, to see how envious he is of De Rossi. He would like to rival him. He studies hard, but he cannot do it by any possibility, for De Rossi is 10 times as strong as he is on every point. And Bottini rails at him. Carlo Nobis envies him too, but he has so much pride in his body that, purely from pride, he keeps it hidden. Bottini, on the other hand, betrays himself. He complains at home of his difficulties and says that the master is unjust to him. When De Rossi replies so promptly and so well to questions, as he always does, Bottini's face clouds over, he hangs his head, pretends not to hear, or tries to laugh, but he laughs awkwardly. And everyone knows about it, so that when the master praises De Rossi, they all turn to look at Bottini, who chews his venom, and Muratorino makes a hare's face at him. Today, for instance, he was put on the rack. The principal entered the room and announced the result of the examination. De Rossi 10/10 and the first medal. Bottini gave a huge sneeze. The master looked at him. It was not hard to understand the matter. "Bottini," he said, "do not let the serpent of envy enter your body. It is a serpent that gnaws at the brain and corrupts the heart." Everyone stared at him except De Rossi. Bottini tried to make some answer, but could not. He sat there as though turned to stone, and with a white face. And then, while the master was conducting the lesson, he began to write in large characters on a sheet of paper, "I am not jealous of those who gain the first medal through favouritism and injustice." It was a note which he meant to send to De Rossi. But in the meantime I saw that De Rossi's neighbours were plotting amongst themselves and whispering in each other's ears, and one cut with a penknife from paper a big medal on which they had drawn a black serpent. Bottini also noticed this. The master went out for a few moments. All at once De Rossi's friends rose and left their seats for the purpose of coming and solemnly presenting the paper medal to Bottini. The whole class was prepared for a scene. Bottini had already begun to quiver all over. Derossi exclaimed, "Give that to me." "So much the better," they replied. "You are the one who ought to carry it." Derossi took the medal and tore it into bits. At that moment the master returned and resumed the lesson. I kept my eye on Bottini. He had turned as red as a coal. He took his sheet of paper very, very quietly, as though in absence of mind, rolled it into a ball on the sly, put it in his mouth, chewed it a little, and then spit it out under the bench. And then school broke up. Bottini, who was a little confused, dropped his blotting paper as he passed Derossi. Derossi politely picked it up, put it in Bottini's satchel, and helped him to buckle the straps. Bottini dared not raise his eyes. Franti's mother, Saturday the 28th. But Bottini is stubborn. Yesterday morning, during the lesson on religion, in the presence of the principal, the teacher asked Derossi if he knew by heart the 2 couplets in the reading book. "Wherever I turn my gaze, 'tis thee, great God, I see." Derossi said that he did not, and Bottini suddenly exclaimed, "I know them," with a smile as though to pique Derossi. But he was piqued himself instead, for he could not recite the poetry, because Franti's mother suddenly flew into the schoolroom, breathless, with her grey hair dishevelled and all wet with snow, and pushing before her her son, who had been suspended from school for a week. What a sad scene we were doomed to witness! The poor woman flung herself almost on her knees before the principal, with clasped hands, and besought him. "Oh, Signor Director, do me the favour to put my boy back in school. He has been at home for 3 days. I have kept him hidden, but God have mercy on him. If his father finds out about this affair, he will murder him. Have pity. I no longer know what to do. I entreat you with my whole soul." The principal tried to lead her out, but she resisted and continued to pray and weep. "Oh, if you only knew the trouble that this boy has caused me, you would have pity. Do me this favour. I hope that he will reform. I shall not live long, Senior Director. I bear death within me, but I should like to see him reformed before my death, because—" and she broke into a passion of weeping. "He is my son. I love him. I shall die in despair. Take him back once more, Senior Director, that a misfortune may not happen in the family. Do it out of pity for a poor woman," and she covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Franti stood impassive and hung his head. The headmaster looked at him, reflected a little, and then said, "Franti, go to your place." And then the woman removed her hands from her face, quite comforted, and began to express thanks upon thanks, without giving the director a chance to speak, and made her way towards the door, wiping her hands and saying hastily, "I beg of you, my son, may all have patience. Thanks, Signor Director, you have performed a deed of mercy. Be a good boy. Good day, boys. Thanks, Signor Teacher. Goodbye, and forgive a poor mother." And after bestowing another supplicating glance on her son from the door, she went away, pulling up the shawl which was trailing after her, pale, bent, with a head which still shook, and we heard her coughing all the way down the stairs. The principal gazed intently at Franti amid the silence of the class, and said to him in stern accents, "Franti, you are killing your mother." We all turned to look at Franti, and that infamous boy smiled. Hope, Sunday, 29th. Very beautiful, Enrico, was the impulse which made you fling yourself on your mother's heart on your return from your lesson on religion. Yes, your master said grand and consoling things to you. God threw us in each other's hands. He will never part us. When I die, when your father dies, we shall not speak to each other those despairing words, "Mama, Papa, Enrico, I shall never see you again." We shall see each other again in another life, where he who has suffered much in this life will receive reward, where he who has loved much on earth will find again the souls whom he has loved in a world without sin, without sorrow, and without death. But we must all render ourselves worthy of that other life. Reflect, my son. Every good action of yours, every impulse of affection for those who love you, every courteous act towards your companions, every noble thought of yours is like a leap towards that other world. And every misfortune also serves to raise you towards that world, every sorrow, since it has the expiation of a sin, just as every tear blots out a stain. Make it your rule to become better and more loving every day than the day before. Say every morning, "Today I shall do something for which my conscience will praise me and with which my Father will be satisfied, something which will render me beloved by such or such a comrade, by my teacher, by my brother, or by others." And pray God to give you the strength to put your resolution into practice. Lord, I wish to be good, noble, courageous, gentle, sincere. Help me. Grant me that every night when my mother gives me her last kiss, I may be able to say to her, "You kissed this night a nobler and more worthy boy than you kissed last night." Keep always in your thoughts that other supernatural and blessed Enrico, which you may be after this life. And pray. You cannot imagine the sweetness that you experience, how much better a mother feels when she sees her child with hands clasped in prayer. When I behold you praying, it seems impossible to me that there should not be someone there gazing at you and listening to you. And then I believe more firmly that there is a supreme goodness and an infinite piety. I love you more, I work with more ardour, I endure with more force, I forgive with all my heart, and I think of death with serenity. O dear and good God, to hear once more after death the voice of my mother, to meet my children again, to see my Enrico once more, my Enrico blessed and immortal, and to clasp him in an embrace which shall never more be loosed, never more, to all eternity. Oh, pray, let us love each other, let us be good, let us bear this celestial hope in our hearts and souls, my adored child. Your mother. End of section 9. Recording by Gray Clayton.
Section 10 of Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristin Lewis, Houston, Texas. Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de AMICIS. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. February. A medal well bestowed. Saturday, the 4th. This morning, the superintendent of the schools, a gentleman with a white beard and dressed in black, came to present the medals. He came in with the principal a little before the close and seated himself beside the teacher. He questioned a few, then gave the first medal to Derossi, and before giving the second, he stood for a few moments, listening to the teacher and the principal, who were talking to him in a low voice. All were asking themselves, "To whom will he give the second?" The superintendent said aloud, "Pupil Pedro Preface has merited the second medal this week, merited it by his work at home, by his lessons, by his handwriting, by his conduct in every way." All turned to look at Preface and seemed pleased. Preface rose in such confusion that he did not know where he was. "Come here," said the superintendent. Preface sprang up from his seat and went to the master's table. The superintendent looked attentively at the little waxen face, at the puny body enveloped in turned and ill-fitting garments, at the kind, sad eyes which avoided his, but which hinted at a story of suffering. Then he said to him, in a voice full of affection, as he fastened the medal on his shoulder, "I give you the medal, Preface. No one is more worthy to wear it than you. I bestow it not only on your intelligence and your goodwill, I bestow it on your heart. I give it to your courage, to your character of a brave and good son. Is it not true," he added, turning to the class, that he deserves it also on that score. Yes, yes, all answered, with one voice. Precossi made a movement of the throat as though he were swallowing something, and cast upon the benches a very sweet look which bespoke his immense gratitude. Go, my dear boy, said the superintendent, and may God protect you. It was the hour for dismissing the school. Our class got out before the others. As soon as we were outside the door, whom should we espy there in the large hall just at the entrance? The father of Precossi, the blacksmith, pale as usual, with fierce face, hair hanging over his eyes, his cap awry and unsteady on his legs. The teacher caught sight of him instantly and whispered to the superintendent. The latter sought out Precossi in haste, and taking him by the hand, he led him to his father. The boy was trembling. He and the superintendent approached. Several of the boys collected around them. Is it true that you are the father of this lad? Asked the superintendent of the blacksmith with a cheerful air, as though they were friends, and without awaiting a reply. I rejoice with you. Look, he has won the second medal over 54 of his comrades. He has deserved it by his composition, his arithmetic, everything. He is a boy of great intelligence and goodwill, who will accomplish great things, a noble lad who has gained the friendship and esteem of all. You may feel proud of him, I assure you. The blacksmith, who had stood there with open mouth listening to him, stared at the superintendent and the principal, and then at his son, who was standing before him with downcast eyes and trembling. And as though he had remembered and comprehended then, for the first time, all that he had made the little boy suffer, and all the goodness, the heroic constancy with which the latter had borne it, his face took on a certain stupid wonder, then a sullen remorse, and finally a sad, fierce tenderness. And with a quick movement he caught the boy round the head and strained him to his breast. We went out ahead of them. I invited him to come to the house on Thursday with Carolin and Crassi. Others bowed to him. One gave him a friendly pat, another touched his medal. All said something to him, and his father stared at us in amazement, as he still had his son's head pressed to his breast, while the boy sobbed. Good resolutions. Sunday, the 5th. The medal given to Precossi had awakened a regret in me. I have never earned one yet. For some time past I have not been studying, and I am discontented with myself. And the teacher and my father and mother are discontented with me. I no longer take delight in amusing myself as I did formerly, when I worked with a will, and then sprang up from the table and ran to my games full of joy, as though I had not played for a month. Neither do I sit down to the table with my family with the same contentment as of old. I have always a shadow in my soul, an inward voice that says to me continually, "It won't do. It won't do." In the evening, a great many boys passed through the square on the return from work. In the midst of the group of working men, weary but merry, they stepped briskly along, impatient to reach their homes and suppers. And they talk loudly, laughing and slapping each other on the shoulder with hands blackened with coal, or whitened with plaster. And I reflect that they have been working since daybreak up to this hour. And with them are also many others who are still smaller, who have been standing all day on the summits of roofs, in front of ovens, among machines, and in the water, and underground, with nothing to eat but a little bread. And I feel almost ashamed that I, in all that time, have accomplished nothing but scribble 4 small pages, and that reluctantly. Ah, I am discontented, discontented. I see plainly that my father is out of humor, and would like to tell me so. But he is sorry, and he is still waiting. My dear father, who works so hard. All is yours, all that I see around me in the house, all that I touch, all that I wear and eat, all that teaches me or amuses me. All is the fruit of your toil, and I do not work. All has cost you thought, privations, trouble, effort, and I make no effort. Ah, no, this is too unjust, and it causes me too much pain. I will begin this very day. I will apply myself to my studies. Like Stardye, with clenched fist and set teeth, I will set about it with all the strength of my will and my heart. I will conquer my drowsiness in the evening. I will come down promptly in the morning. I will cudgel my brains without ceasing. I will punish my laziness without mercy. I will toil, suffer, even to the extent of making myself ill. But I will put a stop once for all to this aimless life, which is degrading me and causing sorrow to others. Courage to work with all my soul and all my nerves, to work which will restore to me sweet rest, pleasing games, cheerful meals, to work which will give me back again the kindly smile of my teacher, the blessed kiss of my father. The train of cars, Friday the 10th. Preface came to our house today with Garrone. I do not think that two sons of princes would have been received with greater delight. This is the first time that Garrone had been here, because he is rather shy. And then he is ashamed to show himself because he is so large, and is still in the 3rd grade. We all went to open the door when they rang. Crossi did not come because his father has at last arrived from America, after an absence of 7 years. My mother kissed Preface. My father introduced Garrone to her, saying, "Here is a lad who is not only a good boy, he is a man of honor and a gentleman." And the boy dropped his big, shaggy head with a sly smile at me. Preface had on his medal, and he was happy, because his father had gone to work again and has not drunk anything for the last 5 days. Wants him to be always in the workshop to keep him company, and seems quite another man. We began to play, and I brought out all of my things. Preface was delighted with my train of cars, and the engine that goes of itself on being wound up. He had never seen anything of the kind. He devoured the little red and yellow cars with his eyes. I gave him the key, and he knelt down to play with the train, and did not so much as raise his head again. I have never seen him so happy. He kept saying, excuse me, and motioning to us with his hands, not to stop the engine. And then he picked it up and started the cars with as much care as though they had been made of glass. He was afraid of tarnishing them with his breath, and he polished them up again, looking them over, top and bottom, and smiling to himself. We stood around him and gazed at him. We looked at the slender neck, the poor little ears, which I had seen bleeding one day, the jacket with the sleeves turned up, and 2 sickly little arms, which had been upraised to ward off blows from his face. Oh, at that moment I could have cast all my playthings and all my books at his feet. I could have taken the last morsel of bread from my lips to give to him. I could have taken off my clothing to clothe him. I could have flung myself on my knees to kiss his hand. I shall at least give you the train, I thought, but at first I must ask my father. At that moment I felt a bit of paper thrust into my hand. I looked. It was written in pencil by my father. It said, "Your train strikes Preface's fancy. He has no playthings. Does your heart suggest nothing to you?" Instantly I seized the engine and the cars in both hands, and I placed them in his arms, saying, "Take this, it is yours." He looked at me and did not understand. "It is yours," I said. "I give it to you." Then he looked at my father and mother in still greater astonishment and asked me, "But why?" My father replied, "Enrico gives it to you because he is your friend, because he loves you, to celebrate your medal." Preface asked timidly, "I may carry it away home?" "Of course," we all responded. He was already at the door, but he dared not go out. He was happy. He begged our pardon with a mouth that smiled and quivered. Garrone helped him to wrap up the train in a handkerchief, and as he bent over, he made the things with which his pockets were filled rattle. Pride. "Some day," said Preface to me, "you shall come to the shop to see my father at work. I will give you some nails." My mother put a little bunch of flowers into Garrone's buttonhole for him to carry to his mother, in her name. Garrone said thank you in his big voice, without raising his chin from his breast, but all his kind and noble soul shone in his eyes. Pride, Saturday, 9th. The idea of Carlo Nobis rubbing off his sleeve affectedly when Picasso touches him in passing. That fellow is pride personified because his father is a rich man. But Derossi's father is rich too. Nobis would like to have a bench to himself. He is afraid that the rest will soil it. He looks down on everyone and always has a scornful smile on his lips. Woe to him who stumbles over his foot when we go out in files 2 by 2. For a mere trifle he flings an insulting word in your face, or a threat to get his father to come to the school. It is true that his father did give him a good lesson when he called the little son of a charcoal man a ragamuffin. I have never seen so disagreeable a schoolboy. No one speaks to him, no one says goodbye to him when he goes out, and there is not even a dog who would prompt him when he does not know his lesson. He cannot endure anyone, and he pretends to despise Derossi more than all, because he is the head boy, and Garrone because he is beloved by all. But Derossi pays no attention to him when he is by, and when the boys tell Garrone that Nobis has been speaking ill of him, he says, "His pride is so silly that it is not worth fighting about." But Cuore said to him one day, when Nobis was smiling disdainfully at his catskin cap, "Go to Derossi for a while and learn how to play the gentleman." Yesterday he complained to the teacher because Kalynda touched his leg with his foot. The teacher asked Kalynda, "Did you do it intentionally?" "No, sir," he replied frankly. "You are too petulant, Nobis," said the teacher. And Nobis retorted in his airy array, "I shall tell my father about it." Then the teacher got angry. "Your father will tell you that you are in the wrong, as he had on other occasions. And besides that, it is the teacher alone who has the right to judge and punish in school." Then he added pleasantly, "Come, Nobis, change your ways. Be kind and courteous to your comrades. You see, we have here sons of working men and of gentlemen, of the rich and the poor, and all love each other and treat each other like brothers, as they are. Why do not you do like the rest? It would not cost you much to make everyone like you, and you would be so much happier yourself, too. Well, have you no reply to make me?" Nobis, who had listened to him with his customary scornful smile, answered coldly, "No, sir." The wounds of labor. "Sit down," said the master to him. "I am sorry for you. You are a boy without a heart." This seemed to be the end of it all. But the little mason, who sits on the front bench, turned his round face toward Nobis, who sits on the back bench, and made such a fine and ridiculous hare's face at him that the whole class burst into a shout of laughter. The master reproved him, but he was obliged to put his hand over his own mouth to hide a smile. And even Nobis laughed, but not in a pleasant way. Monday, 15th. Nobis can be paired off with Franti. Neither of them was affected this morning by the terrible sight which passed before our eyes. On coming out of school, I was standing with my father and looking at some big boys of the second grade, who had thrown themselves on their knees and were wiping off the ice with their cloaks and caps in order to make slides more quickly, when we saw a crowd of people appear at the end of the street, walking hurriedly, all serious and seemingly terrified, and talking in low tones. In the midst of them were 3 policemen, and behind the policemen 2 men carrying a litter. Boys hastened up from all quarters. The crowd advanced toward us. On the litter was stretched a man, pale as a corpse, with his head resting on one shoulder, and his hair tumbled and stained with blood, for he had been losing blood through the mouth and ears. And beside the litter walked a woman with a baby in her arms, who seemed crazy and who shrieked from time to time, "Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?" Behind the woman came a boy who had a satchel under his arm and who was sobbing. "What has happened?" asked my father. A neighbor replied, that the man was a mason who had fallen from the 4th story while at work. The bearers of the litter halted for a moment. Many turned away their faces in horror. I saw the schoolmister of the red feather supporting my mistress of the upper first, who was almost in a swoon. At the same moment I felt a touch on the elbow. It was the little mason, who was ghastly white and trembling from head to foot. He was certainly thinking of his father. I was thinking of him too, and I at least am at peace in my mind while at school. I know that my father is at home, seated at his table, far removed from all danger. But how many of my companions think that their fathers are at work on the very high bridge, or close to the wheels of a machine, and that a movement, a single false step, may cost them their lives? They are like so many sons of soldiers who gave fathers in the battle. Muratorino gazed and trembled more and more, and my father noticed it and said, "Go home, my boy. Go at once to your father, and you will find him safe and sound. Go." The little mason went off, turning around at every step, and in the meanwhile the crowd had begun to move again, and the woman to shriek in a way that rent the heart, "He is dead! He is dead! He is dead!" "No, no, he is not dead," people on all sides said to her. But she paid no heed to them and tore her hair. Then I heard an indignant voice say, "You are laughing?" And at the same moment I saw a bearded man staring in Franti's smiling face. Then the man knocked Franti's cap to the ground with his stick, saying, "Uncover your head, you wicked boy, when a man wounded by labor is passing by." The crowd had already passed, and a long streak of blood was to be seen in the middle of the street. The prisoner, Friday, 17th. This is certainly the strangest event of the whole year. Yesterday morning my father took me to the suburbs of Moncalieri to look at a villa which he thought of hiring for the coming summer, because we shall not go to Chieri again this year, and it turned out that the person who had the keys was a teacher who acts as secretary to the owner. He showed us the house, and then he took us to his own room, where he gave us something to drink. On his table, among the glasses, there was a wooden inkstand of a conical form, carved in a singular manner. Noting that my father was looking at it, the teacher said, "That inkstand is very precious to me. If you only knew its history, sir." And he told it. Years ago he was a teacher at Turin, and all one winter went daily to give lessons to the prisoners in the judicial prison. He gave the lessons in the chapel of the jail, which is a circular building, and all around it, on the high bare walls, are a great many little square windows, covered with 2 crossbars of iron, each one of which corresponds to a small cell inside. He gave his lessons as he paced about the dark, cold chapel, and his scholars stood at the holes with their copybooks resting against the gratings, showing nothing in the shadow but wan, frowning faces, gray and ragged beards, staring eyes of murderers and thieves. Among the rest there was one, number 78, who was more attentive than all the others, and who studied a great deal, and gazed at his teacher with eyes full of respect and gratitude. He was a young man with a black beard, more unfortunate than wicked, a cabinet maker who, in a fit of rage, had flung a plane at his master, who had been persecuting him for some time, and had inflicted a mortal wound on his head. For this he had been condemned to several years of imprisonment. In 3 months he had learned to read and write, and he read constantly, and the more he learned, the better he seemed to become, and the more remorseful for his crime. One day, at the conclusion of a lesson, he made a sign to the teacher to come nearer to his little window, and told him that he was to leave Turin on the following day, to go and expiate his crime in the prison at Venice. As he bade him farewell, he begged in a humble and much moved voice that he might be allowed to touch the teacher's hand. The teacher offered him his hand, and he kissed it. Then he said, "Thanks, thanks," and disappeared. The master drew back his hand. It was bathed with tears. After that he did not see the man again. 6 years passed. I was thinking of anything except that unfortunate man, said the teacher, when the other morning I saw a stranger come to the house, a man with a large black beard already sprinkled with gray, and badly dressed, who said to me, "Are you the teacher so and so, sir?" "Who are you?" I asked him. "I am prisoner number 78, he replied. "You taught me to read and write 6 years ago. If you recollect, you gave me your hand at the last lesson. I have now expiated my crime, and I have come to beg you to do me the favor of accepting a memento of me, a poor little thing which I made in prison. Will you accept it in memory of me, Signor Master?" I stood there speechless. He thought that I did not wish to take it, and he looked at me as much to say, "So 6 years of suffering are not sufficient to cleanse my hands?" But he gazed at me with so much pain that I instantly extended my hand and took the little object. "This is it?" We looked closely at the inkstand. It seemed to have been carved very laboriously with the point of a nail. On its top was graven a pen lying across a copybook, and around it was written, "To my teacher, a memento of number 78, 6 years, 3, and below, in small letters, study and hope." The teacher said nothing more. We went away. But all the way from Moncalieri to Turin I could not get that prisoner, standing at his little window, that farewell to his master, that poor inkstand made in prison, which told so much, out of my head. And I dreamed of them all night, and was still thinking of them this morning, far enough from imagining the surprise which awaited me at school. No sooner had I taken my new seat beside Derossi and written my problem in arithmetic for the monthly examination, than I told my companion the story of the prisoner and the inkstand, and how the inkstand was made, with the pen across the copybook and the inscription around it, 6 years. Derossi sprang up at these words, and began to look first at me and then at Crossi, the son of the vegetable vendor, who sat on the bench in front, with his back turned to us, wholly absorbed on his problem. "Hush!" he said then, in a low voice, catching me by the arm. "Don't you know that Crossi spoke to me day before yesterday of having caught a glimpse of an inkstand in the hands of his father, who had returned from America, a conical inkstand made by hand with a copybook and a pen? That is the one. 6 years. He said that his father was in America. Instead of that, he was in prison. Crossi was a little boy at the time of the crime. He does not remember it. His mother has deceived him. He knows nothing. Let not a syllable of this escape." I remained speechless, with my eyes fixed on Crossi. Then Derossi solved his problem and passed it under the bench to Crossi. He gave him a sheet of paper. The boy had walked 10 miles. Daddy's Nurse. He took out of his hand the monthly story, Daddy's Nurse, which the teacher had given him to copy out, in order that he might copy it for him. He gave him pens and stroked his shoulder, and made me promise on my honor that I would say nothing to anyone. And when we left school, he said to me hastily, "His father came to get him yesterday. He will be here again this morning. Do as I do." To the street. Crossi's father was there, a little to one side. A man with a black beard sprinkled with gray, badly dressed, and with a colorless, thoughtful face. Derossi shook Crossi's hand in a way to attract attention, and said to him in a loud tone, "Farewell, until we meet again, Crossi," and passed his hand under his chin. I did the same, but as he did so, Derossi turned crimson, and so did I, and Crossi's father gazed straight at us with a kindly glance, but through it shone a look of distrust and doubt, which made our hearts grow cold. End of section 10. Recording by Kristin Lewis, Houston, Texas. Section 11 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristin Lewis, Houston, Texas. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Section 11. Chapter February. Daddy's Nurse. Monthly Story. One morning on a rainy day in March, a lad dressed like a country boy, all wet and muddy, with a bundle of clothes under his arm, came up to the porter of the great hospital at Naples, and presenting a letter, asked for his father. He had a fine oval face of a pale brown hue, thoughtful eyes, and two thick lips, always half open, which displayed extremely white teeth. He came from a village in the neighborhood of Naples. His father, who had left home a year previously to seek work in France, had returned to Italy, and had landed a few days before at Naples, where, having fallen suddenly ill, he had hardly time to write a line to announce his arrival to his family, and to say he was going to the hospital. His wife, in despair at this news, and unable to leave home because she had a sick child and a baby to tend, had sent her eldest son to Naples with a few soldi to help his father, his daddy, as they called him. The boy had walked 10 miles. The porter, after glancing at the letter, called a nurse and told him to conduct the lad to his father. "Whose father?" inquired the nurse. The boy, trembling with terror lest he should hear bad news, gave the name. The nurse did not recall such a name. "An old laborer arrived from abroad?" he asked. "Yes, a laborer," replied the lad, still more uneasy. "Not so very old. Yes, arrived from abroad." "When did he enter the hospital?" asked the nurse. The boy glanced at his letter. 5 days ago, I think." The nurse stood a while in thought. Then, as though suddenly recalling him, "Ah," he said, "the furthest bed in the 4th ward." "Is he very ill? How is he?" inquired the boy anxiously. The nurse looked at him without replying. Then he said, "Come with me." They ascended 2 flights of stairs, walked to the end of a long corridor, and found themselves facing the open door of a large hall, wherein 2 rows of beds were arranged. "Come," replied the nurse, entering. The boy plucked up his courage and followed him, casting terrified glances to right and left on the pale, emaciated faces of the sick people, some of whom had their eyes closed and seemed to be dead, while others were staring into the air with their eyes wide open and fixed, as though frightened. Some were moaning like children. The big room was dark. The air was filled with an acute odor of medicines. 2 sisters of charity were going about with phials in their hands. Arrived at the end of the great room, the nurse halted at the head of the bed, drew aside the curtains, and said, "Here is your father." The boy burst into tears, and letting fall his bundle, he dropped his head on the sick man's shoulder, clasping with one hand the arm which was lying motionless on the coverlet. The sick man did not move. The boy rose to his feet and looked at his father, and broke into a fresh fit of weeping. Then the sick man gave a long look at him, and seemed to recognize him, but his lips did not move. Poor daddy, how he has changed! The son would never have recognized him. His hair had turned white, his beard had grown, his face was swollen, of a dull red hue, with the skin tightly drawn and shining. His eyes were diminished in size, his lips were very thick, and his whole countenance was altered. There was no longer anything natural about him, but his forehead and the arch of his eyebrows. He breathed with difficulty. "Daddy, daddy," said the boy, "it is I. Don't you know me? I am Cicilla, your own Cicilla, who has come from the country. Mamma has sent me. Take a good look at me. Don't you know me? Say one word to me." But the sick man, after having looked at him, closed his eyes. "Daddy, daddy, what is the matter with you? I am your little son, your own Cicillo." The sick man did not stir, and continued to breathe painfully. Then the lad, still weeping, took a chair, seated himself, and waited, without taking his eyes from his father's face. "A doctor will surely come to pay him a visit," he thought. "He will tell me something." And he gave himself up to the sad thoughts, recalling many things about his kind father, the day of parting when he had said the last goodbye to him on board the ship, the hopes which his family had founded on his journey, the anguish of his mother on the arrival of the letter. Then he thought of death. He beheld his father dead, his mother dressed in black, the family in misery. He remained a long time thus. A light hand touched him on the shoulder, and he started up. It was a nun. "What is the matter with my father?" he asked her quickly. "Is he your father?" asked the sister gently. "Yes, he is my father. I have come. What ails him?" "Courage, my boy," replied the sister. "The doctor will be here soon now." And she went away without saying anything more. Half an hour later he heard the sound of a bell, and he saw the doctor enter at the further end of the hall, accompanied by an assistant. The sister and a nurse followed him. They began the visit, pausing at every bed. This time of waiting seemed an eternity to the lad, and his anxiety increased at every step of the doctor. At length they arrived at the next bed. The doctor was an old man, tall and stooping, with a grave face. Before he left the next bed, the boy rose to his feet, and when he approached, he began to cry. The doctor looked at him. "He is the sick man's son," said the sister. "He arrived this morning from the country." The doctor placed one hand on his shoulder, then he bent over the sick man, felt his pulse, touched his forehead, and asked a few questions of the sister, who replied, "There is nothing new." Then he thought for a while and said, "Continue the present treatment." Then the boy took courage and asked in a tearful voice, "What is the matter with my father?" "Be brave, my boy," replied the doctor, laying his hand on his shoulder once more. "He has erysipelas of the face. It is a serious case, but there is still hope. Help him. Your presence may do him a great deal of good." "But he does not know me," exclaimed the boy in a mournful tone. "He will recognize you tomorrow, perhaps. Let us hope for the best and keep up our courage." The boy would have liked to ask some more questions, but he did not dare. The doctor passed on, and then he began his life of nurse. As he could do nothing else, he arranged the coverlets of the sick man, touched his hand every now and then, drove away the flies, bent over him at every groan. The sister brought him something to drink. He took the glass or the spoon from her hand and gave it in her stead. The sick man looked at him occasionally, but he gave no sign of recognition. However, his glance rested longer on the boy each time, especially when the latter put his handkerchief to his eyes. Thus passed the first day. At night the boy slept on two chairs in a corner of the ward, and in the morning he resumed his work of mercy. That day it seemed as though the eyes of the sick man revealed a dawning of consciousness. At the sound of the boy's soothing voice a vague expression of gratitude seemed to gleam for an instant in his pupils, and once he moved his lips a little, as though he wanted to say something. After each brief nap he seemed, on opening his eyes, to seek his little nurse. The doctor, who had passed twice, thought he noted a slight improvement. Towards evening, on putting the cup to his lips, the lad fancied that he saw a very faint smile glide across the swollen lips. Then he began to take comfort and to hope, and with the hope of being understood, confusingly at least, he talked to him at great length of his mother, of his little sisters, of his own return home, and he exhorted him to courage with warm and loving words. And although he often doubted whether he was heard, he still talked. For it seemed to him that even if he did not understand him, the sick man listened with a certain pleasure to his voice, to that unaccustomed intonation of affection and sorrow. Thus passed the second day, and the third, and the fourth, with slight improvements or unexpected changes for the worst, and the boy was so absorbed in all his cares that he hardly nibbled a bit of bread and cheese twice a day when the sister brought it to him, and hardly saw what was going on around him, the dying patients, the sudden running up of the sisters at night, the moaning and despairing gestures of the visitors, all those doleful scenes of hospital life, which on any other occasion would have shocked and alarmed him. Days passed, and still he was there with his daddy, watchful, wistful, trembling at every sigh and at every look, shaken continually between a hope which relieved his mind and a discouragement which froze his heart. On the 5th day, the sick man suddenly grew worse. The doctor, on being questioned, shook his head, as much as to say that all was over, and the boy flung himself on the chair and burst out sobbing. But one thing comforted him. In spite of the fact that he was worse, the sick man seemed to be slowly regaining a little consciousness. He stared at the lad with increasing attention and with an expression which grew in sweetness, would take his drink and medicine from no one but him, and made strenuous efforts with his lips with greater frequency, as though he were trying to pronounce some word. He did it so painfully sometimes that his son grasped his arm violently, inspired by a sudden hope, and said to him, in a tone which was almost that of a joy, "Courage, courage, Daddy, you will get well. We will go away from here. We will go home to Mamma. Courage for a little while longer." It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and just as the boy had abandoned himself to one of these outbursts of tenderness and hope, that a sound of footsteps was heard outside the nearest door in the ward, and then a strong voice uttering 2 words only, "Farewell, sister," which made him spring to his feet, with a stifled cry in his throat. At that moment a man with a bundle in his hand entered the ward, followed by a sister. The boy uttered a sharp cry and stood rooted to the spot. The man turned around, looked at him for a moment, and cried in his turn, "Cicciolo!" and darted towards him. The boy fell into his father's arms, choking with emotion. The sister, the nurse, and the assistant ran up, and stood there in amazement. The boy could not recover his voice. "Oh, my Cicciolo!" exclaimed the father, after casting a searching glance on the sick man, as he kissed the boy repeatedly. "Cicciolo, my son, how is this? They took you to the bedside of another man? And there was I, in despair at not seeing you after mamma had written. I have sent him. Poor Cicciolo, how many days have you been here? How did this mistake occur? I have come out of it easily. I have a good constitution, you know. And how is mamma? And Concitella? And the little baby? How are they all? I am leaving the hospital now. Come then. Oh, good heavens, who would have thought it?" The boy tried to say a few words, to tell the news of the family. "Oh, how happy I am!" he stammered. "How happy I am! What terrible days I have passed!" And he could not finish kissing his father. But he did not stir. "Come," said his father, "we can get home this evening." And he drew the lad towards him. The boy turned to look at his patient. "Well, are you coming or not?" his father asked in amazement. The boy gave still another look at the sick man, who opened his eyes at that moment, and gazed intently at him. Then a flood of words poured from his very soul. "No, Daddy, wait here. I can't. Here is this old man. I have been here for 5 days. He watches me all the time. I thought he was you. I love him dearly. He looks at me. I give him his drink. He wants me always beside him. He is very ill now. Have patience. I have not the courage. I don't know, it pains me too much. I will go tomorrow. Let me stay here a little longer. I don't at all like to leave him. See how he looks at me. I don't know who he is, but he wants me. He will die alone. Let me stay here, dear Daddy." "Bravo, little fellow!" exclaimed the attendant. The father stood in perplexity, staring at the boy. Then he looked at the sick man. "Who is he?" he inquired. "A countryman like yourself," replied the attendant, "just arrived from abroad, and who entered the hospital on the very day you did. He was out of his senses when they brought him here, and could not speak. Perhaps he has a family far away, and sons. He probably thinks that your son is one of his." The sick man was still looking at the boy. The father said to Cicciolo, "Stay." "He would not have to stay much longer," murmured the attendant. "Stay," repeated his father. "You have a heart. I will go home at once, to relieve mamma's distress. Here is a scudo for your expenses. Good bye, my brave little son, until we meet." He embraced him, looked at him fixedly, kissed him again on the brow, and went away. The boy went back to his post at the bedside, and the sick man appeared consoled. And Cicillo began again to play the nurse, no longer weeping, but with the same eagerness, the same patience as before. He again began to give the man his drink, to arrange his bedclothes, to caress his hand, to speak softly to him, to exhort him to courage. He attended him all that day, all that night. He remained beside him all the following day. But the sick man continued to grow constantly worse. His face turned a purple color, his breathing grew heavier, he grew more restless. Articulate cries escaped his lips. The swelling began greater. On his evening visit, the doctor said that he would not live through the night. And then Cicero doubled his cares and never took his eyes from him for a minute. The sick man gazed and gazed at him and kept moving his lips from time to time with great effort, as though he wanted to say something. An expression of extraordinary tenderness passed over his eyes now and then, as they continued to grow smaller and more dim. And that night the boy watched with him until he saw the first rays of dawn gleam white through the windows, and the sister appeared. The sister approached the bed, cast a glance at the patient, and went away with rapid steps. A few moments later she reappeared with the assistant doctor and with the nurse who carried a lantern. "He is at his last gasp," said the doctor. The boy clasped the sick man's hand. The latter opened his eyes, gazed at him, and closed them once more. At that moment the boy fancied that he felt a pressure of the hand. "He pressed my hand!" he exclaimed. The doctor bent over the patient for an instant, then straightened himself up. The sister took the crucifix from the wall. "He is dead!" cried the boy. "Go, my son," said the doctor. "Your work of mercy is finished. Go, and may fortune attend you, for you deserve it. God will protect you. Farewell." The sister, who had stepped aside for a moment, returned with a little bunch of violets which she had taken from a glass on the window sill, and handed them to the boy, saying, "I have nothing else to give you. Take these in memory of the hospital." "I thank you," said the boy, taking the bunch of flowers with one hand and drying his eyes with the other. "But I have such a long distance to go on foot, I shall spoil them." And he loosened the violets. He scattered them over the bed, saying, "I leave them in remembrance of my poor dead man. Thank you, sister. Thank you, doctor." Then turning to the dead man, "Farewell." And while he sought a name to give him, the sweet name which she had applied to him for 5 days recurred to his lips. "Farewell, poor daddy." So saying, he took his little bundle of clothes under his arm, and with slow, weary steps he walked away. The day was dawning. The workshop, Saturday, 18th. Preface came last night to remind me that I was to go and see his workshop, which is down the street. So this morning, when I went out with my father, I got him to take me there for a moment. As we neared the shop, Garofri issued from it on the run, with a package in his hand, his big cloak, with which he hides his merchandise, fluttering in the wind. Ah, now I know where he goes to get the iron filings, which he sells for old papers. That traitor of a Garofri! When we came to the door, we saw Preface seated on a little pile of bricks, studying his lesson, with his book resting on his knees. He rose quickly and invited us to enter. It was a large room, full of coal dust, bristling with hammers, pincers, bars, and old iron of every description, and in one corner burned a fire in a small furnace, where puffed a pair of bellows worked by a boy. The father was standing near the anvil, and a young man was holding a bar of iron in the fire. "Ah, there he is!" said the smith as soon as he caught sight of us, and he lifted his cap. "The nice boy who gives away railroad trains. He has come to see me work a little, has he not? I shall be at your service in a moment." And as he said it, he smiled, and he no longer had the savage face, the evil eyes of former days. The young man handed him a long bar of iron heated red hot on one end, and the smith placed it on the anvil. He was making one of those curved bars for the rail of terrace balustrades. He raised a large hammer and began to beat the bar, pushing the heated part out here, now there, between one point of the anvil and the middle, and turning it about in various ways. And it was a marvel to see how the iron curved beneath the rapid and accurate blows of the hammer, and twisted, and gradually assumed the graceful form of a leaf torn from a flower, shaped as though it were of dough, which he had modelled with his hands. And meanwhile his son watched us with a certain air of pride, as much as to say, "See how my father works." "Do you see how it is done, little master?" the blacksmith asked me when he had finished, holding out the bar, which looked like a bishop's crosier. Then he laid it aside and thrust another one into the fire. "That was very well made indeed," my father said to him, and he added, "So you are working, huh? You have returned to good habits." "Yes, I have returned," replied the workman, wiping away the perspiration and reddening a little. "Do you know who made me return to them?" My father pretended not to understand. "This brave boy," said the blacksmith, indicating his son with his finger. "The boy who studied and did honor to his father, while his father rioted and treated him like a dog. When I saw that medal, ah! Thou, little lad of mine, no bigger than a sodo of cheese, come here, that I may get a good look at you." The boy ran to him instantly. The smith took him and put him on the anvil, holding him under the arms, and said to him, "Scrub off the front of this big beast of a daddy of yours a little." And then Precossi covered his father's black face with kisses until he was all black himself. "That's the way to do it," said the smith, and he set him on the ground again. "That really is the way, Precossi!" exclaimed my father, delighted, and bidding the smith and his son good day, he led me away. As I was going out, little Precossi said to me, "Excuse me," and thrust a packet of nails into my pocket. I invited him to come and view the carnival from my house. "You gave him your railroad train," my father said to me in the street. "But if it had been made of gold and filled with pearls, it would still have been but a petty gift to that sainted son who has reformed his father's heart." The Little Clown, Monday, 20th. The whole city is in a tumult over the carnival, which is nearing its close. In every square rise booths of mountebanks and jesters, and we have under our windows a circus tent, in which a little Venetian company with 5 horses is giving a show. The circus is in the center of the square, and in one corner there are 3 very large vans, in which the mountebanks sleep and dress themselves. 3 small houses on wheels, with their tiny windows, and a chimney in each of them, which smokes continually. And between window and window the babies' swaddling bands are stretched. There is one woman who nurses a child, prepares the food, and dances on the tightrope. Poor people! The word mountebank is spoken as though it were an insult, but they earn their living honestly, nevertheless, by amusing all the world. And how they work! All day long they run back and forth between the circus tent and the vans in tights, in all this cold. They snatch a mouthful or 2 in haste, standing between 2 performances. And sometimes, when they get their tent full, a wind arises, wrenching away the ropes, and puts out the lights, and then goodbye to the show. They are obliged to return the money, and to work the entire night at repairing their booth. There are 2 lads who work, and my father recognized the smallest one as he was going across the square. He is the son of a proprietor, the same one we saw perform tricks on horseback last year in a circus on the Piazza Vittorio Emanuele. And he has grown. He must be 8 years old. He is a handsome boy, with a round and roughish face, and with so many black curls that they escape from his pointed hat. He is dressed up like a clown, decked out in a sort of sack, with sleeves of white embroidered with black, and his slippers are of cloth. He is a merry little imp. He charms everyone. He does everything. We see him early in the morning, wrapped in a shawl, carrying milk to his wooden house. Then he goes to get the horses at the stable on the Via Bertola. He holds the tiny baby in his arms. He carries hoops, trestles, rails, ropes. He cleans the vans, lights the fire, and in his leisure moments he always hangs about his mother. My father is always watching him from the window, and does nothing but talk about him and his family, who have the air of nice people, and of being fond of their children. One evening we went to the circus. It was cold, and there was hardly any one there, but the little clown did his best to keep the crowd merry. He made risky leaps. He caught hold of the horse's tail. He walked all alone with his legs in the air. He sang, always with a smile on his handsome little brown face, and his father, who had on a red vest and white trousers with tall boots and a whip in his hand, watched him. It was really pitiful. My father was sorry for him and spoke of him on the following days to Delis, the painter, who came to see us. These poor people were killing themselves with hard work, and their affairs were going so badly. The little boy pleased him so much. What could be done for them? The artist had an idea. "Write a fine article for the Gazette," he said. "You know how to write well. Tell the wonderful things which the little clown does, and I will draw his portrait for you. Everybody reads the Gazette, and people will flock to see the circus." They did so. My father wrote a good article, full of jest, which told all that we had seen from the window, and made people want to see it and pet the little artist. And the painter sketched a little portrait which was graceful and good likeness, and which was published on Saturday evening. And behold, at the Sunday performance a great crowd rushed to the circus. The announcement was made, "Benefit performance for the little clown," as he was styled in the Gazette. The circus was crammed. Many of the spectators held the Gazette in their hands, and showed it to the little clown, who laughed and ran from one to another, perfectly delighted. The proprietor was delighted also. Just fancy! Not a single newspaper had ever done him such an honor, and the money box was filled. My father sat beside me. Among the spectators we found persons we knew. Near the entrance for the horses stood the teacher of gymnastics, the one who had been with Garibaldi, and opposite us, in the second row, was the little mason with his small round face, seated beside his gigantic father, and no sooner did he catch sight of me than he made a hare's face at me. A little farther on I espied Garoffi, who was counting the spectators and calculating on his fingers how much money the company had taken in. On one of the chairs in the first row, not far from us, there was also poor Robotti, the boy who saved the child from the omnibus, with his crutches between his knees, pressed close to the side of his father, the artillery captain, who kept one hand on his shoulder. The performance began. The little clown did wonders on his horse, on the trapeze, on the tightrope, and every time he jumped down, everyone clapped their hands, and many pulled his curls. Then several others, rope dancers, jugglers, and riders, clad in tights and sparkling with silver, went through their acts. But when the boy was not performing, the audience seemed to grow weary. At a certain point I saw the teacher of gymnastics, who held his post at the entrance of the horses, whisper in the ear of the proprietor of the circus, and the latter instantly glanced about as though in search of someone. His glance rested on us. My father saw this, and understood that the teacher had revealed that he was the author of the article, and in order to escape being thanked, he hastily retreated, saying to me, "You may stay, Enrico, I will wait for you outside." After exchanging a few words with his father, the little clown went through still another trick. Erect upon a galloping horse, he appeared in 4 characters as a pilgrim, a sailor, a soldier, and an acrobat, and every time that he passed near me, he looked at me. When he dismounted, he began to make the tour of the circus with his clown's cap in hand, and everyone threw soldi or sugar plums into it. I had 2 soldi already, but when he got in front of me, instead of offering his cap, he drew it back, gave me a look, and passed on. I was ill at ease. Why had he offered me that slight? The performance came to an end. The proprietor thanked the audience, and all the people rose also, and thronged the doors. I was confused by the crowd, and was on the point of going out, when I felt a touch on my hand. I turned round. It was the little clown with his tiny brown face and his black curls, who was smiling at me. He had his hands full of sugar plums. Then I understood. "Will you accept these sugar plums from the little clown?" he said in his dialect. I nodded and took 3 or 4. Then he added, "Please accept a kiss also." "Give me 2," I answered, and held up my face to him. He rubbed off his floury face with his hand, put his arms round my neck, and planted 2 kisses on my cheek, saying, "There, take one of them to your father." End of section 11. Recording by Kristin Lewis, Houston, Texas. Section 12 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristin Lewis, Houston, Texas. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de AMICIS. Translated by Isabel, Florence, HAPGOOD. Chapter February. The last day of the carnival. Tuesday, 21st. What a sad scene was that we witnessed today at the procession of the mask. It ended well, but it might have resulted in a great misfortune. In the San Carlo Square, all decorated with red, white, and yellow festoons, a vast multitude had assembled. Masks of every hue were flittering about, cars gilded and adorned, in the shape of pavilions, little theaters, barks filled with clowns, warriors, cooks, sailors, and shepherdesses. There was such a confusion that one knew not where to look. A tremendous clash of trumpets, horns, and cymbals tore the ears, and the masks on the chariots drank and sang as they addressed the people in the streets and at the windows, who retorted at the top of their lungs and hurled oranges and sugar plums at each other vigorously. Above the chariots and the throng, as far as the eye could reach, one could see banners fluttering, helmets gleaming, plumes waving, gigantic pasteboard heads moving, huge headdresses, enormous trumpets, fantastic arms, little drums, castanets, red caps, and bottles. All the world seemed to have gone mad. When our carriage entered the square, a magnificent chariot was driving in front of us, drawn by 4 horses, covered with trappings embroidered in gold, and wreathed in artificial roses, upon which there were 14 or 15 gentlemen masquerading as noblemen at the court of France, each aglitter with silk and a huge white wig, a plumed hat, a small sword under the arm, and a tuft of ribbons and laces on the breast. They were very gorgeous. They were singing a French song and throwing sweetmeats to the people, and the latter clapped their hands and shouted. Suddenly, on our left, we saw a man lift a child of 5 or 6 above the heads of the crowd, a poor little creature, who wept piteously and flung her arms about as though in a fit. The man made his way to the gentleman's chariot. One of the latter bent down, and the other said aloud, "Take this child. She has lost her mother in the crowd. Hold her in your arms. The mother may not be far off. She will catch sight of her. There is no other way." The gentleman took the child in his arms. All the rest stopped singing. The child screamed and struggled. The gentleman removed his mask. The chariot continued to move slowly. Meanwhile, as we were afterwards told, at the opposite side of the square, a poor woman, half crazed with despair, was forcing her way through the crowd, by main force, elbowing and shrieking, "Maria! Maria! Maria! I have lost my little daughter. She has been stolen from me. They have suffocated my child." And for a quarter of an hour she raved in this manner, straying now a little way in this direction, and then a little way in that, crushed by the throng through which she strove to force her way. All this time the gentleman on the car was holding the child pressed against the ribbons and laces on his breast, looking over the square and trying to calm the poor creature, who covered her face with her hands, not knowing where she was, and sobbed as though her heart would break. The gentleman was touched. It was evident that these screams went to his soul. All the others offered the child oranges and sugar plums, but she refused them all, growing constantly more convulsive and frightened. "Find her mother!" shouted the gentleman to the crowd. "Seek her mother!" Everyone turned to the right and the left, but the mother was not to be found. Finally, a few paces from the place where the Via Roma enters the square, a woman was seen to rush towards the chariot. I shall never forget that. She no longer seemed a human creature. Her hair was streaming, her face distorted, her garments torn. She hurled herself forward with a rattle in her throat. No one knew whether to attribute it to joy, anguish, or rage, and darted out her hands like two claws to snatch her child. The chariot stopped. "Here she is," said the gentleman, reaching out the child after kissing it, and he placed her in her mother's arms, who pressed her to her breast in a transport of feeling. But one of the tiny hands rested a second longer in the hands of the gentleman, and the latter, pulling off of his right hand a gold ring set with a large diamond, and slipping it with a rapid movement upon the finger of the little girl, said, "Take this, it shall be your marriage dowry." The mother stood rooted to the spot as though enchanted. The crowd broke into applause. The gentleman put on his mask again. His companions resumed their song, and the chariot started on again slowly amid a tempest of hand clapping and hurrahs. 9 boys. Thursday, 24th. The teacher is very ill, and they have sent in his stead the master of the 4th grade, who has been a teacher in the Institute for the Blind. He is the oldest of all the instructors, with hair so white that it looks like a wig made of cotton, and he speaks in a peculiar manner, as though he were chanting a mournful song. But he does it well, and he knows a great deal. No sooner had he entered the schoolroom than, catching sight of a boy with a bandage on his eye, he approached the bench and asked him what was the matter. "Take care of your eyes, my boy," he said to him, and then Derossi asked him, "Is it true, sir, that you have been a teacher of the blind?" "Yes, for several years," he replied, and Derossi said in a low voice, "Tell us something about it." The teacher went and seated himself at his table. Coretti said aloud, "The Institute for the Blind is in the Via Nizza." "You say blind, blind," said the teacher, "as you would say poor or ill, or I know not what. But do you fully realize the meaning of that word? Reflect a little. Blind, never to see anything, not to be able to distinguish day from night, neither the sky nor the sun, nor your parents, nor anything of what is around you and which you touch, to be sunk in endless darkness as though buried in the bowels of the earth. Make a little effort to close your eyes and to think of being obliged to remain forever thus. You will suddenly be overwhelmed by a mental agony, by terror. It will seem to you impossible to resist, that you must burst into a scream, that you must go mad or die. But poor boys, when you enter the Institute for the Blind for the first time, during their recreation hour, and hear them playing on violins and flutes, and talking loudly and laughing, running up and down the stairs at a rapid pace, and wandering freely through the halls and dormitories, you would never think them to be the unfortunates that they are. One must observe them closely. There are lads of 16 or 18, robust and cheerful, who bear their blindness with a certain ease, almost with hardihood, but you understand from a certain proud, resentful expression of countenance that they must have suffered tremendously before they became resigned to this misfortune. There are others with sweet and pallid faces on which a profound resignation is visible, but they are sad, and one understands that they must still weep at times in secret. Ah, my sons, reflect that some of them have lost their sight in a few days, some after years of martyrdom and after terrible surgical operations, and that many were born so, born into a night that has no dawn for them, that they entered into the world as into an immense tomb, and that they do not know what the human face is like. Picture to yourself how they must have suffered, and how they must still suffer, when they think thus confusedly of the vast difference between themselves and those who see, and ask themselves, why this difference, if we are not to blame? I, who have spent many years among them, when I recall that class, all those eyes forever sealed, all those pupils without sight and without life, and then look at the rest of you, I cannot find it possible that you should not all be happy. Think of it. There are about 26,000 blind persons in Italy, 26,000 persons who do not see the light. Do you understand? An army which would take 4 hours to march past our windows." The teacher paused. Not a breath was heard in all the school. Derossi asked if it were true that the blind have a finer sense of feeling than the rest of us. "It is true," the teacher answered. "All the other senses are finer in them, because, since they must replace, among them, that of sight, they are more and better exercised than they are in the case of those who see. In the morning, in the dormitory, one asks another, 'Is the sun shining?' And the one who is the most alert in dressing runs into the yard and waves his hands in the air, to find out whether there is any warmth from the sun perceptible. Then he comes to tell the good news. The sun is shining. From the voice of a person they obtain an idea of his height. We judge of a man's soul by his eyes, they by his voice. They remember intonations and accents for years. They know if there is more than one person in a room, even if only one speaks, and the rest remain motionless. They know by their touch whenever a spoon is more or less polished. Little girls distinguish dyed wool from that which is of natural color, as they walk two and two along the streets. They recognize nearly all the shops by their odors, even those in which we perceive no odor. They spin top, and by listening to its humming, they go straight to it and pick it up without any mistake. They trundle hoop, play at ninepins, jump the rope, build little houses of stones, pick violets as though they saw them, make mats and baskets, weaving together straw of various colors rapidly and well. To such a degree is their sense of touch skilled. The sense of touch is their sight. One of their greatest pleasures is to handle, to grasp, to guess the forms of things by feeling them, to see them when they are taken to the Industrial Museum, where they are allowed to handle whatever they please, and to observe with what eagerness they fling themselves on geometrical bodies, on little models of houses, on instruments, with what joy they feel over and rub and turn everything about in their hands, in order to see how it is made. They call this seeing. Interrupted the teacher to inquire if it were true that blind boys learn to reckon better than others. The master replied, "It is true. They learn to reckon and to write. They have books made on purpose for them, with raised characters. They pass their fingers over these, recognize the letters, and pronounce the words. They read rapidly, and you should see them blush, poor little things, when they make a mistake. And they write, too, without ink. They write on a thick, hard sort of paper, with a metal bodkin, which makes a great many little hollows grouped according to a special alphabet. These little punctures stand out in relief on the other side of the paper, so that, by turning the paper over and drawing their fingers across these projections, they can read what they have written, but also the writing of others, and thus they write compositions, and they write letters to each other. They write numbers in the same way, and they make calculations, and they calculate mentally with an incredible ease, since their minds are not diverted by the sight of surrounding objects as ours are. And you should see how passionately fond they are of reading, how attentive they are, how well they remember everything, how they talk among themselves, even the little ones, of things connected with history and language, as they sit 4 or 5 on the same bench, without turning to each other, and converse, the first with the third, the second with the fourth, in a loud voice and all together, without losing a single word. So acute and prompt is their hearing. And they attach more importance to the examinations than you do, I assure you, and they are fonder of their teachers. They recognize their teacher by his step and his odor. They perceive whether he is in a good or bad humor, whether he is well or ill, simply by the sound or a single word of his. They want the teacher to touch them when he encourages and praises them, and they feel of his hand and his arms in order to express their gratitude. They love each other, and they are good comrades to each other. In playtime they are always together according to their habit. In the girls' school, for instance, they form into groups according to the instrument on which they play, violinist, pianist, flute players, and they never separate. When they have become attached to anyone, it is difficult for them to break it off. They take much comfort in friendship. They judge correctly among themselves. They have a clear and profound idea of good and evil. No one grows so enthusiastic as they over the story of a kind action or a grand deed. He inquired if they played well. They are ardently fond of music, replied the teacher. It is their delight. Music is their life. Little blind children, when they first enter the institute, are capable of standing 3 hours perfectly motionless to listen to playing. They learn easily. They play with fire. When the teacher tells one of them that he has no talent for music, he feels very sorrowful, but he sets to studying desperately. Ah, if you could hear the music there, if you could see them when they are playing, with their heads thrown back, a smile on their lips, faces aflame, trembling with emotion, in ecstasies at listening to that harmony which replies to them in the obscurity which envelopes them, you would feel what a divine constellation is music, and they shout for joy. They beam with happiness when a teacher says to them, "You will become an artist." The one who is first in music, who succeeds the best on the violin or piano, is like a king to them. They love, they venerate him. If a quarrel arises between two of them, they go to him. If two friends fall out, it is he who reconciles them. The smallest pupils, whom he teaches to play, regard him as a father. Then all go to bid him good night before retiring to bed. And they talk constantly of music. They are finally in bed, late at night, wearied by study and work, and half asleep, and still they are discussing, in low tones, operas, masters, instruments, and orchestras. It is so great a punishment for them to be deprived of the reading or lesson in music. It causes them such sorrow that one can hardly ever has the courage to punish them in that way. What light is to our eyes, music is to their hearts. Derossi asked if we could go to see them. Yes, replied the teacher, but you must not go there now. You shall go later on, when you are in a condition to appreciate the whole extent of this misfortune, and to feel all the compassion which it merits. It is a sad sight, my boys. You will sometimes see there boys seated in front of an open window, enjoying the fresh air, with immovable countenance, which seem to be gazing at the wide green expanse and the beautiful blue mountains your own eyes can see. You remember that they see nothing, that they will never see anything of that vast loveliness. Your soul is oppressed, as though you had yourself become blind at that moment. And then there are those who were born blind, who, as they have never seen the world, do not complain, because they do not possess the image of anything, and who, therefore, arouse less sympathy. But there are lads who have been blind but a few months, who still recall everything, who fully understand all that they have lost. And these have, in addition, the grief of feeling their minds obscured. The dearest images grow a little more dim in their minds day by day, of feeling the persons whom they have loved the most die out of their memories. One of these boys said to me one day, with an inexpressible sadness, "I should like to have my sight again only for a moment, in order to see my mamma's face once more, for I no longer remember it." And when their mothers come to see them, the boys place their hands on their faces. They feel from brow to chin and to ears to see how they are made. They can hardly persuade themselves that they cannot see her, and they call her by name many times to beseech her that she will allow them, that she will make them see her just once. How many, even hard-hearted men go away in tears, and when you go out, your case seems to you to be the exception, and the power to see people, houses, and the sky a hardly deserved privilege. Oh, there is not one of you, I am sure, who on leaving would not feel disposed to deprive himself of the portion of his sight in order to bestow a gleam at least upon all those poor children for whom the sun has no light, for whom a mother has no face. The Sick Teacher, Saturday, 25th. Yesterday afternoon, on coming out of school, I went to pay a visit to my sick teacher. He made himself ill by overworking. 5 hours of teaching a day, then an hour of gymnastics, then 2 hours more of evening school, which is saying little sleep, getting his food by snatches, and working breathlessly from morning till night. He has ruined his health. That is what my mother says. My mother was waiting for me at the big door. I came out alone, and on the stairs I met the teacher with the black beard, Coatti, the one who frightens everyone and punishes no one. He stared at me with wide open eyes, and made his voice like that of a lion, in jest, but without laughing. I was still laughing when I pulled the bell on the 4th floor, but I ceased very suddenly when the servant let me into a wretched, half-lighted room where my teacher was lying. He was in a little iron bed. His beard was long. He put one hand to his brow in order to see better, and exclaimed in his affectionate voice, "Enrico!" I came to the bed. He laid one hand on my shoulder and said, "Good, my boy, you have done well to come and see your poor teacher. I am reduced to a sad state, as you see, my dear Enrico. And how fares the school? How are your comrades getting along? All well, huh? Even without me. You do very well without your old master, do you not?" I was on the point of saying no, but he interrupted me. "Come, come, I know that you do not hate me," and he heaved a sigh. I glanced at some photographs fastened to the wall. "Do you see?" he said to me. "All of them are of boys who gave me their photographs more than 20 years ago. They were good boys. These are my souvenirs. When I die, my last glance will be at them, at those roughish urchins among whom my life has been passed. You will give me your portrait also, will you not, when you have finished the elementary course?" Then he took an orange from his nightstand and put it in my hand. "I have nothing else to give you," he said. "It is the gift of a sick man." I looked at it, and my heart was heavy. "Listen to me," he began again. "I hope to get over this. But if I should not recover, see that you strengthen yourself in arithmetic, which is your weak point. Make an effort. It is merely a question of a first effort, because sometimes there is no lack of aptitude. There is merely an absence of a fixed purpose or stability, as it is called." But in the meantime he was breathing hard, and it was evident that he was suffering. "I am feverish," he sighed. "I am half gone. I beg of you, therefore, to apply yourself to arithmetic, to problems. If you don't succeed at first, rest a little and begin afresh. And press forward, but quietly, without fagging yourself, without straining your mind. Go, my respects to your mamma, and do not mount these stairs again. We shall see each other again in school, and if we do not, you must now and then call to mind your master of the 3rd grade, who was fond of you." I felt like weeping at these words. "Bend down your head," he said. I bent my head to his pillow. He kissed my hair. Then he said to me, "Go," and turned his face to the wall. I flew down the stairs, for I longed to embrace my mother. The Street, Saturday, 25th. I was watching you from the window this afternoon, when you were on your way home from the master's. You ran against a woman. Take more heed to your manner of walking in the street. There are duties to be fulfilled even there. If you keep your steps and gestures within bounds in a private house, why should you not do the same in the street, which is everybody's house? Remember this, Enrico. Every time that you meet a feeble old man, a poor person, a woman with a child in her arms, a cripple with his crutches, A man bending beneath a burden. A family dressed in mourning. Make way for them respectfully. We must respect age, misery, maternal love, infirmity, labor, death. If you see a person on the point of being run down by a vehicle, drag him away. If it is a child, warn him. If he is a man, always ask what ails the child who is crying all alone. Pick up the aged man's cane when he lets it fall. If two boys are fighting, separate them. If it is two men, go away. Do not look on a scene of brutal violence, which offends and hardens the heart. And when a man passes, bound, and walking between a couple of policemen, do not add your curiosity to the cruel curiosity of the crowd. He may be innocent. Cease to talk with your companion and to smile when you meet a hospital litter, which is perhaps bearing a dying person, or a funeral procession, for one may issue from your own home on the morrow. Look with reverence upon all boys from the asylums who walk two and two, the blind, the dumb, those afflicted with the rickets, orphans, abandoned children. Reflect that it is misfortune and human charity which is passing by. Always pretend not to notice anyone who has a repulsive or laughter-provoking deformity. Always extinguish every match that you find in your path, for it may cost someone his life. Always answer courteously a passerby who asks you the way. Do not look at anyone and laugh. Do not run without necessity. Do not shout. Respect the street. The education of a people is judged first of all by its behavior on the street. Where you find offenses in the streets, you will find offenses in the houses. And study the streets, study the city in which you live. If you were to be hurled away from it tomorrow, you would be glad to have it clearly present in your memory, to be able to transverse it all again in memory. It is your own city and your little country, that which has been for so many years your world, where you took your first steps at your mother's side, where you experienced your first emotions, opened your mind to its first ideas, found your first friends. It has been a mother to you. It has taught you, loved you, protected you. Study it in its streets and in its people, and love it. And when you hear it insulted, defend it. Your father. End of section 12. Recording by Kristin Lewis, Houston, Texas.
Section 13 of Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Heart, A Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de AMICIS. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. March. The Evening School, Thursday, 2nd. Last night my father took me to see the evening school in our Baretti schoolhouse, which was all lighted up, and where the working men were already beginning to enter. On our arrival, we found the principal and the teachers very indignant, because a little while before the glass in one window had been broken by a stone. The beetle had darted forth and seized a boy who was passing, but thereupon Stardi, who lives in the house opposite, had come forward and said, "This is not the right one. I saw it with my own eyes. It was Franti who threw it, and he said to me, 'You'll catch it if you tell.' But I am not afraid." The principal declared that Franti should be expelled for good. In the meantime, I was watching the working men enter by twos and threes, and more than 200 had already entered. I have never seen anything so fine as the evening school. There were boys of 12 and upwards, bearded men who were on their way from their work, carrying their books and copybooks, carpenters, engineers with black faces, masons with hands white with plaster, bakers' boys with their hair full of flour, and one could smell varnish, hides, fish, oil, odors of all the various trades. There also entered a squad of artillery workmen, dressed like soldiers and headed by a corporal. They all filed briskly to their benches, removed the board underneath, on which we put our feet, and immediately bent their heads over their work. Some stepped up to the teachers to ask explanations, with their open copybooks in their hands. I caught sight of the young and well-dressed master, the little lawyer, who had 3 or 4 working-men clustered around the table, and who was making corrections with his pen, and also the lame one, who was laughing with a dyer who had brought him a copybook, all adorned with red and blue dyes. My teacher, who had recovered, and who will return to school tomorrow, was there also. The doors of the schoolroom were open. I was amazed, when the lessons began, to see how attentive they all were, and how they kept their eyes fixed on their work. Yet the greater part of them, so the principal said, for fear of being late, had not even been home to eat a mouthful of supper, and they were hungry. But the younger ones, after half an hour of school, were falling off the benches with sleep. Some even went fast asleep with their heads on the bench, and the teacher awakened them by tickling their ears with a pen. But the grown-up men did nothing of the sort. They kept awake and listened, with their mouths wide open, and without even winking. It seemed strange to me to see all those bearded men on our benches. We also went up to the floor above, and I ran to the door of my schoolroom, where I saw in my seat a man with a big mustache and a bandaged hand, who might have injured himself while at work about some machine. But he was trying to write, though very, very slowly. What pleased me most was to behold in the seat of the little mason, on the very same bench and in the very same corner, his father, the mason, as huge as a giant, who sat there all coiled up into a narrow space, with his chin on his fist and his eyes on his book, so absorbed that he hardly breathed. And there was no chance about it. Or it was he himself who said to the principal the first evening he came to the school, "Signor Director, do me the favor to place me in the seat of my hare's face," for he always calls his son so. My father kept me there until the end, and in the street we saw many a women with children in their arms waiting for their husbands. At the entrance a change was effected. The husbands took the children in their arms, and the women took their books and copybooks. And in this wise they proceeded to their homes. For several minutes the street was filled with people and with noise. Then it grew silent, and all we could see was the tall, weary form of the principal going away. The fight, Sunday, 5th. It was what might have been expected. Franti, on being expelled by the principal, wanted to revenge himself on Stardi, and after school he waited for Stardi at a corner. when he was passing with his sister, whom he escorts every day from an institute in the Dora Grossa street. My sister Sylvia, on leaving her schoolhouse, saw the whole affair and came home thoroughly terrified. This is what took place. Franti, with his cap of waxed cloth tilted over one ear, ran up on tiptoe behind Stardi, and, in order to provoke him, gave a tug at his sister's braid of hair, a tug so violent that it almost threw her on the ground. The little girl uttered a cry. Her brother whirled around. Franti, who was much taller and stronger than Stardi, thought, "He'll not utter a word, or I'll break his skin for him." But Stardi never stopped to think. Small and ill-made as he is, he flung himself with one bound on that big fellow, and began to beat him with his fist. He could not hold his own, however, and he got more than he gave. There was no one in the street but girls, so there was no one who could separate them. Franti flung him on the ground, but the other instantly got up, and then down he went on his back again, and Franti pounded away as though upon a door. In an instant he had torn away half an ear, and bruised one eye, and drawn blood from Stardi's nose. But Stardi was gritty. He roared, "You may kill me, but I'll make you pay for it." Down went Franti again, kicking and cuffing, and Stardi under him, butting and striking out with his heels. A woman cried from a window, "Good for the little one!" Others said, "It is a boy defending his sister. Courage! Give it to him well!" And they screamed at Franti, "You bully! You coward!" But Franti had grown savage. He held out his leg. Stardi tripped and fell, with Franti on top of him. "Surrender! No! Surrender! No!" In a flash, Stardi was on his feet. He clasped Franti by the body, and with one furious effort hurled him to the pavement, and fell upon him with one knee on his breast. "Ah, the villain! He has a knife!" shouted a man, rushing up to disarm Franti. But Stardi, beside himself with rage, had already grasped Franti's arm with both hands, and bitten the fist so fiercely that the knife fell from it, and the hand began to bleed. More people had run up in the meantime, separated them, and set them on their feet. Franti took to his heels in a sorry plight, while Stardi stood still, with his face all scratched, and with a black eye, but triumphant, beside his weeping sister, while some of the girls collected the books and copybooks which were strewn over the street. "Bravo, little fellow!" said the bystanders. "He defended his sister." But Stardi, who was thinking more of his satchel than of his victory, instantly set to examining the books and copybooks, one by one, to see whether anything was missing or injured. He rubbed them off with his sleeve, looked over his pen, put everything back in its place, and then, quiet and serious as usual, he said to his sister, "Let us go home quickly, for I have a hard lesson before me." The boy's parents, Monday, 6th. This morning, big Stardi, the father, came to wait for his son, fearing lest he should again meet Franti. But they say that Franti will not be seen again, because he will be put in the reform school. There were a great many parents there this morning. Among the rest there was the retail wood dealer, the father of Coretti, the perfect image of his son, slender, brisk, with his mustache brought to a point, and a ribbon of 2 colors in the buttonhole of his jacket. I know nearly all the parents of the boys through constantly seeing them there. There is one crooked grandmother with her white cap who comes 4 times a day, whether it rains or snows or storms, to bring and to get her little grandson of the upper primary, and she takes off his little cloak and puts it on for him, straightens his necktie, brushes off the dust, and takes care of the copybooks. It is evident that she has no other thought, that she sees nothing in the world more beautiful. The captain of artillery also comes frequently. The father of Robetti, the lad with the crutches, who saved a child from the omnibus, and as all his son's companions salute him in passing, he returns a salute to every one, and he never forgets any. He bends over all, and the poorer and more badly dressed they are, the more pleased he seems to be, and he thanks them. At times, however, sad sights are to be seen. A gentleman who had not come for a month because one of his sons had died, and who had sent a maidservant for the other, on coming yesterday and seeing the class, the comrades of his little dead boy, retired into a corner and burst into sobs with both hands before his face. The principal took him by the arms and led him to his office. There are fathers and mothers who know all their sons' companions by name. There are girls from the neighboring schoolhouse and scholars in the gymnasium who come to wait for their brothers. There is one old gentleman who was a colonel formerly, and who, when a boy drops a copybook or a pen, picks it up for him. There are also to be seen well-dressed ladies who discuss school matters with others who have kerchiefs on their heads and baskets on their arms, and who say, "Oh, the problem has been a difficult one this time. That grammar lesson will never come to an end." And when there is a sick boy in the class, they all know it. When he is better, they all rejoice. This morning there were 8 or 10 ladies, gentlemen, and working men, standing around Crossi's mother, the vegetable vendor, making inquiries about a poor baby in my brother's class, who lives in her court and who is in danger of his life. The school seems to make them all equals and friends. Number 78. Wednesday, 8th. I saw a touching scene yesterday afternoon. For several days, every time that the vegetable vendor has passed Derossi, she has gazed and gazed at him with an expression of great affection. For Derossi, since he made the discovery about that inkstand in prisoner number 78, has acquired a love for her son Crossi, the red-haired boy with the useless arm. Derossi helps him to do his work in school, suggests answers to him, gives him paper, pens, and pencils. In short, he behaves to him like a brother, as though to compensate him for his father's misfortune, which has affected him, although he does not know it. The vegetable vendor had been watching Derossi for several days, and she seemed loath to take her eyes from him, for she is a good woman who lives only for her son, and Derossi, who assists him and makes him appear well, Derossi, who is a gentleman and the head of the school, seems to her like a king, a saint. She continued to stare at him and seemed desirous of saying something to him, yet was ashamed to do it. But at last, yesterday morning, she took courage, stopped him in front of a gate, and said to him, "I beg 1,000 pardons, little master. Will you, who are so kind to my son, and so fond of him, do me the favor to accept this little memento from a poor mother?" And she pulled out of her vegetable basket a little pasteboard box of white and gold. Derossi flushed up all over and refused, saying with decision, "Give it to your son. I will accept nothing." The woman was mortified, and stammered an excuse. "I had no idea of offending you. It is only caramels." But Derossi said no again, and shook his head. Then she timidly lifted from her basket a bunch of radishes, and said, "Accept these at least. They are fresh, and carry them to your mamma." Derossi smiled and said, "No, thanks. I don't want anything. I shall always do all that I can for Crossi, but I cannot accept anything. I thank you all the same." "But you are not at all offended?" asked the woman, anxiously. Derossi said, "No, no," smiled, and went off, while she exclaimed in great delight, "Oh, what a good boy! I have never seen so fine and handsome a boy as he." And that appeared to be the end of it. But in the afternoon, at 4 o'clock, instead of Crossi's mother, his father came up, with that gaunt, sad face of his. He stopped Derossi, and from the way in which he looked at the latter, I instantly understood that he suspected Derossi of knowing his secret. He looked at him intently, and said in his tender, touching voice, "You are fond of my son. Why do you like him so much?" Derossi's face turned the color of fire. He would have liked to say, "I am fond of him because he has been unfortunate, because you, his father, have been more unfortunate than guilty, and have nobly expiated your crime, and are a man of heart." But he had not the courage to say it, for at the bottom he still felt fear and almost dread in the presence of this man who had shed another's blood, and had been 6 years in prison. But the latter divined it all, and lowering his voice, he said in Derossi's ear, almost trembling the while, "You love the son, but you do not hate, do not wholly despise the father, do you?" "Ah, no, no, quite the reverse!" exclaimed Derossi, with a soulful impulse. The man made an impetuous movement, as though to throw one arm around his neck, but he dared not, and instead he took one of the lad's golden curls between two of his fingers, stroked it, and let it go. Then he kissed his palm to him, gazing at Derossi with moist eyes, as though to say that this kiss was for him. After which he took his son by the hand, and went away at a rapid pace. A little dead boy. Monday, 13th. The little boy who lived in the vegetable vendor's court, the one who belonged to the upper primary, and was the companion of my brother, is dead. Schoolmistress Delcati came in great affliction on Saturday afternoon to inform the master of it, and instantly Garrone and Coretti volunteered to carry the coffin. He was a fine little lad. He had won the medal last week. He was fond of my brother, and had given him a broken money box. My mother always petted him when she met him. He wore a cap with 2 stripes of red cloth. His father is a porter on the railway. Yesterday, Sunday, afternoon, at 4:30, we went to his house to go with the funeral to the church. They live on the ground floor. Many boys of the upper primary, with their mothers, all holding candles, were there. 5 or 6 teachers and several neighbors were already collected in the courtyard. The mistress with the red feather and Mistress Delcati had gone inside, and through an open window we beheld them weeping. We could hear the mother of the child sobbing loudly. 2 ladies, mothers of 2 school companions of the dead child, had brought garlands of flowers. Exactly at 5 o'clock we set out. In front went a boy carrying a cross, then a priest, then the coffin, a very, very small coffin, poor child, covered with a black cloth, and round it were wound the garlands brought by the 2 ladies. On the black cloth on one side were fastened the medal and honorable mentions which the little boy had won in the course of the year. Garrone, Coretti, and 2 boys from the courtyard bore the coffin. Behind the coffin first came Mistress Delcati, who wept as though the little dead boy were her own. Behind her the other school mistresses, and behind the mistresses the boys, among whom were some very little ones, who carried bunches of violets in one hand, and who stared wonderingly at the bier, while their other hand was held by their mothers, who carried candles. I heard one of them say, "And shall I not see him at school again?" When the coffin came from the court, a despairing cry was heard from the window. It was the child's mother, but they made her draw back into the room immediately. On arriving in the street, we met the boys from a college, who were passing in double file, and on catching sight of the coffin, with the medal and the schoolmistresses, they all pulled off their hats. Poor little boy! He went to sleep forever with his medal. We shall never see his red cap again. He was in perfect health. In 4 days he was dead. On the last day he made an effort to rise and study his lesson, and he insisted on keeping his medal on his bed, for fear it would be taken from him. No one will ever take it from you again, poor boy. Farewell, farewell. We shall always remember you at the Baretti School. Sleep in peace, dear little boy. The eve of the 14th of March. Today has been more cheerful than yesterday. The 13th of March, the eve of the distribution of prizes at the Theatre Victor Emmanuel, the greatest and most beautiful festival of the whole year. But this time the boys who are to go upon the stage and give the certificates of the prizes to the gentlemen who are to present them are not to be taken at haphazard. The principal came in this morning, at the close of school, and said, "Good news, boys." Then he called, "Caracci, the Calabrian." The Calabrian rose. "Would you like to be one of those to carry the certificates of the prizes to the authorities in the theatre tomorrow?" The Calabrian answered that he should. "That is well," said the principal. "Then there will also be a representative of Calabria there, and that will be a fine thing. The municipal council is desirous that this year the 10 or 12 lads who hand the prizes should be from all parts of Italy, and selected from all the public school buildings. We have 20 buildings with 5 annexes. 7,000 pupils. Among such a multitude, there has been no difficulty in finding one boy for each region of Italy. 2 representatives of the islands were found in the Torquato Tasso schoolhouse, a Sardinian and a Sicilian. The Boncompagni school furnished a little Florentine, the son of a woodcarver. There is a Roman, a native of Rome, in the Tomasio building. Several Venetians, Lombards, and natives of Romana have been found. The Monviso school gives us a Neapolitan, the son of an officer. We furnish a Genoese and a Calabrian. You, Coraci. With the Piedmontese, that will make 12. Does this not strike you as nice? It will be your brothers from all quarters of Italy who will give you your prizes. Mind, the whole 12 will appear on the stage together. Receive them with hearty applause. They are only boys, but they represent the country just as though they were men. A small tricolored flag is the symbol of Italy as much as a huge banner, is it not? Applaud them warmly, then let it be seen that your little hearts are all aglow, that your souls of 10 years grow enthusiastic in the presence of the sacred image of your fatherland. Having spoken thus, he went away, and the teacher said with a smile, "So, Coraci, you are to be the deputy from Calabria." And then all clapped their hands and laughed, and when we got into the street, we surrounded Coraci, seized him by the legs, lifted him on high, and set out to carry him in triumph, shouting, "Hurrah for the deputy of Calabria!" by way of making a noise, of course, and not in jest, but quite the contrary, for the sake of making a celebration for him, and with a good will, for he is a boy who pleases every one, and he smiled. And thus we bore him as far as the corner, where we ran into a gentleman with a black beard, who began to laugh. The Calabrian said, "That is my father." Then the boys placed his son in his arms, and ran away in all directions. The distribution of prizes, March 14th. Towards 2 o'clock the great theatre was crowded. Pit, gallery, boxes, stage, all were thronged. Thousands of faces, boys, gentlemen, teachers, workingmen, women of the people, babies. There was a moving of heads and hands, a flutter of feathers, ribbons, and curls, and a loud and merry murmur which inspired cheerfulness. The theatre was decorated with festoons of white, red, and green cloth. In the pit 2 little stairways had been erected, one on the right, which the winners of prizes were to ascend in order to reach the stage, the other on the left, which they were to descend after receiving their prizes. On the front of the platform was a row of red chairs, and from the back of the one in the center hung 2 laurel crowns. At the back of the stage was a trophy of flags. On one side stood a small green table, and upon it lay all the certificates of premiums tied with the tricolored ribbons. The band was stationed in the pit, under the stage. The schoolmasters and mistresses filled all one side of the first balcony, which had been reserved for them. The benches and passages of the pit were crammed with hundreds of boys, who were to sing and who carried the music in their hands. At the back and all about, masters and mistresses could be seen going to and fro, arranging the prize scholars in lines, and it was full of parents who were giving a last touch to their hair and the last pull to their neckties. No sooner had I gone in a box with my family than I perceived in the opposite box the young mistress with the red feather, who was smiling and showing all the pretty dimples in her cheeks, and with her my brother's teacher and the little nun, dressed wholly in black, and my kind mistress of the upper first, but she was so pale, poor thing, and coughed so hard that she could be heard all over the theatre. In the pit I instantly espied Garrone's dear big face and the little blonde head of Nellie, who was clinging close to the other's shoulder. A little further on I saw Garoffi, with his owl-beaked nose, who was making great efforts to collect the printed catalogues of the prize winners. He already had a large bundle of them, which he could put to some use in his bartering. We shall find out what it is tomorrow. Near the door was the woodseller with his wife, both dressed in holiday attire, together with their boy, who has a third prize in the second grade. I was amazed at no longer beholding the catskin cap and the chocolate-covered jerkin. On this occasion he was dressed like a little gentleman. In one balcony I caught a momentary glimpse of Bottini with a large lace collar. Then he disappeared. In a proscenium box, filled with people, was the artillery captain, the father of Robetti, the boy with the crutches. On the stroke of two the band struck up, and at the same moment the mayor, the prefect, the judge, the assessor, and many other gentlemen, all dressed in black, mounted the stairs on the right, and seated themselves on the red chairs at the front of the platform. The band ceased playing. The director of singing in the schools advanced with a baton in his hand. At a signal from him all the boys in the pit rose to their feet. At another sign they began to sing. There were 700 singing a very beautiful song. 700 boys' voices singing together. How beautiful! All listened motionless. It was a slow, sweet, limpid song, which seemed like a church chant. When they ceased, everyone applauded. Then they all became very still. The distribution of the prizes was about to begin. My little master of the second grade, with his red head and his quick eyes, who was to read the names of the prize winners, had already advanced to the front of the stage. The entrance of the 12 boys who were to present the certificates was what they were waiting for. The newspapers had already stated that there would be boys from all the provinces of Italy. Everyone knew it, and was watching for them, and gazing curiously towards the spot where they were to enter. And the mayor and the other gentlemen gazed also, and the whole theatre was silent. All at once the whole 12 arrived on the stage at a run, and remained standing there in line with a smile. The whole theatre, 3,000 persons, sprang up as one, breaking into applause which sounded like a clap of thunder. The boys stood for a moment as though disconcerted. "Behold Italy!" said a voice on the stage. I recognized Coraci, the Calabrian, dressed in black as usual. A gentleman belonging to the municipal council, who was with us and who knew them all, pointed them out to my mother. "That little blonde is the representative of Venice. The Roman is that tall, curly-haired lad yonder." 2 or 3 of them were dressed like gentlemen. The others were sons of working-men, but all were neatly clad and clean. The Florentine, who was the smallest, had a blue scarf round his body. They all passed in front of the mayor, who kissed them, one after the other, on the brow, while a gentleman seated next to him smilingly told him the names of their cities: Florence, Naples, Bologna, Palermo, and as each passed by, the whole theatre clapped. Then they all ran to the green table to take the certificates. The master began to read the list, mentioning the schoolhouses, the classes, the names, and the prize winners began to mount the stage and to file past. The foremost ones had hardly reached the stage when behind the scenes was heard a very, very faint music of violins, which did not cease during the whole time that they were filing past, a soft and always even ear, like the murmur of many subdued voices, the voices of all the mothers and all the masters and mistresses, giving counsel in concert, and beseeching and administering loving reproofs. And meanwhile the prize winners passed one by one in front of the seated gentlemen, who handed them their certificates, and said a word or bestowed a caress on each. The boys in the pit and the balconies applauded loudly every time there passed a very small lad, or one who seemed, from his garments, to be poor, and also for those who had abundant curly hair, or were clad in red or white. Some of those who filed past belonged to the upper primary, and, once arrived there, they became confused and did not know where to turn, and the whole theatre laughed. One passed 3 hands high, with a big knot of pink ribbon on his back, so that he could hardly walk, and he got entangled in the carpet and tumbled down. The prefect set him on his feet again, and all laughed and clapped. Another rolled headlong down the stairs when going back to the pit. Cries arose, but he had not hurt himself. Boys of all sorts passed, boys with roguish faces, with frightened faces, with faces as red as cherries, comical little fellows who laughed in everyone's face, and no sooner had they got back into the pit than they were seized upon by their fathers and mothers, who carried them away. When our schoolhouse's turn came, how interested I was! Many whom I knew passed. Coretti filed by, dressed in new clothes from head to foot, with his fine merry smile, which displayed all his white teeth, but who knows how many loads of wood he had already carried that morning. The mayor, on presenting him with his certificate, inquired the meaning of a red mark on his forehead, and, as he did so, laid one hand on his shoulder. I looked in the pit for his father and mother, and saw them laughing, while they covered their mouths with one hand. Then Derossi passed, all dressed in bright blue, with shining buttons, with all those golden curls, slender, easy, with his head held high, so handsome and fine that I could have blown him a kiss. And all the gentlemen wanted to speak to him and to shake his hand. Then the master cried, "Giulio Robetti!" and we saw the captain's son come forward on his crutches. Hundreds of boys knew the occurrence. A word ran round in an instant, a salvo of applause broke forth, and of shouts which made the theatre shake. Men sprang to their feet, ladies began to wave their handkerchiefs, and the poor boy halted in the middle of the stage, amazed and trembling. The mayor drew him to him, gave him his prize and a kiss, and removing the 2 laurel crowns which were hanging from the back of the chair, he strung them on the crossbars of his crutches. Then he led him to the stage box, where his father, the captain, was seated, and the latter lifted him bodily and set him down inside, amid an indescribable tumult of bravos and hurrahs. Meanwhile, the soft and gentle music of the violins did not cease, and the boys continued to file by, those from the Consolata school, nearly all the sons of petty merchants; those from the Vanquillia school, the sons of workingmen; those from the Boncompagni school, many of whom were the sons of peasants, those of the Rainieri, which was the last. As soon as it was over, the 700 boys in the pit sang another very beautiful song. Then the mayor spoke, and after him the judge, who ended by saying to the boys, "Do not leave this place without greeting those who toil so hard for you, who have consecrated to you all the strength of their intelligence and of their hearts, who live and die for you. There they are, behold them!" And he pointed to the balcony of teachers. Then from the balconies, from the pit, from the boxes, the boys rose and extended their arms towards the masters and mistresses, with a shout, and the latter responded by waving their hands, their hats, and handkerchiefs, as they all stood up, much moved. After this the band played once more, and the audience sent a last noisy salute to the 12 lads of all the provinces of Italy, who presented themselves at the front of the stage, all drawn up in a line, with their hands joined beneath a shower of flowers. End of section 13. Section 14 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de AMICIS. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. March. The Quarrel, Monday, 26th. It was not out of envy, because he got the prize and I did not, that I quarrelled with Coretti this morning. No, it was not out of envy. Still, I was in the wrong. The teacher had placed him beside me, and I was writing in my copybook when he jogged my elbow and made me blot and soil the monthly story, Blood of Romana, which I was to copy for the little mason, who is ill. I got angry and said a rude word to him. He replied with a smile, "I did not do it on purpose." I should have believed him, because I know him, but it displeased me that he should smile, and I thought, "Oh, now that he has had a prize, he has grown saucy." And a little while afterwards, to revenge myself, I gave him a jog which made him spoil his page. Then, all crimson with wrath, "You did that on purpose," he said to me, and raised his hand. The teacher saw it. He drew it back, but he added, "I shall wait for you outside." I felt ill at ease. My wrath had simmered away. I repented. No, Coretti could not have done it intentionally. He is good, I thought. I recalled how I had seen him in his own home, how he had worked and helped his sick mother, and then how heartily he had been welcomed in my house, and how he had pleased my father. What would I not have given not to have said that word to him, not to have insulted him? And I thought of the advice that my father had given to me. "Have you done wrong?" "Yes." "Then beg his pardon." But this I did not dare to do. I was ashamed to humiliate myself. I looked at him out of the corner of my eye, and I saw his coat ripped on the shoulder, perhaps because he had carried too much wood, and I felt that I loved him. I said to myself, "Courage!" But the words, "Pardon me!" stuck in my throat. He looked at me askance from time to time, but seemed more grieved than angry. And I looked crossly at him to show him that I was not afraid. He repeated, "We shall meet outside." And I said, "We shall meet outside." But I was thinking of what my father had once said to me: "If you are in the wrong, defend yourself, but do not fight." And I said to myself, "I will defend myself, but I will not fight." But I was discontented, and I no longer listened to the master. At last the moment of dismissal arrived. When I was alone in the street, I perceived that he was following me. I stopped and waited for him, ruler in hand. He came up, and I raised my ruler. "No, Enrico," he said, with his kindly smile, waving the ruler aside with his hand. "Let us be friends again, as before." I stood still in amazement, and then I felt what seemed to be a push on my shoulders, and I found myself in his arms. He kissed me and said, "We'll have no more quarrels, will we?" "Never again, never again," I replied, and we parted content. But when I went home and told my father all about it, thinking to give him pleasure, his face clouded over, and he said, "You should have been the first to offer your hand, since you were in the wrong." Then he added, "You should not raise your ruler at a comrade who is better than you are at the son of a soldier." And snatching the ruler from my hand, he broke it in two and hurled it against the wall. My sister, Friday, 24th. Why, Enrico, after father had already reproved you for behaving badly to Coretti, were you so unkind to me? You cannot imagine the pain that you caused me. Do you not know that when you were a baby, I stood for hours and hours beside your cradle, instead of playing with my companions? And then when you were ill, I got out of bed every night to feel whether your forehead was burning. Do you not know, you who grieve your sister, that if a dreadful misfortune should overtake us, I should be a mother to you and love you like my son? Do you not know that when our father and mother are no longer here, I shall be your best friend, the only person with whom you can talk about our dead and your childhood, and that, should it be necessary, I shall work for you, Enrico, to earn your bread and to pay for your studies, and that I shall always love you when you are grown up, that I shall follow you in thought when you go far away, always because we grew up together and have the same blood. Enrico, be sure of this when you are a man, that if misfortune happens to you, if you are alone, be very sure that you will seek me, that you will come to me and say, "Sylvia, sister, let me stay with you. Let us talk of the days when we were happy. Do you remember? Let us talk of our mother, of our home, of those beautiful days that are so far away." Oh, Enrico, you will always find your sister with her arms wide open. Yes, dear Enrico, you must forgive me for the reproof that I am giving now. I shall never recall any wrong of yours, and if you should give me other sorrows, what matters it? You will always be my brother, the same brother. I shall never recall you otherwise than as having held you in my arms when a baby, of having loved our father and mother with you, of having watched you grow up, of having been for years your most faithful companion. But do you write me a kind word in this same copybook, and I will come for it and read it before the evening. In the meanwhile, to show you that I'm not angry with you, and nothing that you are weary, I have copied for you the monthly story, Blood of Romana, which you were to have copied for the little sick mason. Look in the left drawer of your table. I have been writing all night while you were asleep. Write me a kind word, Enrico, I beg of you. Your sister, Sylvia. I am not worthy to kiss your hands, Enrico. Blood of Romana. Monthly Story. That evening the house of Ferruccio was more silent than it was wont. The father, who kept a little dry goods shop, had gone to Forli to make some purchases, and his wife had accompanied him with Luigina, a baby whom she was taking to a doctor that he might operate on a diseased eye. They were not to return until the following morning. It was almost midnight. The woman who came to do the work by day had gone away at nightfall. In the house there was only the grandmother with the paralyzed legs, and Ferruccio, a lad of 13. It was a small house of but one story, situated on the highway at a gunshot's distance from a village not far from Forli, a town of Romana. And there was near it an uninhabited house, ruined 2 months previously by fire, and on which the sign of an inn was still to be seen. Behind the tiny house was a small garden, surrounded by a hedge, upon which a rustic gate opened. The door of the shop, which also served as the house door, opened on the highway. All around spread the solitary country, wide, cultivated fields planted with mulberry trees. It was nearly midnight. It was raining and blowing. Ferruccio and his grandmother were still up, sitting in the dining room, between which and the garden was a small closet-like room with old furniture. Ferruccio had returned home only at 11 o'clock, after an absence of many hours, and his grandmother had watched for him with eyes wide open, filled with anxiety. She sat in the large armchair, upon which she was accustomed to pass the entire day, and often the whole night as well, since a difficulty of breathing did not allow her to lie down in bed. The wind and rain beat against the window panes. The night was very dark. Ferruccio had returned weary, muddy, with his jacket torn, and the livid mark of a stone on his forehead. He had engaged in a stone fight with his comrades. They had come to blows as usual, and, in addition, he had gambled and lost all of his soldi, and left his cap in a ditch. Although the kitchen was lighted only by a small oil lamp placed on the corner of the table near the armchair, his poor grandmother had instantly seen the wretched condition of her grandson, and had partly divined, partly brought him to confess his misdeeds. She loved this boy with all her soul. When she had learned all, she began to cry. "Ah, no," she said, after a long silence. "You have no heart for your poor grandmother. You have no feeling to take advantage in this manner of the absence of your father and mother to cause me sorrow. You have left me alone the whole day long. You had not the slightest compassion. Take care, Ferruccio. You are entering on an evil path, which leads you to a sad end. I have seen others begin like you and come to a bad end. If you begin by running away from home, by getting into brawls with other boys, by losing soldi, then gradually from stone fights you will come to knives, from gambling to other vices, and from other vices to theft." Ferruccio stood listening 3 paces away, leaning against a cupboard, with his chin on his breast and his brows knit, being still hot with wrath from the brawl. A lock of fine chestnut hair fell across his forehead, and his blue eyes were motionless. "From gambling to theft," repeated his grandmother, continuing to weep. "Think of it, Ferruccio. Think of that scourge of the country about here, of that Vito Mazzoni, who is now playing the vagabond in the town, who at the age of 24 has been twice in prison, and has made that poor woman his mother die of a broken heart. I knew her, and his father has fled to Switzerland in despair. Think of that bad fellow, whose salute your father is ashamed to return. He is always roaming with miscreants worse than him, and some day he will go to the galleys. Well, I knew him as a boy, and he began as you are doing. Reflect that you will reduce your father and mother to the same end as his." Ferruccio held his peace. He was not bad at heart, quite the reverse. His pranks arose rather from an overflow of life and boldness than from an evil mind. And his father had managed him badly just here, for he gave him great liberty, because he knew him to be good-hearted and capable, at bottom of the finest sentiments. So he left the bridle loose upon the boy's neck, and waited for him to acquire judgment for himself. The lad was good rather than perverse, but stubborn, and it was hard for him, even when his heart was repentant, to allow those good words which win pardon to escape his lips. "If I have done wrong, I will do so no more. I promise it. Forgive me." His soul was full of tenderness at times, but pride would not permit it to show itself. "Ah, Ferruccio," continued his grandmother, seeing that he was silent, "not a word of penitence to me? You see to what a condition I am reduced, so that I am as good as actually buried. You ought not to have the heart to make me suffer so, to make the mother of your mother, who is so old and so near her last day, weep. The poor grandmother, who has always loved you so, who rocked you all night long, night after night, when you were a baby, a few months old, and who did not eat in order to play with you. You do not know that I always said, 'This boy will be my consolation,' and now you are killing me. I would willingly give the little life that remains to me if I could see you become a good boy, and an obedient boy, as you were in those days when I used to lead you to the sanctuary. Do you remember, Ferruccio? You used to fill my pockets with pebbles and weeds, and I carried you home in my arms fast asleep. You used to love your poor grandma then, and now I am a paralytic, and in need of your affection as of the air to breathe, since I have no one else in the world, poor, half-dead woman that I am." Ferruccio was on the point of running to his grandmother, overcome with sorrow, when he fancied that he heard a slight noise, a creaking in the small adjoining room, the one which opened on the garden. But he could not make out whether it was the window shutters rattling in the wind, or something else. He bent his head and listened. The rain beat down noisily. The sound was repeated. His grandmother heard it also. "What is it?" she asked anxiously. After a pause, "The rain," murmured the boy. "Then, Ferruccio," said the old woman, drying her eyes, "you promise me that you will be good, that you will not make your poor grandmother weep again?" Another faint sound interrupted her. "But it seems to me that it is not the rain," she exclaimed, turning pale. "Go and see." But she instantly added, "No, stay here," and seized Ferruccio by the hand. Both remained as they were and held their breath. All they heard was the sound of the water. Then both were seized with a shivering fit. It seemed to them that they heard footsteps in the next room. "Who's there?" demanded the lad, recovering his breath with an effort. No one replied. "Who is it?" asked Ferruccio again, chilled with terror. But hardly had he pronounced these words when both uttered a shriek of terror. Two men sprang into the room. One of them grasped the boy and placed one hand over his mouth. The other clutched the old woman by the throat. The first said, "Silence, unless you want to die." The second said, "Be quiet," and raised aloft a knife. Both had dark cloths over their faces, with holes for the eyes. For a moment nothing was heard but the gasping breath of all four and the patter of the rain. The old woman rattled in her throat, and her eyes were starting from her head. The man who held the boy said in his ear, "Where does your father keep his money?" The lad replied faintly, between chattering teeth, "Yonder in the cupboard." "Come with me," said the man, and he dragged him into the closet room, holding him securely by the throat. There was a dark lantern standing on the floor. "Where is the cupboard?" he demanded. The gasping boy pointed it out. Then, in order to make sure of the boy, the man flung him on his knees in front of the cupboard, pressing his neck closely between his own legs, in such a way that he could throttle him if he shouted. Holding his knife in his teeth and his lantern in one hand, with the other he pulled from his pocket a pointed iron, drove it into the lock, fumbled about, broke it, threw the doors wide open, tumbled everything over in a perfect fury of haste, filled his pockets, shut the cupboard again, opened it again, made another search, then he seized the boy by the windpipe and pushed him to where the other man was still grasping the old woman, who was in a swoon, with her head thrown back and her mouth open. That one asked in a low voice, "Did you find it?" His companion replied, "I found it," and he added, "See to the door." The one that was holding the old woman ran to the door of the garden to see if there were any one there, and called in from the little room in a voice that resembled a hiss, "Come." The one who stayed behind, and who was still holding Ferruccio fast, showed his knife to the boy and the old woman, who had opened her eyes again, and said, "Not a sound, or I'll come back and cut your throat." And he glared at the two for a moment. At this juncture they heard a song sung by many voices far off on the highway. The robber turned his head hastily towards the door, and the violence of the movement caused the cloth to fall from his face. The old woman gave a shriek, "Mozzoni!" "Accursed woman!" roared the robber, on finding himself recognized. "You shall die!" He hurled himself, with his knife raised, against the old woman, and she fainted away. The assassin dealt the blow. But Ferruccio, with an exceedingly rapid movement and uttering a cry of desperation, had rushed to his grandmother and covered her body with his own. The assassin fled, stumbling against the table and overturning the light, which was extinguished. The boy slipped slowly from above his grandmother, fell on his knees, and remained in that attitude, with his arms around her body and his head upon her breast. Several moments passed. It was very dark. The song of the peasants gradually died away. The old woman recovered her senses. "Ferruccio!" she cried with chattering teeth, in a voice that was barely intelligible. "Grandmother!" replied the lad. The old woman made an effort to speak, but terror had paralyzed her tongue. She remained silent for a while, quivering violently. At last she succeeded in asking, "They are not here now?" "No." "They did not kill me," murmured the old woman in a stifled voice. "No, you are safe," said Ferruccio in a weak voice. "You are safe, dear grandmother. They carried off the money, but father had taken nearly all of it with him." His grandmother drew a deep breath. "Grandmother," said Ferruccio, still kneeling and pressing her close to him. "Dear grandmother, you love me, don't you?" "Oh, Ferruccio, my poor little son," she replied, placing her hands on his head. "What a fright you must have had! O Lord God of mercy, light the lamp." "No, let us remain in the dark. I am still afraid." "Grandmother," resumed the boy, "I have always caused you grief." "No, Ferruccio, you must not say such things. I shall never think of that again. I have forgotten everything. I love you so dearly. I have always caused you grief," pursued Ferruccio with difficulty, and his voice shook, "but I have always loved you. Do you forgive me? Forgive me, grandmother." "Yes, my son, I forgive you with all my heart. Think, how could I help forgiving you? Rise from your knees, my child. I will never scold you again. You are so good, so good. Let us light the lamp. Let us take courage a little. Rise, Ferruccio." "Thanks, grandmother," said the boy, and his voice was still weaker. "Now I am content. You will remember me, grandmother, will you not? You will always remember me, your Ferruccio?" "My Ferruccio!" exclaimed his grandmother, amazed and alarmed, as she laid her hands on his shoulders and bent her head, as though to look him in the face. "Remember me," murmured the boy once more, in a voice that seemed like a breath. "Give a kiss to my mother, to my father, to Luigina. Goodbye, grandmother." "In the name of heaven, what is the matter with you?" shrieked the old woman, feeling the boy's head anxiously, as it lay upon her knees. And then, with all the power of voice of which her throat was capable, and in desperation, "Ferruccio, Ferruccio, Ferruccio, my child, my love, angels of paradise, come to my aid!" But Ferruccio made no reply. The little hero, the saviour of the mother of his mother, stabbed in the back by a blow from a knife, had given up his noble, daring soul to God. The little mason on his sick bed. Tuesday, 28th. Poor Muratorino is seriously ill. The master told us to go and see him, and Garrone, Derossi, and I agreed to go together. Stardi would have come also, but the teacher had assigned us the description of the monument to Cavour. He told us that he must go and see the monument, in order that his description might be more exact. So, by way of experiment, we invited that puffed up fellow, Nobis, who replied "No," and nothing more. Bottini also excused himself, perhaps because he was afraid of soiling his clothes with plaster. We went there when we came out of school at 4 o'clock. It was raining in torrents. On the street, Garrone halted and said, with his mouth full of bread, "What shall I buy?" And he rattled a couple of soldi in his pocket. We gave 2 soldi each and bought 3 big oranges. We went up to the garret. At the door, Derossi took off his medal and put it in his pocket. I asked him why. "I don't know," he answered. "In order not to put on airs. It strikes me as more delicate to go in without my medal." We knocked. The father, that big man who looks like a giant, opened to us. His face was sad and drawn. "Who are you?" he asked. Garrone replied, "We are Antonio's schoolmates, and we have brought him some oranges." "Ah, poor Tonino!" exclaimed the mason, shaking his head. "I fear that he will never eat your oranges." And he wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. He made us come in. We entered an attic room, where we saw the little mason asleep in a little iron bed. His mother hung dejectedly over the bed, with her face in her hands, and she hardly turned to look at us. On one side hung brushes, a trowel, and a plaster sieve. Over the feet of the sick boy was spread the mason's jacket, white with lime. The poor boy was thin and very, very white. His nose was pointed, and his breath was short. "Oh, dear Tonino, my little comrade, you who were so kind and merry, how it pains me! What would I not give to see you make that hare's face once more, poor little mason!" Garrone laid an orange on his pillow, close to his face. The odor waked him. He grasped it instantly, then let go of it, and gazed intently at Garrone. "It is I," said the latter. "Garrone, do you know me?" He smiled faintly, lifted his stubby hand with difficulty from the bed, and held it out to Garrone, who took it between his and laid it against his cheek, saying, "Courage, courage, little mason! You are going to get well soon and come back to school, and the teacher will put you next to me. Will that please you?" But the little mason made no reply. His mother burst into sobs. "Oh, my poor Tonino, my poor Tonino! He is so brave and good, and God is going to take him from us." "Silence!" cried the mason. "Silence, for the love of God, or I shall lose my reason." Then he said to us with anxiety, "Go, go, boys! I thank you. Go! What could you do here? I thank you. Go home." The boy had closed his eyes again, and appeared to be dead. "Do you need any assistance?" asked Garrone. "No, my good boy, thank you," the mason answered. And so saying, he pushed us out on the landing and shut the door. But we were not halfway down the stairs when we heard him calling, "Garrone! Garrone!" We all three mounted the stairs once more in haste. "Garrone!" shouted the mason, with a changed countenance. "He has called you by name. It is 2 days since he spoke. He has called you twice. He wants you. Come, quickly. Ah, holy God, if this is only a good sign!" "Farewell for the present," said Garrone to us. "I shall remain." And he ran in with the father. Derossi's eyes were full of tears. "Are you crying for the little mason?" I said. He has spoken. He will recover. I believe it, replied Derossi, but I was not thinking of him. I was thinking how good Garrone is and what a beautiful soul he has. Count Cavour, Wednesday, 29th. You are to write a description of the monument to Count Cavour. You can do it. But who was Count Cavour? You cannot understand at present. For the present this is all you know. He was for many years the Prime Minister of Piedmont. It was he who sent the Piedmontese army to the Crimea to raise once more, with the victory of Cernaia, our military glory, which had fallen with the defeat at Novara. It was he who made 150,000 Frenchmen descend from the Alps to chase the Austrians from Lombardy. It was he who governed Italy in the most solemn period of our Revolution, who gave during those years the most potent impulse to the holy enterprise of the unification of our country. He, with his brilliant mind, with his invincible perseverance, with his more than human industry. Many generals have passed terrible hours on the field of battle, but he passed more terrible ones in his cabinet, when his enormous work might suffer destruction at any moment, like a fragile edifice at the tremor of an earthquake. Hours, nights of struggle and anguish did he pass, sufficient to make him issue from it with reason deranged and death in his heart. And it was this gigantic and stormy work which shortened his life by 20 years. Nevertheless, devoured by the fever which was to cast him into his grave, he yet contended desperately with a malady in order to accomplish something for his country. It is strange, he said sadly on his deathbed, I no longer know how to read. I cannot read. While they were bleeding him and the fever was increasing, he was thinking of his country, and he said imperiously, Cure me, my mind is clouding over. I have need of all my faculties to manage important affairs. During his last moments, when the whole city was in a tumult, and the king stood at his bedside, he said anxiously, I have many things to say to you, sire, many things to show you, but I am ill. I cannot. And he was in despair. His feverish thoughts hovered ever round the state, round the new Italian provinces, which had been united with us, round the many things which still remained to be done. While the delirium seized him, Educate the children, he exclaimed, between his gasps for breath. Educate the children, and the young people govern with liberty. His delirium increased. Death hovered over him. And with burning words he invoked General Garibaldi, with whom he had had disagreements, and Venice and Rome, which were not yet free. He had vast visions of the future of Italy and of Europe. He dreamed of a foreign invasion. He inquired where the corps of the army were, and the generals. He still trembled for us, for his people. His great sorrow was not, you understand, that he felt that his life was going, but to see himself fleeing his country, which still had need of him, and for which he had in a few years worn out the measureless forces of his wonderful constitution. He died with a battle cry in his throat, and his death was as great as his life. Now reflect a little, Enrico. What sort of thing is our labor, which nevertheless so weighs us down? What are our griefs, our death itself, in the face of the toils and the terrible anxieties, the tremendous agonies of these men upon whose hearts rests a world? Think of this, my son, when you pass before that marble image, and say, Glory, in your heart. Your Father. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin, Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal, by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. April, Spring, Saturday, 1st. The 1st of April. Only 3 months more. This has been one of the most beautiful mornings of the year. I was happy in school because Coretti told me to come day after tomorrow to see the king make his entrance. We will go with his father, who knows him. Also, my mother had promised to take me the same day to visit the infant asylum in the Corso Valdocco. I was pleased, too, because the little Mason is better, and because the teacher said to my father yesterday evening as he was passing, "He is doing well. He is doing well." And then it was a beautiful spring morning. From the school windows we could see the blue sky, the trees of the garden all covered with buds, and the wide open windows of the houses with their boxes and vases already growing green. The teacher did not laugh, because he never laughs, but he was in good humor, so that the wrinkle hardly ever appeared on his brow, and he explained a problem on the blackboard, and jested. And it was plain that he felt a pleasure in breathing the air of the gardens which entered through the open window, redolent with the fresh odor of earth and leaves, which suggested thoughts of country rambles. While he was explaining, we could hear in a neighboring street a blacksmith hammering on his anvil, and in the house opposite a woman singing to lull her baby to sleep. Far away, in the Cernea barracks, the trumpets were sounding. Everyone seemed glad, even Stardi. Presently the blacksmith began to hammer more vigorously, the woman to sing more loudly. The teacher paused and lent an ear. Then he said slowly as he gazed out of the window, "The smiling sky, a singing mother, an honest man at work, boys at study. These are beautiful things." When we left school, we saw that everyone else was cheerful also. All walked in a line, stamping loudly with their feet and humming, as though on the eve of a 4 days' vacation. The schoolmistresses were playful. The one with the red feather tripped along behind the children like a schoolgirl. The parents of the boys were chatting together and smiling, and Crossie's mother, the vegetable vendor, had so many bunches of violets in her basket that they filled the whole large hall with perfume. I have never felt so glad as this morning on catching sight of my mother, who was waiting for me in the street, and I said to her as I ran to meet her, "Oh, I am happy. What is it that makes me so happy today?" And my mother answered smilingly that it was the beautiful season and a good conscience. King Umberto, Monday, 3rd. At 10 o'clock precisely, my father, looking from the window, saw Coretti, the wood seller, and his son waiting for me in the square, so he said, "There they are, Enrico. Go and see your king." I went like a flash. Both father and son were even more alert than usual, and they never seemed to me to resemble each other so strongly as this morning. The father wore on his jacket the medal for valor between two commemorative medals, and his mustaches were curled and as pointed as two pins. We at once set out for the railway station, where the king was to arrive at 10:30. Coretti, the father, smoked his pipe and rubbed his hands. "Do you know," said he, "I have not seen him since the War of 66. A trifle of 15 years and 6 months. First, 3 years in France, and then at Mondovi. And here, where I might have seen him, I have never had the good luck of being in the city when he came. Such a piece of luck." He called the king Umberto, like a comrade. Umberto commanded the 16th Division. Umberto was 22 years and so many days old. Umberto mounted a horse thus and so. 15 years, he said vehemently, quickening his pace. I really have a great desire to see him again. I left him a prince. I see him once more a king. And I too have changed. From a soldier I have become a hawker of wood, and he laughed. If he were to see you, would he remember you? Asked his son. He began to laugh. You are crazy, he answered. That's quite another thing. He, Umberto, was one single man. We were thick as flies, and then he never looked at us one by one. We turned into the Course Victor Emmanuel. There were many people on their way to the station. A company of Alpine soldiers passed with their trumpets. 2 armed policemen passed by on horseback at a gallop. The day was calm and glorious. Yes, exclaimed the elder Coretti, growing animated. It is a real pleasure to me to see him once more, the general of my division. Ah, how quickly I have grown old! It seems as though it were only the other day that I had my knapsack on my shoulders and my gun in my hands. At that affair of the 24th of June, when we were on the point of coming to blows. Umberto was going to and fro with his officers, while the cannon were thundering in the distance, and everyone was gazing at him, saying, May there not be a bullet for him also. I was 1,000 miles from thinking that I should soon find myself so near him, in front of the lances of the Austrian Uhlans. Actually, only 4 paces from each other, boys. That was a fine day. The sky was like a mirror, but so hot. Let us see if we can get in. We had arrived at the station. There was a great crowd, carriages, policemen, carabiners, societies with banners. A regimental band was playing. The older Coretti attempted to enter the portico, but he was stopped. Then it occurred to him to force his way into the front row of the crowd which formed an opening at the entrance, and making way with his elbow, he succeeded in thrusting us forward also. But the shifting crowd flung us hither and thither. The woodseller got his eye upon the first pillar of the portico, where the police did not allow anyone to stand. Come with me, he said suddenly, dragging us by the hand, and he crossed the empty space in 2 bounds, and went and planted himself there, with his back against the wall. A police brigadier instantly hurried up, and said to him, You can't stand here. I belong to the 4th Battalion of the 49th, replied Coretti, touching his medal. The brigadier glanced at it and said, Stay where you are. Didn't I say so? Exclaimed Coretti triumphantly. It's a magic word, that 4th of the 49th. Haven't I the right to see my general with some little comfort? I, who was in that squadron. I saw him close at hand then. It seems right that I should see him close at hand now. And I say, General, he was my battalion commander for a good half-hour. For at such times, while the racket was going, he commanded the battalion himself, and not Major Ubrich, by heavens. In the meantime, in the reception room and outside, a great mixture of officers and gentlemen was visible, and in front of the door, the carriages, with the lackeys dressed in red, were drawn up in a line. Coretti asked his father whether Prince Umberto had carried his sword in his hand when he was in a battle. Certainly he held his sword in his hand, the latter replied, to ward off a blow from a lance, which might strike him as well as another. Ah, those unchained demons! They came down on us like the wrath of God. They swept between the platoons, the squadrons, the cannon, as though tossed by a hurricane, crushing down everything. There was a whirl of light cavalry of Alessandria, of lancers of Foggia, of infantry, of sharpshooters, a pandemonium in which nothing could be understood. I heard the shout, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" I saw the lowered lances approaching. We discharged our guns. A cloud of smoke hid everything. Then the smoke cleared away. The ground was covered with horses and Hulens, wounded or dead. I turned around and beheld Umberto in our midst, on horseback, gazing tranquilly about with the air of demanding, "Have any of my lads received a scratch?" And we shouted, "Hurrah!" right in his face like madmen. Heavens, what a moment that was! "Here's the train coming." The band struck up. The officers hastened forward. The crowd stood on tiptoe. He won't come out in a hurry," said a policeman. "They are presenting him with an address now." The elder Coretti was beside himself with impatience. "Ah, when I think of it," he said, "I always see him there. Of course, there is cholera, and there are earthquakes, and in them too he bears himself bravely. But I always have him before my mind as I saw him then, among us, with that quiet face. I am sure that he too recalls the 4th of the 49th, even now that he is king, and that it would give him pleasure to have for once, at a table together, all those whom he saw about him at such moments. Now he has generals, and great gentlemen, and courtiers. Then there was no one but us poor soldiers. If we could only exchange a few words alone, our general of 22, our prince, who was entrusted to our bayonets. I have not seen him for 15 years. Our Umberto, that's what he is. Ah, that music stirs my blood, on my word of honor." An outburst of shouts interrupted him. Thousands of hats rose in the air. 4 gentlemen dressed in black got into the first carriage. "'Tis he!" cried Coretti, and stood as though enchanted. Then he said softly, "By Our Lady, how gray he has grown!" We all 3 uncovered our heads. The carriage advanced slowly through the crowd, who shouted and waved their hats. I looked at the elder Coretti. He seemed to me another man. He seemed to have become taller, graver, rather pale, and fastened bolt upright against the pillar. The carriage arrived in front of us, a pace distant from the pillar. "Hurrah!" shouted many voices. "Hurrah!" shouted Coretti after the others. The king glanced at his face, and his eye dwelt for a moment on his 3 medals. Then Coretti lost his head and roared, "The 4th Battalion of the 49th!" The king, who had turned away, turned towards us again, and looking Coretti straight in the eye, reached his hand out of the carriage. Coretti gave one leap forwards and clasped it. The carriage passed on. The crowd broke in and separated us. We lost sight of the elder Coretti, but it was only for a moment. We found him again directly, panting, with wet eyes, calling for his son by name, and holding his hand on high. His son flew towards him, and he said, "Here, little one, while my hand is still warm." And he passed his hand over the boy's face, saying, "This is a caress from the king." And there he stood, as though in a dream, with his eyes fixed on the distant carriage, smiling, with his pipe in his hand, in the center of a group of curious people who were staring at him. "He's one of the 4th Battalion of the 49th, they said. "He is a soldier that knows the king." And the king recognized him, and he offered him his hand. "He gave the king a petition," said one more loudly. "No," replied Coretti, whirling around abruptly. "I did not give him any petition. But there is something else that I would give him if he were to ask it of me." They all stared at him. My blood, he said simply. The Infant Asylum, Tuesday, 4th. After breakfast yesterday, my mother took me, as she had promised, to the infant asylum in the Corso Valdocco, in order to recommend to the directress a little sister of Precossi. I had never seen an asylum, and I was greatly amused. There were 200 of them, boy babies and girl babies, and so small that the children in our lower primary schools are men in comparison. We arrived just as they were going into the refectory in 2 files, where there were 2 very long tables, with a great many round holes, and in each hole a black bowl, filled with rice and beans, and a tin spoon beside it. On entering, some of the tots grew confused and remained on the floor until the mistress ran and picked them up. Many halted in front of a bowl, thinking it was their proper place, and had already swallowed a spoonful when a mistress came up and said, "Go on!" And then they went on 3 or 4 paces and got down another spoonful, and then advanced again until they reached their own places after having eaten half a portion more than was due them. At last, by dint of pushing and crying, "Make haste! Make haste!" they were all got into order, and the prayer was begun. But all those on the inner line, who had to turn their backs on the bowls for the prayer, twisted their heads round to keep an eye on them, lest someone might meddle. They said their prayer thus, with hands clasped and their eyes on the ceiling, but with their hearts on their food. Then they set to eating. Ah, what a charming sight it was! One ate with 2 spoons, another with his hands. Many picked up the beans one by one and thrust them into their pockets. Others wrapped them tightly in their little aprons and pounded them to reduce them to a paste. There were even some who did not eat because they were watching the flies flying, and others coughed and sprinkled a shower of rice all round them. It looked like a poultry yard, but it was fine. The 2 rows of babies formed a pretty sight, with their hair all tied on the tops of their heads with red, green, and blue ribbons. One teacher asked a row of 8 children, "Where does rice grow?" The whole 8 opened their mouths wide, filled as they were with the pottage, and replied in concert in a sing-song, "It grows in the water." Then the teacher gave the order, "Hands up!" and it was delightful to see all those little arms fly up, which a few months ago were in swaddling clothes, and all those little hands waving, which looked like so many white and pink butterflies. Then they all went to play, but first they took their little baskets, which were hanging on the wall with their lunches in them. They went out into the garden and scattered round, and got out their provisions: bread, stewed plums, a tiny bit of cheese, a hard-boiled egg, little apples, a handful of boiled vetches, or a wing of chicken. In an instant, the whole garden was strewn with crumbs, as though they had been scattered from their feed by a flock of birds. They ate in all the queerest ways, like rabbits, like rats, like cats, nibbling, licking, sucking. There was one child who held a bit of rye bread hugged closely to his breast, and who was rubbing it with a medlar, as though he were polishing a sword. Some of the little ones crushed in their fists small cheeses, which trickled between their fingers like milk, and ran down inside their sleeves, and they were utterly unconscious of it. They ran and chased each other with apples and rolls in their teeth like dogs. I saw 3 of them digging out a hard-boiled egg with a straw, thinking to discover treasures, and they spilled half of it on the ground, and then picked the crumbs up again one by one with great patience, as though they had been pearls. And those who had anything unusual were surrounded by 8 or 10 others, who stood staring at the baskets with bent heads, as you would look at the moon in a well. There were 20 around a mite of a fellow who had a paper horn of sugar, and they were going through all sorts of ceremonies with him for the privilege of dipping their bread in it, and he gave it to some, while, after many prayers, he only let others put a finger in. In the meantime, my mother had come into the garden, and was petting now one and now another. Many hung about her, and even on her back, begging for a kiss, with faces upturned as though to a third story, and with mouths that opened and shut like birds asking for food. One offered her the quarter of an orange which had been bitten, another a small crust of bread. One little girl gave her a leaf. Another showed her, with all seriousness, the tip of her forefinger, a minute examination of which revealed a microscopic swelling which had been caused by touching the flame of a candle on the day before. They placed before her eyes, as great marvels, very tiny insects, which I cannot understand their being able to see and catch, the halves of corks, shirt buttons, and flowerets pulled from the vases. One child, with a bandaged head, who was determined to be heard at any cost, stammered out to her some story about a head-over-heels tumble, not one word of which was intelligible. Another insisted that my mother should bend down, and then whispered in her ear, "My father makes brushes." And all this while 1,000 accidents were happening here and there, which caused the teachers to hasten up. Children wept because they could not untie a knot in their handkerchiefs. Others disputed, with scratches and shrieks, the halves of an apple. One child, who had fallen face downward over a little bench which had been overturned, wept amid the ruins and could not rise. Before her departure, my mother took 3 or 4 of them in her arms, and they ran up from all quarters to be taken also, their faces smeared with the yolk of egg and orange juice. One caught her hands, another her finger, to look at her ring. Another tugged at her watch chain. Another tried to seize her by the hair. "Take care," the teacher said to her, "they will tear your clothes all to pieces." But my mother cared nothing for her dress, and she continued to kiss them, and they pressed closer and closer to her. Those who were nearest, with their arms held out as though they were desirous of climbing, the more distant trying to make their way through the crowd, and all crying, "Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye." At last she succeeded in escaping from the garden, and they all ran and thrust their faces through the railings to see her pass, and to put their arms through to greet her, once more offering her bits of bread, bites of apple, cheese rinds, and all screaming together, "Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye! Come back tomorrow! Come again!" As my mother made her escape, she passed her hand once more over those hundreds of tiny outstretched hands, as over a garland of living roses, and finally reached the street in safety, covered with crumbs and spots, rumpled and disheveled, with one hand full of flowers and her eyes swelling with tears, and happy as though she had come from a festival. And inside there was still audible a sound like the twittering of birds saying, "Goodbye, goodbye, come again, lady." Gymnastics, Wednesday, 5th. As the weather stays fine, they have made us pass from indoor gymnastics to gymnastics with apparatus in the garden. Garone was in the principal's office yesterday when Nellie's mother, that blonde woman dressed in black, came in to get her son excused from the new exercises. Every word cost her an effort, and as she spoke, she held one hand on her son's head. "He is not able to do it," she said to the principal. But Nellie seemed hurt at this exclusion from the apparatus, at having this added humiliation imposed upon him. "You will see, mamma," he said, "that I shall do like the rest." His mother gazed at him in silence, with an air of pity and affection. Then she remarked in a hesitating way, "I fear lest his companions—" What she meant to say was, lest they should make sport of him. But Nellie replied, "They will not do anything to me, and then there is Garone. It is enough for him to be present to prevent their laughing." So he was allowed to come. The teacher, with the wound on his neck, who was with Garibaldi, led us at once to the vertical bars, which are very high, and we had to climb to the very top, and stand upright on the cross-plank. De Rossi and Coretti went up like monkeys. Even little Precossi mounted briskly, in spite of the fact that he was hindered by that jacket which extends to his knees. And in order to make him laugh while he was climbing, all the boys repeated his constant expression, "Excuse me, excuse me." Stardi puffed, turned as red as a turkey cock, and set his teeth until he looked like a mad dog, but he would have reached the top at the expense of bursting, and he actually did get there, and so did Nobis, who, when he reached the summit, assumed the attitude of an emperor. But Bottini slipped back twice, notwithstanding his fine new suit with blue stripes, which had been made expressly for gymnastics. In order to climb the more easily, all the boys had daubed their hands with resin, which they call colophony, and as a matter of course, it is that trader of a Garoffi who provided everyone with it, selling it at a soldo the paper hornful, and turning a pretty penny. Then it was Garron's turn, and up he went, chewing away at his bread as though it were nothing out of the common, and I believe that he would have been capable of carrying one of us up on his shoulders, for he is as muscular and strong as a young bull. After Garron came Nelly. No sooner did the boys see him grasp the bars with those long, thin hands of his than many of them began to laugh and to sing. But Garron crossed his great arms on his breast, and darted round a glance which was so expressive, which so clearly said that he did not mind dealing out 6 punches, even in the master's presence, that they all ceased laughing on the instant. Nelly began to climb. He tried hard, poor little fellow. His face grew purple. He breathed with difficulty, and the perspiration poured from his brow. The master said, "Come down," but he would not. He strove and persisted. I expected every moment to see him fall headlong, half dead. Poor Nelly! I thought, what if I had been like him, and my mother had seen me? How she would have suffered, poor mother! And as I thought of that, I felt so tenderly toward Nelly that I could have given anything to help him climb those bars, or boost him from below without being seen. Meanwhile, Garron, De Rossi, and Coretti were saying, "Up with you, Nelly, up with you! Try! One effort more! Courage!" And Nelly made one more violent effort, uttering a groan as he did so, and found himself within 2 spans of the plank. "Bravo!" shouted the others. "Courage! 1 dash more!" And behold, Nelly was clinging to the plank. All clapped their hands. "Bravo!" said the teacher. "But that will do now. Come down." But Nelly wished to go to the top, like the rest, and after a little exertion, he succeeded in getting his elbows on the plank, then his knees, then his feet. At last he stood upright, panting and smiling, and gazed at us. We began to clap again, and then he looked into the street. I turned in that direction, and through the plants which cover the iron railing of the garden, I caught sight of his mother, passing along the sidewalk without daring to look. Nelly came down, and we all made much of him. He was excited and rosy, his eyes sparkled, and he no longer seemed like the same boy. At the close of school, when his mother came to meet him, and inquired with some anxiety, as she embraced him, "Well, my poor son, how did it go? How did it go?" All his comrades replied, "He did well. He climbed like the rest of us. He's strong, you know. He's active. He does exactly like the others." And the joy of that woman was a sight to see. She tried to thank us and could not. She shook hands with 3 or 4, patted Garron, and carried off her son, and we watched them for a while, walking fast, talking and gesticulating, both perfectly happy, as though no one were looking at them. End of section 15. Section 16 of Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin, Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Heart, a Schoolboy's Journal by Edmondo de Amicis. translated by Isabel Florence HAPGOOD. April, Part 2. My Father's Teacher. Tuesday, 11th. What a fine trip I took yesterday with my father. This is the way it came about. Day before yesterday at dinner, as my father was reading the newspaper, he suddenly gave an exclamation of surprise. Then he said, "And I thought him dead 20 years ago. Do you know that my old first elementary teacher, Vincenzo Corsetti, is 84 years old? I see here that the minister has conferred on him the Medal of Merit for 60 years of teaching. 60 years, you understand, and it is only 2 years since he stopped teaching school. Poor Corsetti, he lives an hour's journey from here by rail, at Condove, in the country of our old gardener's wife, of the town of Chieri." And he added, "Enrico, we will go to see him." He talked of nothing but him the whole evening. The name of his primary teacher recalled to his mind 1,000 things which had happened when he was a boy. His early companions, his dead mother. "Crosetti!" he exclaimed. "He was 40 when I was with him. I seem to see him now. He was a small man, somewhat bent even then, with bright eyes, and always cleanly shaven. Severe, but in a good way, for he loved us like a father, and forgave us more than one offense. He had risen from a peasant by virtue of study and privations. He was a fine man. My mother was attached to him, and my father treated him like a friend. How comes it that he has gone to end his days at Condove near Turin? He certainly will not know me. Never mind, I shall know him. 44 years have elapsed. 44 years, Enrico, and we will go to see him tomorrow." So yesterday morning, at 9 o'clock, we were at the Susa railway station. I should have liked to have Garrone come too, but he could not because his mother is ill. It was a beautiful spring day. The train ran through green fields and hedgerows in blossom, and the air we breathed was perfumed. My father was delighted, and every little while he would put his arm round my neck and talk to me like a friend, as he gazed out over the country. "Poor Crosetti," he said. "He was the first man, after my father, to love me and do me good. I have never forgotten certain of his good counsels, and also certain sharp reprimands which caused me to go home with a lump in my throat. His hands were large and stubby. I can see him now, as he used to enter the schoolroom, place his cane in a corner and hang his coat on the peg, always with the same gesture. And every day he was in the same humor, always conscientious, full of good will and attentive, as though each day he were teaching school for the first time. I remember him as well as though I heard him now when he called to me, 'Bottini, Bottini!' The fore and middle fingers on that pen. He must have changed greatly in these 44 years. As soon as we reached Condove, we went in search of our old gardener's wife of Chieri, who keeps a stall in an alley. We found her with her boys. She made much of us, and gave us news of her husband, who is soon to return from Greece, where he has been working these 3 years, and of her eldest daughter, who is in the Deaf-Mute Institute in Turin. Then she pointed out to us the street which led to the teacher's house, for everyone knows him. We left the town, and turned into a steep lane flanked by blossoming hedges. My father no longer talked, but appeared entirely lost in his reminiscences, and every now and then he smiled and shook his head. Suddenly he halted and said, "Here he is! I will wager that this is he." Down the lane towards us, a little old man with a white beard and large hat came, leaning on a cane. He dragged his feet along, and his hands trembled. "It is he!" repeated my father, hastening his steps. When we were close to him, we stopped. The old man stopped also and looked at my father. His face was still fresh-colored, and his eyes were clear and bright. "Are you," asked my father, raising his hat, "Vincenzo Crosetti, the schoolmaster?" The old man raised his hat also and replied, "I am," in a voice that was somewhat tremulous, but full. "Well then," said my father, taking one of his hands, "permit one of your old scholars to shake your hand and to inquire how you are. I have come from Turin to see you." The old man stared at him in amazement. Then he said, "You do me much honor. I do not know. When were you my scholar? Excuse me, your name, if you please." My father told his name, Alberto Bottini, and the year in which he had attended school, and where, and he added, "It is natural that you should not remember me, but I recall you perfectly." The master bent his head and gazed at the ground in thought, and muttered my father's name 3 or 4 times. The latter, meanwhile, watched him with intent and smiling eyes. All at once the old man raised his face, with his eyes opened widely, and said slowly, "Alberto Bottini? The son of Bottini, the engineer, the one who lived in the Piazza della Consolata?" "The same," replied my father, holding out his hands. "Then," said the old man, "permit me, my dear sir, permit me." And advancing, he embraced my father. His white head hardly reached the latter's shoulder. My father pressed his cheek to his brow. "Have the goodness to come with me," said the teacher. And without speaking any further, he turned about and took the road to his dwelling. In a few minutes we arrived at a garden plot in front of a tiny house with 2 doors, round one of which there was a fragment of whitewashed wall. The teacher opened the second and ushered us into a room. There were 4 white walls. In one corner, a cot bed with a blue and white checked coverlet. In another, a small table with a little library, 4 chairs, and an old map nailed to the wall. A pleasant odor of apples was noticeable. We seated ourselves, all 3. My father and his teacher were silent for several minutes. "Bottini!" exclaimed the master at length, fixing his eyes on the brick floor where the sunlight formed a checkerboard. "Oh, I remember well. Your mother was such a good woman. For a while, during your first year, you sat on a bench to the left near the window. Let us see whether I do not recall it. I can still see your curly head." Then he thought for a while longer. "You were a lively lad, eh? Very. The second year you had an attack of croup. I remember when they brought you back to school, thin and wrapped up in a shawl. 40 years have gone by since then, have they not? You are very kind to remember your poor teacher. And do you know, others of my old pupils have come hither in years gone by to seek me out. There was a colonel, and there were some priests and several gentlemen." He asked my father what his profession was. Then he said, "I am glad, heartily glad. I thank you. It is quite a while now since I have seen anyone. I very much fear that you will be the last, my dear sir." "Don't say that," exclaimed my father. "You are well and still vigorous. You must not say that." "Eh, no," replied the master. "Do you see this trembling?" And he showed us his hands. "This is a bad sign. It seized on me 3 years ago while I was still teaching school. At first I paid no attention to it. I thought it would pass off, but instead of that, it stayed and kept on increasing. A day came when I could no longer write. Ah, that day on which I, for the first time, made a blot on the copybook of one of my scholars was a stab in the heart for me, my dear sir. I did drag on for a while longer, but I was at the end of my strength. After 60 years of teaching, I was forced to bid farewell to my school, to my scholars, to work. And it was hard, you understand, hard. The last time that I gave a lesson, all the scholars accompanied me home and made much of me, but I was sad. I understood that my life was finished. I had lost my wife the year before and my only son. I had only 2 peasant grandchildren left. Now I am living on a pension of a few hundred lire. I no longer do anything. It seems to me as though the days would never come to an end. My only occupation, you see, is to turn over my old school books, my scholastic journals, and a few volumes that have been given to me. There they are, he said, indicating his little library. There are my memories, my whole past. I have nothing else left to me in the world. Then in a tone that was suddenly joyous, I want to give you a surprise, my dear Signor Bottini. He rose, and approaching his desk, he opened a long casket holding numerous little parcels, all tied up with a slender cord, and each bearing a date in 4 figures. After a little search, he opened one, turned over several papers, drew forth a yellowed sheet, and handed it to my father. It was some of his schoolwork of 40 years before. At the top was written, Alberto Bottini, dictation, April 3rd, 1838. My father instantly recognized his own large schoolboy hand and began to read it with a smile. But all at once his eyes grew moist. I rose and inquired the cause. He drew one arm around my body, and pressing me to his side, he said, Look at this sheet of paper. Do you see? These are the corrections made by my poor mother. She always strengthened my L's and my T's. And the last lines are entirely hers. She had learned to imitate my letters, and when I was tired and sleepy, she finished my work for me. My sainted mother! And he kissed the page. See here, said the teacher, showing him the other packages. These are my mementos. Each year I laid aside one piece of work of each of my pupils, and they are all here, dated and arranged in order. Every time that I open them thus, and read a line here and there, 1,000 things recur to my mind, and I seem to be living once more in the days that are past. How many of them have passed, my dear sir? I close my eyes, and I see behind me face after face, class after class. Hundreds and hundreds of boys, and who knows how many of them are already dead. Many of them I remember well. I recall distinctly the best and the worst, those who gave me the greatest pleasure, and those who caused me to pass sorrowful moments, for I have had serpents too among that vast number. But now, you understand, it is as though I were already in the other world, and I love them all equally. He sat down again and took one of my hands in his. And tell me, my father said with a smile, do you recall any of my roguish tricks? Of yours, sir? Replied the old man, also with a smile. No, not just at this moment, but that does not in the least mean that you never played any. However, you had good judgment. You were serious for your age. I remember your mother's great love for you. But it is very kind and courteous of you to have come to seek me out. How could you leave your business to come and see a poor old schoolmaster? Listen, Signor Crosetti, responded my father with vivacity. I recollect the first time that my poor mother accompanied me to school. It was to be her first parting from me for 2 hours, of letting me out of the house alone, in other hands than my father's, in the hands of a stranger, in short. To this good creature, my entrance into school was like my entrance into the world, the first of a long series of necessary and painful separations. It was society which was tearing her son from her for the first time, never again to return him to her entirely. She was much affected. So was I. I bade her farewell with a trembling voice, and then, as she went away, I saluted her once more through the glass in the door, with my eyes full of tears. And just at that point you made a gesture with one hand, laying the other on your breast as though to say, "Trust me, madame." Well, the gesture, the glance, from which I saw that you had understood all the feelings, all the thoughts of my mother, that look which seemed to say, "Courage!" That gesture, which was an honest promise of protection, of affection, of indulgence, I have never forgotten. It has remained forever engraved on my heart, and it is that memory which induced me to set out from Turin. And here I am, after the lapse of 44 years, for the purpose of saying to you, I thank you, my dear teacher. The master did not reply. He stroked my hair with his hand, and his hand shook, and glided from my hair to my forehead, from my forehead to my shoulder. In the meantime, my father was noticing the bare walls, the wretched bed, the morsel of bread, and the little vial of oil which lay on the window-sill, and he seemed desirous of saying, Poor master, after 60 years of teaching, is this all your reward? But the good old man was content, and began once more to talk gaily of our family, of the other teachers of that day, and of my father's schoolmates. Some of them he remembered, and some of them he did not, and each told the other news of this one or of that one. When my father interrupted the conversation to beg the old man to come down into town and lunch with us, he replied effusively, I thank you, I thank you. But he seemed undecided. My father took him by both hands and insisted. But how should I manage to eat, said the master, with these poor hands which shake in this way? It is a penance for others also. We will help you, master, said my father, and then he accepted, as he shook his head and smiled. This is a beautiful day, he said, as he closed the outer door. A beautiful day, dear Signor Bottini. I assure you that I shall remember it as long as I live. My father gave one arm to the master, and the latter took me by the hand, and we walked down the lane. We met 2 little barefooted girls leading some cows, and a boy who passed us on a run, with a huge load of straw on his shoulders. The master told us that they were scholars of the 2nd grade, that in the morning they led the cattle to pasture and worked in the fields barefoot, and in the afternoon they put on their shoes and went to school. It was nearly midday. We met no one else. In a few minutes we reached the inn, seated ourselves at a large table with the master between us, and began our lunch. The inn was silent as a convent. The teacher was very merry, and his excitement increased his palsy. He could hardly eat. But my father cut up his meat, broke his bread, and put salt on his plate. In order to drink, he was obliged to hold the glass with both hands, and even then he struck his teeth. But he talked constantly and with ardor of the reading books of his young days, of schools of the present day, of the praises bestowed on him by his superiors, of the rules of late years, and all with that serene countenance, a trifle redder than at first, and with that gay voice of his, and that laugh, which was almost the laugh of a young man. And my father gazed and gazed at him, with that same expression with which I sometimes catch him looking at me at home, when he is thinking and smiling to himself, with his face turned aside. The teacher let some wine trickle down on his breast. My father rose and wiped it off with his napkin. No, sir, I cannot permit this, the old man said and smiled. He said some words in Latin, and finally he raised his glass, which wavered about in his hand, and said very gravely, To your health, my dear signor, to that of your children, to the memory of your good mother. To yours, my good master, replied my father, pressing his hand. And at the end of the room stood the innkeeper and several others, watching us, and smiling as though they were pleased at this attention which was being shown to the teacher from their parts. At a little after 2 o'clock we came out, and the teacher wanted to escort us to the station. My father gave him his arm once more, and he again took me by the hand. I carried his cane for him. The people paused to look on, for they all knew him. Some saluted him. At one point in the street we heard, through an open window, many boys' voices reading together and spelling. The old man halted, and seemed to be saddened by it. This, my dear Signor Bottini, he said, is what pains me. To hear the voices of boys in school, and not to be there any more. To think that another man is there. I have heard that music for 60 years, and I have grown to love it. Now I am deprived of my family. I have no sons. No, master, my father said to him, starting on again. You still have many sons, scattered about the world, who remember you as I have always remembered you. No, no, replied the master sadly. I no longer have a school. I no longer have any sons. And without sons, I shall not live much longer. My hour will soon strike. Do not say that, master. Do not think it, said my father. You have done so much good in every way. You have put your life to such a noble use. The aged teacher bent his hoary head for an instant on my father's shoulder and pressed my hand. We entered the station. The train was on the point of starting. Farewell, master, said my father, kissing him on both cheeks. Farewell, thanks, farewell, replied the master, taking one of my father's hands in his two trembling hands, and pressing it to his heart. Then I kissed him, and felt that his face was bathed in tears. My father pushed me into the railway carriage, and at the moment of starting, he quickly removed the coarse cane from the schoolmaster's hand, and in its place he put his own handsome one, with a silver handle and his initials, saying, Keep it in memory of me. The old man tried to return it and to recover his own, but my father was already inside and had closed the door. Farewell, my kind master. Farewell, my son, responded the teacher as the train moved off, and may God bless you for the consolation which you have afforded to a poor old man. Until we meet again, cried my father in a voice full of emotion, but the teacher shook his head, as much to say, We shall never see each other more. Yes, yes, repeated my father, until we meet again. And the other replied by raising his trembling hand to heaven, Up there! And thus he disappeared from our sight with his hand on high. End of section 16.